money for King TJ. It's called a
7
or something.
Damn.
What do you call it?
Shit.
Yeah,
That's
the time that it started. So
that was the second to last time you'll see Leota in a movie.
Isn't that freaking crazy?
yeah, well, shit. I'd see if I can get something back, too. Damn.
No, that's just how much taxes were.
Yeah.
How much I'm actually getting back is like $800.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not as amazing.
If you fill out your taxes, you'd probably be getting close to $1,000 back, bro.
Yeah, I mean, well, I probably might get more, honestly, maybe. I don't know.
How long has it been since you've done your taxes?
At least since last year, but probably a year before that. So I might get more back, because, I mean...
Well, if you haven't done your taxes in like 3 years, if you're making over $10,000, you have to file.
Well, yeah, so it's not like... I know it's... I never, like, fucking really pay so much attention to shit, because I don't fucking really know, or... I don't really give a fuck, but whatever. I mean, I got no fucking clue, so... Yeah. Whoa. Look at you, goofy bye-bye. Texas. Boo. They suck.
Appropriate for people to see or anything.
Get this plugged in and all that shit.
Yeah. All photo.
There we go.
This is all I can afford. My family needs. Oh, I read that. Okay.
Do this quick.
Designed for beauty and function with a gothic flair. I use traditional leatherworking tools and techniques to create functional pieces of art. Each item is meticulously handcrafted.
There we go.
To the highest standard of quality. So there you go. Call it protection, Mike. Yeah.
Gotta go to the bathroom now, really. That just happens to be a situation right now.
Gals and non-binary pals, I have arrived. You may now groan into
Here. Do this real quick. Come back and all that shit. Yeah.
Very kind of you.
Yeah. There we go.
My protection is free and far more effective.
Yeah. Transfer in moments. I'll just leave it like that for a second. Clean, good glass. Come on, boy.
Knuckle?
Alright. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Man, oh my fucking Christ. Great. Jack's fucked up and now that just happened. Seriously? Fucking kidding me? That's just fucking great. There we go. Yeah, back in there. Alright. Solves that issue. Now this fucking jacket. Well, this... fucking piece of goddamn shit, dude. I hate this jacket, dude. It's starting to drive me nuts. Man, fuck this piece of shit, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Seriously? Fucking kidding me, dude? It's not even, like, caught on anything. It's just the stupid teeth of this thing. It's all janked. Oh my god, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? Come the fuck on, dude. Come on. I'll eventually, like, pop itself loose or something, but... Come on. Seriously, man? Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, come on. Dude, what the fuck? This is just annoying. Is there like anything on this end that's fucking it up? No, of course not. So what the fuck? Ugh. You just fucking fix yourself, dude. I'm about to actually be really fucking pissed off right now. Like, seriously. Come on. This is really starting to piss me off. What the fuck? Goddamn. I like how pretty much like this is pretty much how most of my struggle right now is this stupid fucking zipper. Whatever. Just give me one of these fuckers. It's just getting ridiculous. Whatever. Which one do I want here? Oh man, they're all sorts of different colors. Vibrancy. See what the fucking problem is now. Oh, this fucking piece of shit, dude. It's one fucking tooth, dude. Hey! Hey! This is so goddamn fucking tedious. Hey! Sit! Sit! Hey! Turn around. Turn the fuck around. Go! Toothache? No, no. Fucking, like, the teeth on this zipper, dude. Like this fucking, like these teeth. Like the thing I'm fucking struggling with here for like the past goddamn like 10 minutes now. It's actually really pissing me the fuck off now, actually, like genuinely. Fucking piece of... Come the fuck on! Oh my fucking god. I'm actually really about to blow a fucking gasket over this shit, dude. Come on! There's like no fucking reason for this to be the case. Like, at the fuck all. The fuck is this? Is there like gunk in it? Is that what was up? Oh my god, this is really starting to piss me off, dude. Can I free myself now, please? Oh my fucking god! Okay, what the oh, my fucking... Ah! Oh my fucking god. Okay, what the actual fucking fuck is up with this fucking jacket? Like, I swear to fucking god. Like, holy fucking fuck. what in the fuck? It's literally just like one or two of these stupid fucking pieces. There's like nothing up with them. They're just all fucked for some reason. Can't get this fucking zipper back behind it. These twist offs. Yes, they are. Thank fuck. God damn, that tastes good. My jeans, but I thought it was because I was getting fat. No, it's actually like, I mean, I've had this jacket for a long time. And no, it's nothing like that. Like, oh, please tell me I just got through with it. Oh my god, please. I almost got passed through it. Please, for the fucking Christ live. Let me out! Oh my god, please. Oh, thank fuck! Oh! Oh! Holy sh! God, this fucking jacket, dude. Okay. I'm like half tempted to just take it off of me right now, but I know I'm gonna get cold later if I do. So, fuck it, it's just staying on me. But I'm not zipping that up again for the rest of the night. Holy shit. God, that... Okay, so where in the fuck was all that shit going? Okay, it was like what? Like somewhere over here. It's like, so what's up with this shit? I can't even tell what's up with the teeth. There's just like nothing up with them. It's like... I don't fucking know. I literally don't even know. I can't even tell. I'm not zipping this shit up again now. Holy fuck. Ugh! Like, I'm not even somebody to be just all like, you know, fucking get all claustrophobia or whatever, you know, with this shit. But goddamn, I was starting to be like, am I gonna get this off of me? Am I gonna be stuck with this without busting the zipper? But oh my god, anyway. I need a bowl, Jesus Christ. This jacket's honestly starting to get me these fucking problems. Like, this is not the first time that decided to happen, which is why I was getting infuriated, because it's happening more frequently. So I think I just need to get a new jacket. Or at least a new leather one. Because, yeah, that is annoying. I'm already half tempted to want to zip it back up again for some ungodly reason. Just, I need to make sure my brain doesn't do that. Nope. Anyway, though, God. Fucking hell. I just wanted to chill and, like, vibe, but no. It's like the zipper had to, like, you know, really put a damper on that for a second.
What are you screaming about?
This fucking zipper was, like, fucking jank and would refuse to just, like, open up, and it finally got it free, and I was just like, fuck, holy shit. Spent, like, 10 minutes trying to wrestle this fucker without trying to bust the damn shit, and I'm looking at it, and it's like, I don't even know what's up with the damn thing. It's just sitting there being stupid, just...
Your dad's being crazy against your cuff.
Yes, I am. But he's sitting there just... he's just accepting his fate.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hearing this, I'm like... The fuck is he bitching about? What the fuck, dude? I can hear it.
It's just a damn zipper. Cause holy shit. Stepdad got a laugh out of you telling him that one of your life goals is to eat at Waffle House. Man after my own heart, he said. Oh, that's a boy after my own heart right there. He wants to eat at a Waffle House. That's his life goal. Love it. Awesome. That's great. You know, funny enough, like... You know, as long as he just doesn't... If I ever have to, like, talk to him and shit, as long as he doesn't, like, you know, do his stupid, weird, like, racial/sexist shit, like, I think him and I will be able to, you know, tolerate each other. So I think you're like, you know, don't know if, like, I don't want you telling him off or this and that, whatever. It's like, and I'm always thinking, it's like, I think you might underestimate, like, the ability of, you know, me to just chill with people. As long as things don't, like, heat up to a certain degree, then everything's gonna be just A-okay. Unless I get frustrated with a zipper, then I'm gonna just go... I mean, over something so stupid and benign, it's just like, why is it giving me so many damn issues? I mean, I feel like I have merit to just be like, you know, for a minute. Despite being a fast shut, he confirms that Waffle House is a modern-day arena. Even he can attest to it. Oh my god, hell yeah, bro, dude! I just want to do it. I just want to, man. I want to experience it. I need to experience the Waffle House. The Waffle House needs to find us a new host. You know what I mean? I don't even understand where the hell that meme even came from, but yeah, that'll be the one time I'll exert my use of that meme. Because honestly, like, for the longest time, like, pretty much every comment section on, like, YouTube Shorts, on comments, everything, it, like, half of them would just be that. And it's, like, for a while now, it fell off now at this point, but still, it's just, like, he's banned from several Waffle Houses in Texas for fighting. He's actually been banned from a few of them. Oh my god. Banned for having some fight. Jesus. So, even he has, like, he's a veteran of that shit. Like, even he's partook in the arena. Goddamn. I didn't think he would be all, like, actually partaking in the genuine, like, arenas. Damn, I thought he would just be an observer. Well, shit. Been proved wrong there. Strawberry daiquiri is pretty good. Oh, I just realized how much is in here. There's barely fuck all in this. I'm gonna have to, like, drink this whole goddamn fucking box, you know, to get me buzzed. 3.2 ABV? This is fucking gay. He was tight-lipped about it. I think he's a little embarrassed. Oh, whatever. Whatever, who cares? I find it to be a little amusing. I should have really checked the ABVs before I bought these fucking things. 3.2, what the fuck is that shit? Well, am I just drinking like a soda with like a little like little squirt of ABV in there? What the hell is that? That's bullshit, and I tell you what. You're gonna buying pussy alcohol. Honestly, I was looking for a change because they didn't have any twisteds or anything like that, so I figured that I would have been like 5 ABV or something. Not 3.2. Like, honestly, no wonder I'm not, like, feeling fucking anything at all. Like, usually I'd feel at least, like, a little something by, you know, having, like, half a, you know, bottle like that, usually. A little something, be like, alright, you know, kind of feeling a little vibe. Not full buzz yet, but, you know, getting a feel. But I'm not feeling shit. It's like, what is this? Bullshit. I feel robbed, honestly. I feel like I just got extorted. I mean, at least they're tasty. Here. Oh, little boy all knocked out. Yeah, I got my little dog off on a walk today and shit. And, of course, this little nutball, you know, when I took him out to the field today, we, wanted to go check out some of these, the pups that were hanging out. Yeah, one of them was not exactly a very friendly dog. I mean, not like a very aggressive one either, but kind of a standoffish one. And, of course, Zukov just, like, decides to run all up into that dog and shit. And then that dog's like, ah, you know, freaking out on him and shit, chasing him around. Zukov's like, oh, fuck, and, like, start running away. And I try to, you know, grab Zukov, you know, chill him out so he doesn't keep running up on this damn dog. And then fucking, eventually I grab him and, you know, he ends up being okay. I mean, nothing happened to him. And the other, you know, then the that dog and that person dipped off. But then after that, there was like 5 other people with like their canines all just hanging out and showing up. It's like every time I go there, there's always like new dogs showing up there at this point, because there's like this like all white husky and like this gigantic fluffy Malamute that had like a blue and a brown eye. That was pretty cool. And of course, like the only male dog, you know, that's there, Zukov is trying to like, you know, insert dominance and like, you know, hump him and shit. And it's just like, and I was like, Zukov's like only focus after a certain point. Like he's just stopped playing around and just kept chasing this one male dog. And it's like, what is with him, dude? Like this dog is gay as fuck, bro. Like unironically, like he's a gay dog. It's so silly. Luckily, you know, the other people were pretty chill about it, because they were laughing their ass off every time Zukov tried to, like, you know, mount or start humping and stuff, because, you know, he wasn't, like, you know, trying to, like, do a full-on mount, but he was doing this, like, one paw kind of, like, arched over, like, eh. So it was like, he was being pretty fucking weird and silly about it. That's all the female dogs hump him, and it's hilarious. Yeah, my dog is not a cock. He's kind of the opposite. He's just like a very friendly, like, can I dominate you, please? He's just a sweet boy. But every now and then he needs other canines, you know, to kind of, you know, put him in his place a little bit. And luckily there are. You know, he gets chased around, he gets, you know, pushed around a little bit by the other dogs too, and he does the same thing, so he gets his little sociability out and everything, and has fun and shit. And he gets him out and tires him down. And his little sleepy ball over there. Just sweet little thing. Was that a good burp? Nice. Flavored beer. This is barely a beer. The only thing qualifying this is that is like 3.2. This is basically just a hard soda. Fuck you. Feel deceived with this. I feel deceived now with these. Seagrams has deceived me. Boo. I think you like this bite. You see why I like Sucks somehow. I haven't got a chance to really listen to a lot of it. And, like, that's not even fucking true anyway. You know for a goddamn fact that, like, I have said that there's music that I like that you sent me. So, like, bullshit, son. Like, really? Come on now. Like, you should know better than that. Jeez Louise. Fucking do it. Hey! 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 Good dog. Completely open to some music I had as a teenager. Honestly, like, the most music I was really listening to as a teen was basically, like, at least initially, a lot of Rammstein and Nightwish. Those are, like, my big bands I was listening to growing up, predominantly. And then I'd also, by the time I was, like, in, like, a junior, like, that eventually expanded into, into like a lot of different variations of like folk metal shit, so like Corpus Kalani, Nicephorem, Amon Amarth, shit like that. Well, I guess Amon Amarth's not folk metal, but they have like a lot of like folk, like Viking folk themes and shit in their music. So I guess thematically they are, but genre-wise they're melodic death metal. But either way, it's like a lot of my music I know kind of, at least, you know, initially was being raised around a lot of Rammstein and Nightwish. I think a lot of it was because a lot of my angst and anger basically was going into Rammstein, and a lot of my more, like, other feelings, you know, went into Nightwish. From what I could tell from my old playlist, I was either sad or angry boy. Or an angry sad boy. Yeah. I feel like every teenager kind of goes for that, like, phase a little bit. Like, at least, like, a little phase like that. Because I definitely did. I could probably just straight up chug one of these bottles and I would not feel fucking shit. Yeah, probably. Here, let's see what's going on too here. Let's see what type of fun we can check out here. Oh shit, TJ's doing a stream. That's like literally the first thing I think. Well, shit. Shit, TJ. Z-List, Rightoid memes. Racist Dilbert, and some other shit. Oh. Exciting. Okay, I'm getting the soda jet back on. At least me sitting on has kept this jacket warm. Real dad had strange music taste. He loved hair metal, but sweared if he was RH, he would have been a System of a Down metalhead. So what stopped him from being that? I mean, cause like if he was, but dad loved him. Oh, so he already did love them. Okay. Well, the thing is, like, you know, just because, like, somebody has a predominant interest in, like, one type of music, like hair metal, for example, doesn't mean that they're gonna, you know, not be into other shit. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, I got weird music tastes, or I guess strange music tastes for a lot of people. Like, listen to metal, but I also listen to, like, American, like, old-style American folk, blues, you know, various different types of rock, punk, and all sorts of other shit. So... and also, like, synth and shit like that. Like, I got all, like, my variety of, like, music I listen to is kind of all over the place. I barely felt fuck all from that. This is orange one. Oh, this is like a pink. Such a making me happy. That's what it's called. Lemon, strawberry, watermelon, and guava flavors, huh? Was allowed to listen to music I like around that. Said my sad boy stuff made him self-deleting. Flavor ain't really too bad either. Still feel robbed though. Here, let's see what TJ's doing.
Like, market forces at that point are pretty much dictating, let's fucking do this Onion Nugget show, because this seems to be what our audience really likes.
The market forces. That's what he's delving into. What's up, TJ? What's up, TJ? Dude, he's got a crown on. Dude, that shit looks dope.
But of course.
Yeah.
What's your favorite airplane? What? Paul broke this down last night. Well, there you go.
Nice. I like that crown he's got going on. Looks new. I think it must be a new one that he just got.
What's happening with Deep Fat Fried? Nothing. A few months ago, we started doing Onion Nuggets. Our news show.
Would you kiss TJ's feet?
No. And,
like, why? It's just, I mean, I like him, but I'm not gonna fucking just, like, do that. Like, what the fuck?
End of the month.
I know he's got this whole, like, you know, King of the World shtick he's doing, but no, I'm not gonna do that. If for some weird hypothetical scenario he somehow achieves that, which, again, I think it's just more of a shtick than anything. But, I mean, let's say in the weird alternate universe that happens, like, I mean, I would sure, you know, be more loyal to his regime, I guess, but, like, I wouldn't be doing that. I suppose if it was like, alright, everyone, you know, must, you know, do that to prove I'm a loyal subject or something, then sure, I guess, but no.
The worst fucking experience.
I think it would rather, like, people, you know, do something else.
We also, we do shows on Wednesday as well. It's a different show every Wednesday. Some Wednesdays, Paul does his ideology. Some Wednesdays, I do my Abandoned Hope.
Sounds like he's just kind of delving into his
we do
monarchist seminar. I'm only a monarchist for the likes of TJ, basically. I mean, unless, like, somebody else that's based, you know, decides to try to take the mantle. Because maybe TJ's, you know, monarchy is like a transitional phase, potentially. You never know. Like, maybe he instills the monarchy to abolish it. You never know, bro. You know, and knowing TJ, I mean... Just saying. You don't know if it's, like, you know, like... I mean, also, like, I mean, would his, like, broader reign really be that bad?
More suffering. Yeah, I mean, well... There's only, it's only every so often something comes along that's as painful as Andrew Tate, dude. If I could make 1 million Andrew Tates, well, I wouldn't, but, you know. Worst experience ever will be the Matt Walsh gauntlet. Jesus, that dude's horrible. Paul has already put his foot down and said he will not do a Matt Walsh gauntlet, no matter what. He's like, I fucking refuse to do it.
Paul, really?
And, you know, I don't know. Maybe he can be talked into it, but...
No, you know what? That means there has to be a Matt Walsh gauntlet. Matt Walsh gauntlet. We need a Matt Walsh gauntlet right now, fucker. If Paul is like, no, then that means, like, that motherfucker will break so quick to Matt Walsh. Like, no. Nah, hell no. No. That needs to happen. There needs to be a Matt Walsh gauntlet now.
You know, boys are being monitored in school for troubling behavior because of Andrew Tate. I bet that's a healthy environment to grow.
Oh, 100%.
I'm way more concerned about the fact that library books are being removed from libraries. I'm way more concerned. I mean, like, when I was a kid, they fucking gaffled me up because of Columbine.
Same here, funny enough.
I got sent to the school counselor for my troubling behavior in the wake of Columbine because I was a Marilyn Manson fan.
For me, it's because I doodled guns on a test once. Like, I was literally just doodling, like, on a test that I was done with early, so I went on the blank page on the back and just started doodling shit. And some of them just happened to be guns or whatever. Some other shit was, like, some, like face portrait things, like some swords and other shit. But, nah, they specifically looked at, like, the gun drawings directly and were like, so anyway. And it was just like, I mean... It's just like, you know, like, to me, it's just like, well, you know, it's like, how in the flying actual fuck, you know, am I, or, you know, like, you know, somehow, like, suspicious because I doodle things, like, oh my god. Like, it was just so ridiculous. And frankly, honestly, I've always, you know, kind of been a weird problem child about that to, you know, administrators growing up. Like, there was a few times, like, in between, like, 4th to 6th grade, for some reason or another, like, they thought that I was, like, drawing, like, swastikas and shit, like, throughout the elementary school or whatever the fuck, and every time they would find one that happened to be, like, in a classroom that I was in, or outside, you know, like, they would just pull me aside, it's like, did you do this? And I'd be like, no. Like, cause, like, I mean, I don't know why, honestly. I think it was because I was, like, doodling, like, those what-if, like, super weapons and shit, and some of them were, like, the what-if, like, German, weapons of World War II and stuff. And of course, I'm, like, either tracing or just, like, drawing what I've remembered, and of course, some of it included, like, just what I was calling the tales of planes and shit, right? So, it's just, like, I think they assumed that I was, like, like, drawing those too, like, elsewhere, even though that just made no sense, like, because I wasn't doing that at all. Like, I mean, so, like, and I don't know why, honestly. It's just, like, you look at, like, one or two little specific things and think that it means a problem child here, and it's just, like, you would think you would be looking at other specific behaviors outside of what a kid is doodling, you know what I mean?
Kid is listening to Andrew Tate? Yeah, keep an eye on that motherfucker. I'm fine with it. You know what I mean? Fuck that.
True.
What are you fucking supposed to do? You're supposed to see... If you're a fucking little-ass kid and you actually are, like, listening to Andrew Tate and taking that motherfucker seriously, yeah, you're damn right. You're damn right that motherfucker needs someone watching him. That's... At least fucking Marilyn Manson had a positive message at the end of the day.
True.
And Andrew Tate is just like...
Same with Rammstein or Nightwish for me.
Fucking capitalist nightmare demon pig from the fucking anus of hell, so...
Dude, if I had a kid and I found out that my kid was listening to Andrew Tate or, like, some other manosphere fucking toxic piece of scum like that, I would literally just take their internet, and fucking, like, phone privileges and all that shit away. They wouldn't have that for, like, at least a full fucking year or so. Like, dead ass. Like, I would straight up, like, revoke any of that shit. And frankly, they would already have a very minimal access to that type of shit anyway. But it's like if I found out that the very minimal, like, activities they were doing were, seeking shit like that out, whether because they have homies at school, telling them that type of shit or whatever the fuck, oh, hell no. Fucking iron glove on that shit. Well, like an iron fist, with that shit. There ain't no glove about it.
Piece of shit. I hope he fucking dies of lung cancer in jail. Good riddance to that fucking reprehensible piece of subhuman garbage. And anyone who listens to him, as far as I'm concerned, they can go right down to hell with him and burn for eternity. I almost wish hell was real so that they could go there. So you're not getting no sympathy for me on that one. I'm not going to cry a crocodile tear for that motherfucker's reprehensible...
I didn't have a phone until high school. I had a phone in 8th grade, but it was like one of those like little like slide phones where you slide it open and it gives you the keyboard. It was one of those phones.
Okay.
I didn't get a smartphone until like
L's now.
Junior year.
First it was F's, then it was L's. Andrew or Walsh, who worse?
Walsh.
No one's worse than Andrew Tate.
I don't know about it.
Even if Matt Walsh ideologically was worse, which I could kind of concede that he is.
He
fuck
is.
Andrew Tate. Because honestly,
fuck Andrew Tate. Yeah.
At the end of the day, at least when
I agree with that. Yeah.
He insidious as he is, he does at least attempt to make something resembling an actual point. I mean, they're always pure evil and just like venomous shit, but like at least it's something. You watch Andrew Tate, not only is what he says reprehensible, but it's fluff. It's just empty-headed fucking garbage. He's like a fucking late-night infomercial salesman with a get-rich-quick scheme that somehow became a thing.
Became a thing.
I don't fucking even get it. Were you threatening to do a Columbine, TJ? No. No, I never threatened that. I did say I was a vampire. But whatever.
I'm a vampire, bro. Hell yeah, man.
I don't care.
Oh shit. Oh, he's getting into those memes. Oh shit, we gotta see the memes. Here, let's do it.
Hey.
What's even going off this one? We got a Spider-Man for it.
Talk about the list necessarily, right? That's what that.
Yeah, here we go.
So here's a Spider-Man meme.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Tragically, the Ferris wheel malfunctioned. Our only hope for survival was help from Spider-Man. From a superhero.
So here's this.
The diet really doesn't look like regular Coke.
Drinking a drink, and there is a lady who has fallen out of her seat on the Ferris wheel. I don't understand. This seat is fucked up as hell. This doesn't even. the seat doesn't even make sense if you really look at it. But
yeah, the seats don't even make sense. Wait, hold on. Wait, what are these seats? They don't even make sense. There's like a seat within a seat. These seats are within seats. These aren't even like proper Ferris wheel like seat. What are these? Oh my god.
Crazy
Horrible.
shit has happened, and she is dangling for her life, right? And Spider-Man, he's watching this. He don't even care. He's just like, this Diet Coke really does taste like regular Coke. Wow.
Okay.
It says, tragically, the Ferris wheel malfunctioned. Her only hope of survival was help from a superhero. But sadly, due to his conservative leanings, Spider-Man had been canceled. Oh, no!
Spider-Man had been canceled?
Think about that for a second, libs.
Yeah, think about that, libs. Spider-Man was kind of conservative, I guess. Said nobody ever, and thus he was canceled.
You know, one day you'll be on a Ferris wheel about to plunge to your death, and Spider-Man, you know, he could help you.
But he got canceled.
He just doesn't even give a shit anymore because he's been canceled, dude. First of all the superheroes to decide that like they must be conservative, Spider-Man. I don't know, dude. I feel like the Spider-Man is one of the.
Spider-Man's fucking progressive by all depictions. I don't even really think he has like any politics, as far as I'm aware. At least not that I'm really recognized. I mean, he's just kind of like the dude that just generally kind of like helps people. Like, I guess just the fact that he's kind of like, from a up and rough and gruff, childhood a little bit, high schooler basically, or I guess college kid if you think of the Peter Parker with, Tobey Maguire. So it's just like, I mean, I don't know, like, it's like, all in all, I mean, as far as I'm aware, there isn't really like, a strong, like, political leaning one way or the other with him. I mean, I don't, at least as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't really have, like, a staunch set of politics, really. I mean, it's like, I'm sure he does, I guess, in a sense of, like, how he is as a superhero and as a character, but it's not, like, the main thing about him. But they're all be good and leave the world a better place than you found it. Which is pretty, vague politics, honestly. I mean, which I guess, granted, are more progressive leading for sure. All based on his uncles. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, there is, like, a sense of at least, his politics is, like, at least trying to hold people accountable and, kind of like, in a way, it's also kind of like the outdoorsman rule a little bit, where it's like, if you go camping, only take what, like, basically, like, leave it as you left it type of thing, or, like, leave it even better, than you left it. So if, like, you find trash when you show up to a campsite and, pick that up as well as your own type of thing, just that type of shit, so it's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess on a broader level, I mean, it's broadly, leaning progressive, to a sense, but it's not really, like, strongly leaning, in towards that thing, because you could kind of refer a lot of different, elements of politics towards, that broad phrase of just, leave a world better than you left it type of thing, you know what I mean?
Ones I would least consider to be even vaguely...
I mean, because honestly, you can infer a very far left idea of that, but you can also infer kind of like, a slight, sock down progressive idea about that. I mean, you can kind of infer different ideas from it.
Right wing, but whatever. And, like, even if Spider-Man was canceled... Why would that stop him from doing superhero shit? Like,
if anything, wouldn't Spider-Man also be trying, like, 3 times as hard, to be doing superhero shit so he can redeem himself?
Spider-Man doesn't help.
The worst Spider-Man arc was he traded his marriage to the devil for his old gonna die in a few years anyway aunt. Damn.
Because he's trying to win a popularity contest. He does it because he's genuinely good, right? So, I don't get it. I mean, it's fucking weird to me.
This is
I want to write good stories with female leads when I'm so critical of pandering garbage like Captain Marvel and She-Hulk to learn what not to do. I mean, that's fine. You want to look at something like that and say...
I mean, honestly, that's a very fair, like, criticism for, like, I guess what would be, like, quote-unquote, like, woke, like woke scoldy, like, you know, Mary Sue type of characters and shit. It's just like, you know, look at those characters, you know, take what's wrong with them and actually make those type of flaws into actual, like, strong traits and actually make them, you know, into legitimate good characters and develop those things. Instead of just like, oh, invisible protagonists with, like, plot armor left and right and just can do anything, you know? So it's like, yeah. I mean, that's, honestly, that should just be for, like, any character, really. It's like, you know, if there's, like, you know, a series or a show that has a character that's just, like, horribly done, like She-Hulk or fucking, you know, Captain Marvel, which I haven't seen She-Hulk or Captain Marvel myself, so whatever. I don't really, you know, like, my thing is, like, you know, She-Hulk just doesn't look like the She-Hulk, honestly. She just looks like, you know, those green aliens, the Orions from Star Trek, basically. She just looks like that. It's just like, I mean, if anything, wouldn't it be more, quote, feminine to make her, like, more of a stronger, like, you know, like, strong woman type and shit, instead of just, like, basically a Star Trek Orion, you know, like, female lady, basically. It's just like, maybe they changed it, maybe they fixed it up a little bit, I don't know, I haven't seen it, like I said, but I don't know. She looks yummy and I mean, I'm sure she's still attractive, but I don't know, like I said, I mean, you know, I probably got my criticisms of it, you know, if I were to watch it, for sure, but, like, whatever, like, it's not that big of a deal to me, and honestly, you know, like I said, you know, it's like, you know, maybe, you know, like, I can look at flaws like that, and, you know, try to emulate a better character, you know, that is a more, like, you know, just, like, better, stronger, developed, female type of protagonist.
Sucks, I want to do the opposite, I don't really care. As far as I'm concerned, you're doing what someone's supposed to do in that instance, which is, hey, you don't like what's being made, make your own thing that does represent what you like. So here's a meme. This is what feminists think the gender war is and what it really is. So
nailed them.
Here you see, like, the feminist
superhero,
fat, you know, businessman,
the boomer,
and you know, over here you see
the fat businessman,
you know,
the boomer businessman
actually has the in this instance far more fat feminist, you know, on a leash, and notice that his nose has been made a lot bigger. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what they're trying to say with that.
Oh my god, I just saw that. Oof. Probably a little bit of a dog whistle, if you know what I mean. Some JQ stuff.
Versus the American family.
The white American family.
And a daddy and two little kids just trying to live their best life.
Wow.
But his rabbit, this businessman.
This, you know, this very particular businessman with these woke liberal agenda, wink, wink, you know, is just trying to take out this, like, good traditional white American family. Oh, how dare they.
Nose.
So I wonder what that sounds like.
Big, fat, leashed feminist.
Wow, dude.
Destroy their family
what a meme.
Unit or whatever the hell. And that's how it really works, you know? Like, okay. Good stuff, good stuff.
Good JQ shit there, brother.
Here's an Andrew Tate meme.
Oh my god. What is going on in this one?
This conservatives wanted this to come across like a like an anti, I guess, left meme or something.
Oh, Andrew Tate rots in SL. OMG, me too.
And then she's like, oh my god, me too. And then in the last panel, she's pegging him.
Fuck yeah, dude. Getting pegged? Nice. Hell yeah.
I'm looking at that like...
Talking to Tri-County CSMC. You think this is Tri-County? Honestly, it might as well be. This is 3.2. This is dog shit. I got robbed. I decided to grab something new because it didn't really have what I wanted, so I grabbed these, and I realized they're 3.2, and it's a ripoff. It barely feels shit.
Yeah. I mean, everything about that, yeah.
They taste good, though.
Bring it on, you know? Like, holy shit. Am I supposed to...
Seagrams. The Seagrams escapes.
Against this?
These things...
Be like, oh, man. Don't be like that guy.
They taste good, though.
Come on, whoever did this is definitely projecting, right? Here's a little PSA. This one I think actually I don't know if this is a right wing.
What the fuck?
But it's really stupid. I think this is just like some dumb left eating the left kind of shit.
I'm pretty sure this is a right-wing grip
Or maybe
thing.
it's
a right-wing psyop.
Some right-wing ops shit, but
Why people can't be trans?
White people can't be trans. You know that?
Said nobody ever.
Transgenderism is inherently a creation of black and brown culture.
Oh my god, no. Like, this is, like, insane. Like, this is a right-wing psyop. I 100% believe it. No, I refuse to believe it otherwise. Like, just because, like, I mean, I literally have never, ever fucking heard that before from literally anybody ever. Like, no way that's real. It's not real. Dude, this is a right-wing psyop, dude. I mean, maybe I'm just, got more of the conspiratorial-minded, sense about things every now and then and shit. But, like, dude, I mean, this has to be a right-wing psyop. Like, a right-wing psyop trying to make the left look ridiculously, like, hyper-woke, where it's like, oh, white people can't be this or that and shit. Oh, look, like, the plight of the white man and all this other shit. So, dude, it's definitely a right-wing psyop.
Genders as a BIPOC is a toxic form of colonization and erasure. So all of you white trans folk, knock it off, you guys. Yeah, this is definitely an op. It's definitely one of these fucking...
Dude, this is a psyop. 100.
Ops that people do, like, oh yeah, we'll disseminate.
Oh, you want to see my new pin?
Throw them
I got a pin today.
Loop.
It's new and nice. I like it.
This is 100% some stupid op bullshit.
Psyop shit.
This is not really a meme, but this is a funny little... You guys might have seen this.
Fuck, I've had enough transgenders that are worse than Hitler. What?
This dude here, Stannis, whatever. It's I guess some kind of communist shit. Because he got a little hammer and sickle. I don't know who the fuck it is. He got a check mark. That doesn't mean anything anymore, does it? Fuck it. I've had enough. Transgenders are worse than Hitler.
Nailed it. Nailed them, bro. Owned. Trans people everywhere has been owned.
A few weeks ago, I compared the LGBT narrative to Nazism, and it went viral. I was doxxed. They told my girlfriend and the company I work for. Now my current job found out via a background check or something, and they're going to fire me.
It's just like, oh, you said a horrible, shitty fucking take that you said, like, trans people are somehow worse than Hitler, which is just insane. And just literally insane. And, yeah, you're just all, like, freaked out. And compared the LGBT, quote, narrative to Nazism, I'm like, oh my god, that's like some Tulsi Gabbard shit, bro.
Man. Dude, so wait, your evidence that transgenders are worse than Hitler is a few weeks ago you already said they're basically Hitler? You're just like, yeah, they're Nazis. Trans people are really basically the same thing as Nazis, man. You know how that goes. Like, okay.
Cuckoo.
Good stuff. Yeah, I have no idea who the fuck this dude is.
A psycho.
But, I guess he's about to lose a job, so, I take my hat off to him, but I don't want to. So yeah, this is you guys have seen this sort of body language shit.
Oh god, it's a body language psyop.
What's really
psychoanalysis
going on in situations based on body language?
Not smiling, not leaning.
Will Smith, right?
Legs open, untamed pussy,
her, leaning into her. And he's got his legs crossed, got his hands over his cock because he's experiencing what they call in the industry
cock shame.
Right? And that's why, he's got
what?
A little patchy ass dotted line, almost like he's perforated down the fucking center. But look at her. It's totally straight. I mean, actually, no, the line should probably be a little bit that way. But hey, whatever. She's not smiling at all. She means business. She's not leaning at all. She means business. Her legs are wide open because she's got an untamed pussy.
Wow, dude.
She's letting you know.
Dude, this is like some incel shit. Like,
No.
this is straight up like some weird, like, incel, like, psychoanalysis shit where it's like, see, this is what happens when the untamed woman asserts the dominance, and this is what happens when you let, women take control, and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. It's like some shit like that.
Just letting you know, my cock is shamed. Cock
Fuck am I watching? Just sad right-toid memes, like literally Z-list cringe tier right-wing memes.
That's how it goes. Was this before?
We were kind of checking out TJ, we saw him streaming, and we're just kind of going into right into the memes. This is Saudi Arabian propaganda. Close. This is American conservative slash far right slash incel slash JQ propaganda shit.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
So pretty much.
So Blair White.
Oh my god! Look at it! She has it! She's all in a bikini with a gun.
Trans and
Oh my god, if you see a bulge in a conservative woman's pants, it's a gun. If you see a bulge in a liberal woman's pants, it's a penis. Oh my god. This is some content, bro. Dude, this is based. I love this. This is awesome. Dude, Blair White is just fucking amazing. And I say that sarcastically, by the way. I'm not being serious, but goddamn, dude.
And it's a pretty decent tuck game. Did the whole meme, if you see a bulge in a conservative pants, it's a gun. See a bulge in a liberal woman's pants, it's a penis. Really weird considering she does have a penis, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, she kind of does a little bit. Blair White's kind of hot for a dumb conservative. I mean, yeah, she's hot, but whatever.
This guy's
she's still
you
dumb.
Are a man with a penis and mentally ill.
Oh my god. This weird dude, Ib, does not even care. He's just like, nah, you're still a trans woman, so you're still man, actually, so you're a penis and mentally ill, you psycho bitch. We will never accept you into the fold.
Ain't digging it. Here's another
oh my god.
Blair White. Meme through it. I'm not like the other trans, right, guys? I won't respect your pronouns, Wokey, but mine are she, her, okay? Liberal women have a penis. I have a gun. Literally has a penis. America, constant validation fishing from 60-plus-year-old conserva boomers. Strongest tuck game on earth. Hey, they're right.
Strongest tuck game on earth.
Photoshop plus Facetune plus FaceApp plus filters. Selective poses to hide giant man hands and feet. Lol, did you hear the joke about how liberal women have penises? Is probably going to launch an OnlyFans in the next 6 months. Dude.
Wow.
It's so funny that Blair White chooses to exist in this space where
people hate her.
The target audience that she's going for fucking revile her. And just view her as this horrible Frankenstein monster creation, even though she basically, as far as passing is pretty much flawless, right? So, but yet this is how they still see her.
They still see her as some man that is mentally ill and flawed inside and needs to just correct his ways and go with God. That's what they see Blair White as.
And
they just see Blair White as just some sort of literally no different than any other trans person or drag queen or whatever the fuck. She in their eyes she's literally no different. And yes, she wants to enable and advocate and push their fucking propaganda and galvanize, more of their shit and just, continue the same fucking cycle.
Reap what you sow, I guess, this is the person you want to fucking hang out with, huh?
Yeah.
You'd rather fucking hang out with the people who see you like this than the people who fucking would treat you like a human being. Okay. Look at her profile pic, zero self-awareness, I know, right? This is an Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Garfield
I love
meme.
Mondays. Back to work site.
Muscular Garfield.
Ah! No! Get back to the Garfield. I want to see the Garfield. We're seeing a video, but we'll check that out later. I want that Garfield, bitch. Where's that Garfield? Give me that Garfield.
Right.
Whoa, hold up.
I've seen the shitting dick nipples and so on and so forth, and this is definitely the worst goddamn thing I've ever seen.
I love Mondays. Back on the work site. No more nagging wife. No worker has ever said that, bruh. This is like literally some 1970s tier boomer fucking meme, dude. 1970s era tier meme of just like, yep, I love Mondays because I don't have to deal with the bitch and wife, and it's the one time where I can be sober and actually enjoy the life. Because when I'm home, I'm just drinking and getting nagged by the damn wife who won't shut up and make me my food. It's just like, it's like, what the fuck? Hey, guess what? Not only does Garfield hate Mondays, but literally everybody else that has to work a 9 to 5 Monday for Friday and, this type of shit also fucking hate Mondays. I also hate Mondays, even though, well, my Mondays sometimes are technically my Fridays. But I still hate them.
I love Mondays. Back on the work site, no more nagging wife. Disturbingly accurate.
No, it's not. Disturbingly inaccurate.
Didn't your wife leave you for a trans woman? Didn't that happen? Was that a thing? I think that happened.
It's so sad that Elon Musk had a nagging wife that left him for a trans woman. Good on her, though. Because this guy is nothing but a fucking sleazy ass little rat bag fucking hag himself, dude.
So you don't have to worry. You're free.
What a horrible generation. You don't get it, old man. What a horrible generation. You don't get it, father. Okay.
This one's interesting, right? Okay.
Okay. Dude, I see these every now and then, honestly.
So, it just goes down the line, right?
So you got like World War II / Korean War, Vietnam, right?
Generation, you don't get it, old man.
And then you got Vietnam, and then you got like the Gulf War / Iraq, right?
Generation, you don't get it, father. What a horrible generation. You don't get it, dad.
And it's basically, fucking, like Iraq, Afghanistan, and now we got this.
What a horrible generation. Harder, daddy. Ooh, ooh.
Okay, this one is actually kind of funny. Oh my god. I mean, I find this funny, but not for what they think it is. I just find it funny just because it's like, this is what they actually think. I mean, maybe you could blame, like, I don't know, like, everything else besides the fact that people have, like, sexual preferences.
This meme is that the guy who made this
hard times breed hard men while easy times breed soft men nonsense. It's just so bullshit because it's like, throughout history, through hard times there's always been soft men, and through soft times there's always been hard men too. Like, I mean, it goes both ways. Like, there's never been a time where everything is just nice and easy, and then there's a time where nothing is easy and it's all just hard and fucking rough. Like, has there been times in human history where things have been generally way harder than usual, in comparison to, the previous 100 years, given their contemporary time? Sure, probably, yes, in all honesty. And the same can be argued for today in a way. It's like, arguably, like 50 years ago, things are, probably better in comparison to today, obviously, in various different things. So all in all, it's like, yeah, there could be degrees of how things are bad or worse or good or better, give or take, and this and that, but, like, I mean, all in all, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, those times somehow breed, like, harder or softer men, depending on if they were easier or harder, during those generations. It's just bullshit.
He wants to fuck his son. That's what I got from it. I don't know if you guys are taking away something else from it, but that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, honestly, what I get out of this meme is that, like, conservatives in, like, the right wing kind of have a weird incest fetish, which they really kind of do, frankly. I mean, no kink shame intended, but, like, I mean, their shit isn't necessarily just strictly a kink, though. Like, theirs is, like, some weird fucking, like moral, like, authoritative, like, higher ground, objective, like, idea of, like, what's good and what's wrong, and they... Yeah, like, and that's where it's like, it's not necessarily kink, you know what I mean?
I agree.
So, fuck that.
Alright. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but aside from, every once in a while, the right wing will take a breath and stop hating on trans people long enough to hate childless women.
What the fuck?
It's like their other target of vitriol at the moment. And here's a meme where it's like, if I had kids, I couldn't be so spontaneous. I mean, right now, I could theoretically jump on the next plane to Paris, or hike the Appalachians, or go scuba diving. You can't just pick up and go when you have kids. and I don't like the feeling of being tied down, but
True.
meanwhile, she's
Let me just sit on the couch and be big and eat a bunch of pizza and watch TV.
that bitch eating pizza. Whoa.
Whoa, nailed them.
Her.
Owned. It's like, hey, you know, maybe if you just take one snippet, you know, one snapshot of somebody's life like this, yeah, maybe you can own the libs, but hey, what if she just came back from a trip to Paris, you stupid fuck, you know what I mean? What if she's taking a break because, you know, she's, you know, kind of regenerating herself after a nice vacation from Paris? You don't know that.
Here's the thing. Yeah, I could do all those things, or I could be a fat fuck eating pizza, you know?
Or it could be both.
Either one is valid. I don't fucking... like, no one...
Hey, maybe she decided to go on a hike yesterday. Maybe this lady right here decided to go on a hike yesterday. And she was like, you know what, today's going to be my relaxation and cheat day. You know, and I'm going to sit around, you know, kind of relax, have some pizza and stuff, and let it be my cheat day. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I love it that, like, you know, with these memes, there's always, like, a snapshot of, like, hypothetically, you know, the life of somebody that makes, like, these claims or whatever. And it's just like, and it's just somehow, like, an entire monolith or somehow, like, just a total, you know, summary of one's life. And it's like, frankly, like, I mean, especially because they do streams a lot in the garage and shit, you know, for a lot of people, like, especially if you just sit me with a single frame, you know, sitting here and shit, it looks like I just smoke weed all fucking day in here. But, like, that ain't the case. You know, it's like I'm doing other shit, walking my dog, you know, got work to do hikes every now and then during the springs and summer times, you know, go raft occasionally, go to concerts. I mean, I'm doing shit going out there. It's not every day, though. I have, like, you know, relaxation and fuck off days and shit, too. So it's just like, I mean, no matter what, you can find a snapshot of somebody in their life, and either they could look like the most athletic looking motherfucker out there, you know, going hikes all the damn time, being like, yeah, you know, like on the trail or some shit or rafting, or they could look like a lazy son of a bitch at the same time, you know, either later that night or the next day because, you know, it's like they're winding down or something, you know what I mean? It's just so ridiculous.
Justify the reasons for not wanting kids to your ass. No one needs to have
and also the funny thing is, like, the whole text of everything, you know, of like, oh, I don't want to feel being tied down, is still true despite the fucking image. Because, yeah, you don't want to be tied down having to take care of kids if, yeah, if you want to have your day just being spent, you know, just, you know, sitting on the couch eating some pizzas one day. Like, I mean, because you can't really do that if you have to watch over the kids, you know what I mean? You know, like, so... I mean, it's like this meme is like unintentionally like good. Like, you know, I mean, maybe the image isn't necessarily the best, but so what? Still proves the point.
Not to have kids.
Ignore if I'm gonna adopt 6 children, 3 males, 3 females. No.
I don't fucking want to is reason enough. Oh, but you're not contributing to... Yeah, I'm not contributing to overpopulation. There's plenty of fucking people, alright? Even if you don't believe in overpopulation, I mean, first of all, you're a fucking idiot and an unscientific fucking moron.
True.
But... putting that aside, even if you don't believe in overpopulation, surely you can at least agree that we don't necessarily need more people at this point. We got plenty. It seems like we got a pretty healthy representative sample of human beings on the planet at this juncture, and I think we're fine kind of leveling off at this point. In fact, I would be fine with a little bit of reduction, and, you know, I don't know, maybe a lot.
A lot of reduction, I tend to agree.
But that woman has 5 kids. That's another thing, is like fucking housewives and shit in the few families that can still afford to have something like a housewife, where like, you know, a father's income can still support the family. Like, they don't fucking sit on their fat ass eating pizza. People who have kids don't fucking sit on the couch watching TV and eating fucking pizza. I believe they fucking do. So here's a weird one, man.
The Good Reset?
I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is...
Okay, this is gonna be some, like, weird Nazi shit. That's just gonna be my first guess. Like, considering the weird, like, art a little bit, this feels so weird, man.
Right-wing meme.
I feel weird looking at this.
But here's... I guess this is the world they think they're fighting for?
Which is, like, a nice, environmentally friendly green paradise of just vibes and a singular tree, I guess.
So, what do you got here? You got clear skies. No, you guys are against pretty much any environmental regulation. You guys, like, when your politicians are in power, they gut the EPA. So, clear skies, no. You're gonna have smoggy skies. Naturally controlled CO2 levels. you can't really naturally control CO2 levels when there's massive CO2 emissions happening.
Yes.
No EMF waves. Okay. Shrinking cities. Why? No turbines. Okay, well, what's powering?
Okay, yeah, what's powering shit? No turbines.
Clean water.
Which the right wing is never like. This is like okay, it's not weird Nazi shit, but this is just like literally the exact opposite.
Like they think that you can just
saying this man, why motivation, man? Just me why do shit. You're fine, man.
Politicians that gut environmental regulations.
At least you know. At the end of the day, I mean, there's at least something motivating you. Even if it is me, or even if it wasn't, that's at least a start.
But somehow, magically, that's gonna lead.
That's the first start, of at least getting yourself like more empowered and shit. It's just at least having something to motivate you.
Environment, open church. Okay, we still have that. Books.
Ew.
Those exist still.
And if anything, the right wing wants to ban books. They don't want those existing.
A man, those are still a thing.
Yeah.
Locally produced, chemical-free food.
That's what like the lefty hippie dippy types are all about.
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay with risk. So the kid's allowed to climb a tree, I guess.
I was allowed to climb trees as a kid, and kids are still allowed to climb trees. Like I was, like a couple weeks earlier when I was walking my dog and I was at one of the parks hanging out. There was some kids playing around and shit, and a lot of them were taking risks as well. Playing on the jungle gyms and shit. Like, one of the kids was, like, climbing on the fucking, like, tunnel slide for some reason. I did that, too, as a kid, honestly. So, it's just, like, all in all, but it's, like, like, I mean, for me, it's just, like, well, why, like, as far as I'm concerned, kids are still allowed to take risks. I know you disagree, but conservatives don't want wind turbines everywhere, so why not to nuclear energy, or is that too progressive for them? I think, well, I don't know. Like, I think, like, nuclear energy seems to be something that, like, like a lot of people just across the board seem to be more in favor of. I mean, I guess they mean no turbines, so thus maybe there's, like, a nuclear power plant behind the tree or something. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I'm not like inherently entirely against nuclear. I'm just against the current, like nuclear turbine tech at the point, right now. But like when we develop, I think it's a fusion. I know we have fusion, but at least when it comes to fusion, once we start developing that, to be a little bit more commercially viable, which I think, can happen in the next, like decade or so, potentially, then, I'd be okay with that, because it's pretty much like, from what I understand, like almost no, like, possibility of at least, like, failures when it comes to, the energy production that comes from that stuff. And if anything, actually, there tends to be, like, kind of a natural fail-safe in a way when it comes to it, from what I understand. I don't totally get it, but I think it's because instead of how we currently do it, which is splitting atoms, you're fusing them together. So, that doesn't necessarily create as much of a hazard in comparison to splitting them. So, it's, so from what I understand, that's a lot, significantly more safer than, even with, the tech that we have now with nuclear technology. So I'm more in favor of that more than anything at this point. I don't want to do, like, massive research and development on that type of nuclear tech than, than anything. So, I mean, I'm not, like, entirely against it. I'm if anything, I guess I'd be a little bit more neutral with it. More cautious of it concurrently, but, a lot more in favor of, future possible production when it comes to fusion. So, like, that's kind of my position with it, really. If we had nuclear power plants ran by automated AI, possibly. I mean, I wouldn't be against it, so, I mean, possibly.
I mean, the farmers are probably not all that happy if the cities are shrinking, because that's where they sell a lot of their produce and stuff. Lots of children, functioning immune systems. What's stopping the immune systems from working now? And then,
oh, it's those vaccines that are causing those immune systems to not function properly. I guarantee you that's what they're implying with that bullshit, dude. YouTube, I'm not saying that as truth. I'm saying that is what this comic is describing. YouTube, don't fuck with me. I'm not spreading misinformation, okay? I know vaccines work and actually strengthen immune systems. Like, I'm not an idiot.
not here.
On a nuclear valve because it would likely be used to build bigger and better nukes. Well, I would say sure, but dude, we've like the things we build now are not even capable to what has been built before. You know, I'm sure you're very well aware of the Tsar Bomba, and actually that footage was released not that long ago, a couple years back, so you can actually see the footage of that thing fucking going off. And it is fucking insane. Like, that straight up actually played a major, like it blew up, I think, about 8 kilometers above ground, like, zero from, like, you know, the ocean floor level, or the ocean, like, sea level. And, basically, it's, like, the fireball was about, like, 4 kilometers and shit. And, like, literally in circumference, and the actual, like, and with that in itself, it still created a fucking crater, and it also created such a shockwave that shockwave circled around the globe, like, 4+ fucking times, and people were still feeling that, like, hours after it fucking blew and shit, because it kept circling back and forth on the fucking planet. And it also created such a shockwave as shattered glass, like, 300+ kilometers out from, like, in fucking, like, Sweden and Finland and shit. Like, I mean, that, and it was, like, I think, like, 50 megatons. And theoretically, they were wanting to make one that was 100 megatons. Which is, as you can imagine, twice the fucking size. And if anything, the pilot, or the Tu-95 crew that was, meant to launch to test the first Tsar Bomba, they were told that they literally had a coin toss chance of survival. It's like, you basically have to drop it and immediately fly the fuck out of Dodge and basically just hope for the best, because we don't know if you would survive, you know, that or not. And luckily they did, but like, the plane literally shook so much that they thought it was going to disintegrate and they would have to bail out or something. Like, they were like, you know, it was like, if they were any closer, really, they probably would have disintegrated, but the plane was far enough away where it held its integrity enough to where they could land it safely. But still, it's just like, we've already, you know, as the human species, have made shit that theoretically could just fuck this planet right up. I mean, and there's only a reason why 2 of those were ever built. One of them's displayed in the museum, the other one was tested. And there's I think theoretically there was a third one that was like, kind of made as a shell that was meant to be the 100 megaton one, but that, you know, never was completed. So I guess there's like a shell. I think so. Technically, there's 3, but third's a shell, and the second one's just a display piece now. Like, the actual, like, nuclear core of it's removed, but the rest of it's still there. So you could see the original one, and it's fucking big. Scale nukes up to planet cracker status with enough power, which is why we should be careful nuclear. Well, I think I'm talking. Well, just because of the Tsar Bomba. I mean, theoretically, that could fucking crack a planet with enough of them. Like, I'm not even kidding. If, like, one of them was able to do the amount of, like, insane damage that it did, and they launched that fucking thing, you know, as far away from any population center as possible, too, and it still had a major effect on population center areas and, like, small towns and shit. Like, I mean, it never really, like, made any radiation damage or anything like that. Like, I mean, it all kind of evaporated over time and went in the atmosphere for the most part. So, like, that wasn't really the biggest concern necessarily. But everything else about it was just like, what the fuck? Like, no one, like, NATO in the West didn't even know what the fuck it was. They were like, what the fuck was that? At first they thought it was like a meteorite. And then when they hit the USSR about it, they're like, yeah. That wasn't bomb, we promise. But they kind of had a hunch of like, okay, that was a fucking nuke. Because basically, you know, from my understanding, they were having traces of radiation in the atmosphere shortly after that, and despite it eventually dissipating, you know, so they were able to recognize that, yeah, that was a fucking bomb. And eventually, later down the line, they realized that what it actually was, and were like, oh fuck. And that was in the 60s, by the way. That was in the 1960s when the Tsar Bomba was tested. I think in 1968 or something like that, 1967, or might have been 1963. I think it might have been either the early 60s or late 60s, but either way.
are all the globalist scumbags. So I guess the idea is the globalist scumbags are all going to be killed? Or I see a lot of needles down here, so maybe the vaccine killed them. They're all stupid idiots that were like, we will take the vaccine, and then they all just die? Is that what happened? I don't know, man. So apparently this is the world they think they're fighting for.
Or is gonna happen eventually, because, well, actually, I think it might, because they all, like, there was this weird conspiracy that they were peddling, that, like, oh, anyone that takes the vaccine, they're gonna, like, die in a decade or something like that. So I think, they think in, like, the 2030s or some shit, like, there's gonna be a massive reset or something.
How voting for politics...
Oh my god, these people are just insane, dude. Like, Jesus.
That gut environmental regulations is going to lead to a beautiful, pristine environment. Somehow voting for politicians that give endless tax cuts and subsidies to the business elite is going to lead to this beautiful, idyllic society with shrinking cities and clean water and people reading books and climbing trees and...
I mean, the only thing that, is kind of accurate is probably, like, the climbing trees and having a bunch of kids and all that shit. But, like, the clean air, the clean water and all that shit, like, hell no. That's, like, the antithesis is what's going to happen if their little idyllic world were to happen like this. There would literally be, like, smog everywhere. Like, there wouldn't even be a tree to be able to, like, survive because it just suffocates to death. Like, I mean, it would just be, like, a hellscape, basically. Like, there ain't no way of fucking hell that they would, like, have half of this fucking shit. Like, they'd all be sitting out there with fucking hazmat suits being like, God damn, where'd we go wrong?
Better immune systems magically, I guess? I don't know. Is that Bill Gates as a corpse? Yeah, I think it is. I don't know. Or maybe it's somebody. It's some kind of nerd, right?
I think it's meant to be like Fauci or something. A Fauci skeleton.
I have no idea.
I don't know. So stupid.
Alright, so this one I really like. This is a history of U.S.
Wait, what the fuck? History of U.S. presidents. Just blank faces. And then there's a communism, cool shades, and then clown. Oh my god, they think Obama's a communist, and then Trump's the cool shades guy, and then he got a clown for oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? They thought Obama's a commie? No, dude, no way.
That's right.
Hey, wait, why is Reagan not, like, got the cool shades? Why not Bush, either? Like, that'd be Bush right there, then there's Clinton, then that'd be H.W. Yeah, so this guy, yeah, that, like, corner one right there, that should be Reagan, so why ain't he the cool shades? What, is he not cool enough to be on the Trump level? What the fuck?
Most of history, all of our presidents were just
meh. No
character traits whatsoever. George Washington, nothing you can say about the guy. Abraham Lincoln, who fucking even knows? Like, the goddamn thing, right? But the last three, those are the ones we have commentary on. First, we had Obama the communist. Then we had Trump the cool, sunglasses wearing rock star. And now we got Biden the sad clown. Right? I mean, I just feel like it's so telling that they have no opinion on the vast majority of U.S. presidents throughout history. Not even the other recent ones. Like,
I know, that's what I was thinking. Like, at least not up until Reagan. Like, not even at least till then. Like, I mean, seriously?
Like, they don't have anything to say about Bush. They don't have anything to say about fucking Clinton.
Or H.W.
They don't have anything to say about any of these fucking people. It's just like, hey, the last three. That's it. That's the only commentary we got. Communist, fucking rock star, clown. That's the commentary, right? Nothing about Carter. Nothing about Reagan. Nothing about Bush. Nothing about Washington or Lincoln or any of the fucking famous presidents of history. Just
Do you think there'd be at least a cool shades guy for, like, Washington, Lincoln, Reagan, Bush, both of them, really? Like, you would, like, I mean, you would think there would, I would honestly expect the whole communist logo to be on, like, FDR's little portrait, wherever the fuck that would be in here. Because, honestly, like, out of all the presidents, he's probably, like, the closest one to that, even though he wasn't.
Yeah, I think Obama's about as far back as their memory goes, apparently.
I think it does.
These memes are making
my dad,
dumber.
at least for that's I feel like they kind of are. But at least my dad's memory goes back to like all the old days of like Reagan and stuff. Like he will still straight up like talk about him occasionally.
Aliens returning the lib they abducted after 2 hours of listening to they them explain they them's pronouns.
I feel like the aliens would probably have more of a broader understanding about that and probably identify with that way more. Like, they probably got, like, some crazy weird-ass pronouns that we couldn't even comprehend, bruh. And you think that they would just, like, nope, fuck this lib, and just, like, toss them away after that? Like, nah. If anything, they would just, like, we'll add this to our pronoun lexicon.
Okay. Here it is, alright? Hey,
Ooh.
On my planet, in my society, there's sort of this, like, gender binary where people have, are divided based on their, sex organs and sexual characteristics into two distinctive behavioral classes with, that are treated differently and perceived differently by society. In recent years, this oppressive system has finally begun to break down, and I am one of those who rejects the gender binary by adopting gender-neutral they/them pronouns. And, that's the aliens might have some follow-up questions, but I feel like if they've mastered interstellar travel, they're not going to be like, "Greenberg, whoop, does not compute." Like, come on.
If anything, they would probably compete with it more. They'd probably have follow-ups and be like, what is your understandings of pronouns beyond this particular understanding that you have? What more pronouns are there within the human species that you call yourself? They'd probably honestly, literally be want to pontificate more from it, more than anything else. Like, I mean, this meme literally makes no fucking sense. They'd be more likely to do this with some weird Elmer Fudd conservative type more than anything, because it'd be like, oh god, this one's a weirdo, it's a primitive, oh no, get rid of it.
Like, I think you need to give...
Yeah, they probably, aliens would probably unironically have pronouns for the pronouns, dude. That's what I mean. They probably would have such, an insane complexity about, what pronouns are in their, sentience and consciousness and, in their society and shit, that we just wouldn't be able to comprehend it. This meme literally makes no sense. And it just implies, so many different things that are, for premises are sliding by you. Implying that, aliens have, strict binary gender / sex that they adhere to. Also implying that they have an idea about what liberalism and conservatism is. And implying that they would reject these concepts in the first place. It's just absurd. This is even more ridiculous than some of the arguments that we will have every now and then, honestly. At least you and I are having fun with it. This is just ridiculous.
Credit here, man. I don't feel like they're that fucking dumb.
They're that dumb. I'm sorry, TJ. They are literally that dumb. And what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What is this?
All right.
I swear I'm not gonna punch the Nazi first. The first Nazi I meet. Oh wait, is that meant to be a Nazi? I mean, yeah, I want to punch that one. I would just use lead. I would use, other means. I would use ranged weaponry for that one.
I love the fucking shit out of it.
Oh my god!
Some Nazi somewhere got pissed that someone said they were going to punch a Nazi, so they decided to draw this little effete, blue-haired SJW type.
I mean, to be fair, this meme has a point. I mean... It would if it implied that, every Nazi was literally some, gigantic steroid-addled fucking beefcake of a freak like this. Which is not true. Sure, you might find some Nazis or skinhead Aryan Brotherhood types that are, beefcakes and shit. But, most of them are not even remotely close to this whatsoever. They're fucking mushmelons for the most part, or little, Twinkie skinny little twigs, the supposed, lefty, that is supposed to, be over there and the left over there.
I swear, I'm gonna punch the first Nazi I meet.
It's I might be a little skinny bitch, but, this punch still got force in it, baby. I mean, I'm just saying, I want to give a fuck. And again, not for that one, I'll use my marksmanship skills for that one, in Minecraft, so, yeah.
Find him. A fucking 10-foot tall physique like the Hulk, super Nazi with razor sharp teeth.
Like you would see out of fucking Wolfenstein, dude.
Bulging fucking eyeballs. And just rippling muscle upon 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 muscle. This invincible fucking superhuman.
Say hello, you little trendy twink. No, that's the voice I imagine on this. It's like, what you gonna say about that, bitch? Say hello, bitch. Oh, yes, the human bitch, what you gonna do about that? Like, he just has this consistent, like, feral growl when he talks.
You know? And this little blue-haired SJW, you know, what are they gonna do against that? Huh? Oh, yeah. I call this piece of artwork here.
This guy's an Ubermensch. Dude, that thing is a Untermensch, dude. That, like, this fucking thing is like a weird feral behemoth, like, fucking creature of, like, the Black Lagoon, dude.
Expectation.
And I call this little video here
Reality.
Reality.
Antifa tracked down and knocked out a neo-Nazi using social media. Oh, yeah, baby! Fuck you. Get fucked, you little Nazi fuck.
Alright.
We gotta see that again.
They deserve the welfare. No, it's like...
Get fucked, you little fuck. Little bitch-ass Nazi, little twink. See, like, you think that guy's got obvious muscles? That little fucking little hagbag little bitch, you know, fucking fell like a bag of rocks, dude. All you need is just one good boom, dude. Just one good fucking clock right in their face, dude. It's okay to punch Nazis, and, you know, and there's always a good time to do it.
Alright, let's review, okay? Let's just one more time so everyone is clear on this, okay? Expectation.
Fuck a Nazi.
I swear, I'm gonna punch the first Nazi I meet.
Say hello, bitch. Hey, what you gonna do, you little liberal, little faggot?
Reality.
No, it's like...
No welfare, it's okay, it's okay. Get fucked, bitch.
Aww.
So sad.
Oh, you gotta love them. You gotta love them wacky Nazis, man. Beautiful stuff.
This is why I'm always pretty optimistic and confident and pretty okay with, you know, flexing about, you know, the Nazi scourge, you know, like I am about it. Because at the end of the day, they're a bunch of weak sauce fucking little bitches. There ain't, like, they're barely the fucking man that they ever dreamed they could ever be. Like, they're just, you know, they're nothing. You know, they're just like, you know, sad little sops of shit. And when they want to go out there and try to spread their fucking bullshit, yeah, just clock them.
Beautiful.
You know, just, unless, you know, like I said, unless it's a Nazi.
Damn stuff. I wouldn't trade it for all the gold in all the realms. No, sir.
No, sir-wee.
Bob, I would not.
I mean, do we have to also remind ourselves of the Richard Spencer punch? You know, Richard Spencer getting punched. I mean, we gotta remind ourselves of that one too. I guess that's another nice gem out there. So we're like a half an hour behind on TJ's stream. What's he doing? Yeah, let's catch up. Let's see what he's doing. Will it let me? Okay.
All of TJ's impressions are funnier with the. I go and look at some of the tweets that I'm not allowed to respond to, but maybe I would if I was able. So here's this was
Lowen Bobert.
highlighted, by the way, by Dreamleaf. This is titled "Shot Chaser." Yeah. So here's the shot. This is a screen cap of a Lauren Boebert tweet. She says, sometimes a meme says it best. Map showing the only place my taxes should go. And
Yeah, it's just the USA.
It's just...
But wait, where's Alaska? Wait, should we not put our taxes in Alaska? Alaska's not there. Like, it should be up there in the corner on the earth there, but it's not. Where's Alaska?
And Hawaii, though.
Yeah, not even Alaska or Hawaii. Fuck
I
them.
want to see... I'm surprised she included California, to be honest. I'm surprised that's not fucking cut out.
Yeah, why is the West Coast there? I mean, doesn't she want to divorce herself with the West Coast and shit? You know, like Marjorie?
This is all she wants her money to go to. The US of A.
I mean, like, I don't necessarily disagree, I guess? I mean, I still do a little bit, though. Like, yeah, I would have prefer, I'd argue that, like, our taxes should, at least, go to our domestic affairs first. But, like, at least, when it comes to, like, sending aid or, like, humanitarian efforts and all that shit, like, other forms of internationalism and shit, like, I mean, I'm not against that either. So, like, I mean, this is only, like, maybe, like, 60% correct in my mind. Like, 65%, like, generously on a good day, maybe 70%, but, like, I mean, like, I don't know. It's not totally correct.
The Chaser. You ready for the Chaser? Another Lauren Boebert tweet. Despite the best efforts of the squad, the...
Oh, wait. Oh, this is funny.
...has been funded. America will always stand with Israel.
Oh, so let's have our tax dollars go to Israel, but, our tax should go to America first. Huh? Fucking two-faced bitch.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you can see. Israel.
Our puppets stay Israel, yes.
Wait a minute now.
Prop them up with more iron domes.
Says you only want our tax dollars to go to America, but then you
Israel,
also seem to want it to go to Israel.
Curious.
I guess maybe you should have rethought this meme a little bit.
Probably should have rethought that after you took in those APAC dollars, huh?
Israel over here,
and the military-industrial complex dollars.
Those. Maybe a little Israel,
I mean, I guess Israel would be on that map, but, I mean, it's not really in a location on the globe here to where you would be able to see it. So, I mean, it can't really be displayed.
Love that shit, right? Israel.
I'm sure it would be there if it was visible.
State. Yeah, maybe you just can't see Israel because it's on the other side of the globe.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Like if this globe rotated, we'd see Israel floating there in the sea as well.
Just a little island on its own.
Yeah, conservatives contradicting themselves. Can you believe it? Can you fucking believe it?
Color me shocked.
So, here's someone complained about The Last of Us. Last of Us episode 7 was another flashback episode that did nothing to move the plot forward. 2 filler episodes in a 9-episode season. Tiskety, tisk, task, tisk, my friends.
Damn, wow.
I mean, like, come on. You know what I mean?
Priorities, though.
2 fucking filler episodes in a 9-episode season. Remember how, character motivation, world building, and character backstory is filler now? You know what I mean? Like, and what a coincidence that the 2 filler episodes happen to also be the 2 gay romance episodes. Huh.
Oh, wow, really? Convenient.
I wonder if that's one of those coincidences I keep hearing so much about, right?
I just love that these conservative chuckle fucks, like, bitch so much about media, dude. Because it's like, how in the actual, like, flying goat fuck do they, like, think that this is, like, the priorities? It's just, like, LGBT, like, filler bullshit or whatever the fuck that's, like, in media that's just there to placate and this and that or whatever the fuck. When so much about fucking media and entertainment has pretty much placated their shit for so goddamn long. You know, and also, like, all things considered, it's not even, like, that even big of a fucking deal in the first place. Like, it's just a goddamn show. It's a movie, you know, it's all this, and it's like, who cares? But this is, like, you know, the prioritization, you know, when it comes to culture war. Frankly, it makes it compatible for, like, normie ties, because to be, like, see how much they've, like, interjected the agenda, you know, down our, you know, throats and into our culture, and blah, 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 blah.
Character development? What is that? Whoever heard of such a thing? Oh, fleshing out the character's motivations and showing what impels them to make the decisions they do? Nah. Fuck that filler noise. Do something cool. Shoot somebody or something, you know?
Kill some zombies.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, like, can you imagine? Like, I didn't know the standard. I didn't know that, I mean, like, I guess you could make a half-baked case that the episode that featuring the gay romance between the two guys, the Nick Offerman guy and whoever the fucking other guy was, showing that, you could maybe make an argument it was filler because those dudes, you know, their story ends with them both, I mean, spoiler alert, dying. So that's, you know, and they don't really do anything in the series moving forward from there. So I guess you could say maybe that's filler. I would consider it kind of like world building and pretty thematically appropriate.
I would argue the same thing, frankly.
Considering that the whole show is kind of about forging human connections in this, like,
post-apocalyptic
world. But, you know, hey, whatever. But this one concerns one of the two main characters. Like, showing the backstory and, like, a pivotal, like, life event of one of the main characters in the story, arguably the main character in the story, that somehow is, filler? Like, what?
I guess to the conservatives it is, because it doesn't involve action, blood, death, and gore.
How the fuck does that work?
The good American values, though, should have in our entertainment.
Okay. And I guess, you know, here's Pim Tool. This is not the only time we'll see Tim tonight, but this
is fuck me.
Something I saw on Twitter, so that's what we're doing here.
Oh, no. I don't want it. I don't want
Twitter
it.
talk about this very same thing. Let's take a listen, see what kind of insight Tim has into the whole situation.
Friends, and I guess this guy's been alone for 2 years, so he's desperate. They end up having a gay relationship. The guy actually says, who's straight, that he's never been with a guy before, only with girls. And then they end up in a gay relationship.
Because the dude's bisexual, you fucking retard. Like, oh my god. You know, so there's a gay relationship, but one of the characters is bisexual. Like, hey, guess what? That's called character development, you retarded fucking Mongol... whatever. Oh my god. Ugh. Dude, oh my god, Tim Pool, Jesus Christ. I know technically Mongol might be seen as, like, the original or whatever, but I don't know, like, god damn it. Like, I mean, this son of a bitch right here is just way too fucking
Actually show a gay sex scene. It's not graphic or anything, but it's like...
Honestly, I don't really necessarily see it as racial myself, personally. I just kind of see it like a more, like, you know, not as used term for basically just, like, someone's, like, an outright stupid fucking moron to the point they're just, you know, just beyond comprehension.
I guess, you know, not...
Okay, I guess. I mean, I jerked off to it, you know? I mean, it was okay. I had a little fap and stuff, and I mean, it was a beautiful love story about forging, you know, human connections.
Has only been seen eating chocolate ice cream, but now he's eating strawberry ice cream. Hashtag boycott.
In the darkest of times, and how, you know...
Boycott! Cancel him!
The capacity to find love and, you know, with your fellow human beings is, you know, maybe that transcends even the most dire of circumstances and says something about the human condition or something, and I don't know, maybe that's like the whole theme of the fucking show or something, I don't know, but dude, Tim Pool is such a goddamn chuckle fuck son of a bitch. If he ever does re-extend the invitation for me to come on his show, I'm gonna fucking start by tearing that dumbass beanie off his head.
Please
That's
do.
the first thing we do.
Please.
Go over there, I'm gonna take his fucking beanie.
Wear it.
And we're gonna talk like that.
Yeah, wear his beanie too, TJ. Claim that hat as your own.
But the issue, I suppose, is They could have done the romance of the two men, fine, but they didn't have to make it so, like, punching you in the face over and over again. Look.
What, you mean called character development? It's like, hey, have your token gay characters, but don't have them have any development. Just let them be there and just, like, kind of let them die off eventually. There you go. What, are you not happy, LGBT people? Like, you had gay token characters, literally no development at all. They were just there, but whatever. Suck it up, I'm Pim Tool.
That's what it was. Remember that?
Because, you know, if not, you know, then they're just punching right in the fucking faces, you know, ingraining that shit into your skull, indoctrinating you with the narrative.
Like,
my God,
every
dude.
time I saw
So dramatic, bro.
on screen like that, being romantic with each other and caring about each other and being supportive and loving to each other, it was the equivalent of just like being punched in the fucking face. Like,
what a dramatic
what's wrong with
bitch,
you, dude. You got some fucking issues, Tim.
Seriously.
I mean, it's coming from the guy wearing the crown, okay? It's coming from the guy with the crown and the eyeshadow and shit. Like, you got some problems, man. You got some weird shit. What are you hiding under that beanie?
Yeah, what is he hiding?
I used to think it was just a bald head, but I think there's something weirder going on. I think there's some kind of like... Are we going to see like some kind of like alien at a fucking control station piloting your body? We're going to see some like nightmarish ratatouille rat that's pulling your hair to control you like a marionette. Like, what's going on there, Tim? The world deserves to know. I'm tearing that fucking beanie off your head.
Dude, the world deserves to fucking know. TJ, do it. You would make fucking news, brother. Do it, TJ. TJ, do it. It is the divine destiny of the universe for this to happen. I need it to happen. Make it so, number one.
Your team of security
do it, TJ.
Shoots me dead afterwards. I'm gonna reveal the truth. I'm gonna reveal.
He's gonna reveal the truth.
Goddamn. That goddamn beanie, because it's something horrible. Something nightmarish.
Here's the response. They're gonna say, they do shows all the time where straight couples bang, and it's like Game of...
That wasn't even the response. The response was, it's weird that you feel like seeing a gay couple is like being punched in the...
You know I don't want to live anymore. What's wrong, buddy? Come over to my pad. What's wrong, bro?
That's weird. I don't care. I'm not even going to do the tit for tat like they show straight, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, they do. Fair point, I guess. But that wasn't my initial reaction. Tim the Pool Man Taylor, huh? Cool.
Thrones had both. You know, like it had, you know. But, like, out of all of the episodes of Game of Thrones, it doesn't feel like...
Whoa. Whoa. What happened here? What happened here? Damn, TJ.
Like 30% of the show. It had all the time where straight couples bang, and it's like Game of Thrones had both.
Straight couples bang? Is that all you care about, is just the banging, by the way? Like, nothing else they did in that entire...
Hey, Tim Pool, if you want to watch, like, straight couples bang, it's called Pornhub, my guy.
Meant
like, what?
To you as a viewer watching the show, you're just like, huh, they banged.
They always have to go to extreme. It's like, yeah, like, I mean, you know, they have, like, you know, some sort of, like, you know, scene where they bang, bruh. It's like, come on. It's like, I mean, it's like, if you want to, like, you do realize that if you really want to see that shit, it's like, it's called the Hub. And for two, like, I mean, sometimes, like, media and shows and movies have, like, you know, tasteful, like, sex, you know, when it comes to, like, the art of the, you know, scene, you know, being created and shit. Like, you know, like a Game of Thrones, like it was referencing. Like, there's a lot of it, too, by the way. And also, one thing he failed to mention is that a lot of that, you know, gay and straight banging that's going on in that show, a lot of it's kind of very, literally incestual as fuck. He's having real life sex in the front room. Oh my god, tell him to shut the hell up then. And why is he doing it in the front room? Like, he has his own goddamn fucking room, bro. What's wrong with him? Like, just barge out and be like, shut the hell up, I'm literally in my room, like, or, yeah, dude, yeah, like, you should literally barge in and be like, god damn it, shut the hell up, I'm out of here, and just, like, or something, like, yeah, just come over here or something, like, get away from that, oh my god, dude.
I mean, personally, I think it was a bit gratuitous.
Hey, they really
Yeah.
just punched us in the face with it. But okay.
You know, like it had, you know, but like out of all of the episodes of Game of Thrones, it doesn't feel like 30%
I'm on the
of
house
the
work
show
I'm doing,
was
and man,
dedicated
that
to
shit
gay
gets brutal.
relationships.
Damn.
Oh no. A different show chose to do something different with a different subject matter. Holy shit. Weird.
I guess my point is like, there's the relationship between Joel and Tess. Tess is dead, and that's like heterosexual, normal, whatever. And then the rest of the show, you actually just have, for the most part, a lot of relationships, and a lot of them are gay. You know?
Oh man. Pretty scary stuff, huh?
Oh, God, so
what's
scary.
going on there, you know?
Spooky gay sex, oh
creepy.
no.
You know what I mean? Here's my point. I'll watch
Here's my point. I don't have a point.
the show. I don't care about it. I understand that.
So you don't have a point.
You know, a friend of mine who's gay said that she wanted to watch a show that like related to her, and I'm like, oh, that I respect. You know, clearly I've got shows that I can watch with.
In respect, you know, I really don't actually have respect. Fuck her anyway, but yeah, you know, same. Blah, blah, blah.
So is that it? Is that it? All that just for you to arrive at the conclusion of like, yeah, man, I guess that makes sense that gay people want to watch stuff that, you know, represents them sometimes too, I guess. Guess that makes sense, you know?
Makes sense, I suppose. You know, whatever.
And what was all that shit before that for then? Okay.
There's like heterosexual couples. I'll make one for you. The only point I'm bringing up is
Do it.
it's a little heavy. That's the point. It's like very, very heavy.
So is a lot of the straight sex and straight couple bullshit that happens in entertainment and media. Not that I really have a problem with it, but like, I mean, if that's allowed and normalized to be all hot and heavy and shit, then why can't, like, you know, gay or bisexual, like, relationships, you know, be the same thing, you fucking dingbat?
Fucking what?
I want your beanie to be ripped off your
So
fuck head
what?
so much, goddammit, Toothpill.
I mean, like, it's been
The world must know.
in so many fucking properties. Fucking for the majority of cinematic and television history. It's been light to non-existent. So, you know, I don't know, it's kind of cool that it's heavy.
They could have had them like hold hands or something. All they did really was like kiss, and that's like a theme of the show. But it just feels really.
Oh, man.
Oh man, they kiss so hot and heavy. Oh my god. They really just are punching it down your fucking throat when they're just like, you know, kissing occasionally. Oh my god. Fuck you, Timple, you sad little insecure bitch.
I'm okay with that, like, tokenistic, like, maybe they hold hands or something, but, like, focusing on it so much just, like, makes me humanize them in a really uncomfortable way that challenges my biases and bigotry. And I'm just not into that kind of shit, man, you know? Like, ugh, don't do that, show.
When they do stuff like this, it is meant to push an ideology or narrative instead of tell a story. That's the problem I have.
Isn't like every show in every like form of media in one way or another telling like some sort of a commentary? Like, isn't not everything, you know, when it comes to entertainment there, dimbull, you dumb fuck?
No, you're such a dumbass fuck. There's no, I mean, you're the one putting a political dimension to it. They're just trying to tell a goddamn love story. It happens to be a gay one. Then you decide, oh man.
Since something else, I'm either gonna come in a box or a crepe, not sure. Don't open it, call me when it shows up. Okay. I'll at least make sure it's inside the house, though.
The political dimension of this, because for me, gays are an issue. Well, they're not a fucking issue. They shouldn't have to be an issue. No one should have to live their life as fodder for your stupid ass fucking politics. You dumb beanie wearing fucking fruitcake piece of shit. As far as I'm concerned, you're fucking gayer than anything that has ever happened on The Last of Us. But you're not cool 2023 gay. You're lame-ass 90s gay. Back when it was a pejorative that just meant you're a little wussy, sissy bitch boy. And, I don't mean any of that in a good way either. You know? I mean that, like, you look very punchable, and I'm pretty sure that it would be fun to punch you in the face. That's what I'm really saying. Okay? There you go.
It's base and true. Dimple's the kind of person who acts like if someone spills something, it's literally all over the floor. It's just a fucking splash guy, a couple paper towels. Oh my god, he would be that guy. Dude, he's such an overdramatic little fucking bitch, man. Like, I know I add, like, some melodrama occasionally, you know, to some shit, but, like, that's because I do that, you know, to add a little flair for, you know, stream's sake, you know, but, like, normally I'm just like, alright, well, that happened, you know, but it's just, like, for fuck's sake, man, like, this dude is, like, the most melodramatic, like, fucking, like, drama queen motherfucker I've ever seen, dude. Like, what's with conservatives being, like, the biggest fucking drama queens? Like, seriously. Like, I mean, it used to be, like, oh, like, all the Wolf Skulls were and shit. Yeah, sure, there's still some out there that are, like, you know, little drama queens and shit, you know, whatever the fuck, and being melodramatic about different things. But, like, oh my god, like, these fucking conservatives just, like, take the goddamn fucking cake at this point. It's like, Jesus Christ, they're the biggest bitches I've ever seen in my fucking life at this point. God, like, you're more bitchier, fucking whinier, and fucking everything else in between than those, like, 2015 SGWs and shit. Like, Christ's sake, man.
This one pisses me off.
Fuck Kirk.
Fuck Kirk graffiti spotted outside UC Santa Barbara ahead of Charlie Kirk event. So now I gotta fucking be caught in the crossfire of this shit. I'm going about my day.
Yeah, whoever did this could have put Charlie Kirk, but no, now people like TJ. Anyone with the last name of Kirk just gets fucking sidewinded. That's bullshit. I stand in solidarity with all the Kirks that is not Charlie Kirk.
Fucking business. Trying to just live my best life, you know? And I gotta fucking walk past this fuck Kirk shit. And it's like, hey, what did I do?
Yeah.
The fuck did I do? And then I find out it wasn't something I did. It was something my cousin Charlie Kirk did. You know, he's out there talking his weird shit. Talking about how witches have cursed him or whatever the fuck nonsense it is this week. And then I gotta fucking deal with the backlash. I'm also kind of curious why, if you're gonna just show me graffiti that clearly reads fuck Kirk, why do you censor it down here?
Oh yeah.
Asterisk at K Kirk. But meanwhile, I can look up a few fucking inches and see the word fuck in all of its glory. So I don't know. Don't really get it.
Give me a chicken sandwich when I order beef. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, it's hell on them.
And then finally, I
want my money back, damn it.
Talking about some Harry Potter shit.
Oh.
And I decided, you know, I want to commentate on this. I want to know.
This motorcycle engine, I recommend using a hand. Some shit. Okay.
I want to know what's going on. So,
I'll just use my worker man hands to just lift that fucker and just, you know, slide that bitch all in there myself.
In the Harry Potter universe for magic to be kept secret from muggles, any moral character in that setting should be calling to end the divide so magic can be used to help wider society. The fact that it is never addressed is an embarrassing oversight. It's made clear in the series that magic can only be cast by those who are born magical, but it's also made clear that magic still works on muggles. Let's think about that. Let's think about just a few applications it could have for people in wider society. Magic could be used to create fully functional prosthetics that can move / used by the wearer as
Does this person actually think that, like, Harry Potter... Is this like a conspiracy,
they were
dude?
A real body part. This power is hoarded by an elite society. You can only get into by...
Oh my god, this is a conspiracy theorist that actually thinks Harry Potter magic's fucking... Oh my god, you can't be serious.
Magic can seemingly be used as a source of free renewable energy. Magic is shown to have countless medical applications, including the treatment of serious injuries. Lockhart attempts to cure Harry's broken arm with a spell. He fails, but in the attempt it implies that it is at least possible. Magic can be used for instant fast travel. Imagine this power wasn't secret. And for example, major hospitals had paramedics who were not only capable of medical magic, but could also instantly appear in your location to respond to an emergency call. Magic can be used to create livable spaces that are bigger on the inside. This could have major implications for creating affordable housing, particularly in high-density population areas. Wizards have several forms of fast travel that, as far as we're aware, could be used as alternatives to cars and blah, blah, blah. I think you guys get the idea of this, right? It goes on for quite some time. But here's my thing about this. First of all, why the fuck would the wizarding world ever want to help our stupid asses? Because, like, you get the power of magic, and then you find out you gotta use it to help a bunch of fucking non-magic plebs do shit. Fuck that. I get the power to, I'm magical. It's like, oh, you better fucking start building houses for everybody and going around curing it.
I don't know if this person thinks it's real, but have just put way too much thought into it. Dude, they put way too much thought into it. So why do people give a fuck about Harry Potter? Like, I am so, like, genuinely sick of hearing about Harry Potter now. Like, it's basically like the new Twilight in my mind at this point. I'm so done with it.
Buddy. Like, fuck that noise.
Like, even if I was, like, tangentially interested in some of this shit and I might actually be into it and stuff, like, I'm just turned off to it now. I'm so done with it.
What if the wizard...
It's not even over anything else outside of I'm just annoyed by it at this point. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Represents, like, 1 in fucking, I don't know, 600 people, or 1 in 1,000 people, or even, maybe it's even lower than that. What if it's, like, 1 in 10,000? 1 in fucking 50,000. Some crazy.
You know, it's not that bad. I mean, like I said, you know, comparing it to Twilight, I'm just so, like, emotionally just like, yeah, you know, just like, you know, repulsed by it at this point. You know, like, It's not even, like I said, over, like, some JK shit or this or that or whatever the fuck, or, like, some weird boycott thing. It's just, like, I'm just so annoyed about the weird, like, discourse over it. It's so, and shit like this, it's just, I'm so annoyed by it.
Like, super fringe minority. Is that fucking demographic of people supposed to spend their every waking minute fucking doing shit for the rest of us? I mean, not only that, let's be real here. We'd fucking kill these goddamn wizards if we knew about them. Like, look at what we do to just people like, your skin's a different color. Your gender identity is weird. You have sex with people that, you know...
Okay, I'm guessing, like, the person that made the post doesn't actually think, you know, wizard stuff is real or whatever. But, like, basically it's saying a hypothetical scenario. But, like, honestly, like, I mean, he's probably more right on it. We'd probably be like, what? They're the real secret society. We knew it. Like, they would think they're like reptilians or like the Anunnaki or some shit. They'll think like they're the real, like, you know, deep staters, you know, and shit. Oh my god, it would be probably, weirdly enough, probably like, honestly, like, probably one of the more singular, like, unifying things, you know, that humanity might, like, unify on and be like, get him! Because they'd just be like, because they would think, like, oh, well, if they actually have these powers and they, you know, we can see it and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, you know, considering that we're all, you know, still being fucked and shafted, you know, they're the real source. Scapegoat them. Get them. Like, it would definitely just, it would just devolve into that, frankly. I mean, just knowing humanity.
Come up with, like, the most ridiculous little differences we'll hate a person for. You don't think we would fucking despise and fear and revile a group of people that could literally do magic? We would fucking loathe them. It would be fucking war. It would literally be war.
We might lose it, frankly. I mean, all things considered, they could do magic. What, do you think they just won't cast a spell to just, like, make, like, bullets just, like, you know, little jelly balls or something?
Because there would be some contingent of people like, we can't trust them. It'd be like the mutants and X-Men, basically. Like, they're too powerful. They pose too much of a threat to us. We must stop them. So, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I think that's freaking stupid. You know, I get what you're saying. I get that there is maybe, like, you could talk about, like, what sort of moral obligation would the wizarding world have to the human world, but, or I guess the muggle world. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think human bigotry is too powerful, and it's not fair to expect that, you know, such a small percentage of people have to, you know, do all of the innovating. And by the way, wouldn't it kind of stunt innovation? Like, would we have really come up with the technologies that we have if we had wizards to come and just do that shit for us? It would make us at best case scenario, we would be totally reliant on a bunch of, like, bedraggled wizards that are like, fuck. I mean, can you guys stop reproducing already? This is horrible. Or, the worst case scenario is, we would just be, like, openly in conflict with them. So...
Let's go. The magic is this was cast spell the white people's memories for them. Anyone remember what we're supposed to be doing? I mean, that could be another one too, like the little memory wipe and shit. Yeah,
I agree with this.
That'd be another one.
Anyway, let's what is this? TJ, are you aware of these chud memes? Apparently, the online right is seemingly embracing the label and think gold star lesbians are interested in them. What?
What?
What happened? What is going on? I'm scared.
Oh no. What about gold star
crazy,
lesbians
I guess.
liking
I don't
them?
know.
Jesus Christ, right wingers.
I'm not really sure what any of that means, but you can feel free to send them to me.
Oh my lord.
So this was weird. I don't know what's going on here, but I feel like I need to get to the bottom of this.
I've heard an idea proposed in the cool inherent part of humans knew about magic. It became super advanced technological to combat it. I mean, yeah, it's actually, that could be a, possibility, as a rebuttal to, like, TJ, with the whole, like, technological stagnation, because at least militarily, we'd probably be, advancing, like, how do we combat this? We must figure out the source of this shit, so we can
You're a
destroy
Magneto
it.
sympathizer? I mean, I outright go for Magneto's the hero of X. I mean, yeah, he's clearly right. Like, who the fuck else is right? Charles? Fuck no. Like, that's stupid. I don't know what's going on with this. This dude, I guess, doesn't like Nina Turner.
Huh?
But I feel like this has to be bullshit. This has to be, like, some kind of hyperbole or something.
Oh, boy.
Because I just can't imagine Nina Turner going MAGA.
What?
They're saying, after being rejected by black and Jewish voters in Ohio twice, Nina Turner has gone full MAGA.
Full MAGA? What?
So, I don't know. Let's see what that's all about.
Oh my god.
And then just one more point. Yeah. For the neoliberals who say that the residents of that area deserve what they are getting because they voted for President Donald J. Trump, it is abhorrent. This is about poverty. This is about poor, working class white people who are enduring some of the same things that poor, working class black people endure, whether it's Flint, Cleveland, or Jackson, Mississippi. And so I want to lay it out that the cultist behavior in politics right now, it is a sin and a shame that when people are suffering to this magnitude, you got people who will fix their mouths, to quote my grandmother, to say that they are getting what they deserve. What they deserve is clean air, clean food, clean water. They deserve relief, both in the short term and also in the long term. And then just one.
I mean, wow, there was literally nothing wrong with anything she just said there. That was literally all based, like... but nope, gone full MAGA though. She's a full MAGA Trump supporting, son of a bitch now. She drank that Kool-Aid though. Like, I mean, like everything she said there was correct and true. Like, and like what? I'm struggling really hard to find anything to even really critique.
Oh, that was wait. That was Nina Turner? Are you sure that wasn't Trump himself? What the fuck was that?
Oh,
poor people need food?
Ron DeSantis wannabe son of a bitch.
Oh, no. Wait, so because she in a clip said that the people in it's Palestine, right? It's not pronounced Palestine. It's Palestine or something like that?
I don't know.
Anyway, the people who live there deserve to be taken care of, and like people shouldn't be like, well, they voted for Trump, so they have it coming. That doesn't make her MAGA. By the way,
do you smell that? Kind of smells like the piss mixed with shit. I think that smells gatekeeping. I think it is too, frankly. Because, like, honestly, this idea that, like, oh, those voters had it coming just because they voted one way or another. I mean, frankly, it's just like, by that logic, the people like me had it coming because now, my, congresswoman now at this point is, like, a weird Trumpy fucking crazy bitch, like Lori DeRaymer or something like that, instead of Jamie McGlow Skinner. I mean, who was basically like, someone who was openly endorsed by Bernie and, and was like basically a Bernie Crat style, like, progressive dem and shit. I mean, it's just like, and honestly, a narrow ass fucking vote. Like, I mean, it was kind of a squeaker, sadly, but either way, it's just like, oh, does that mean that, my district and my county and, and like people like me fucking deserve it and shit? No. Like, I mean, it just means that, like, hey, you know, like, there's a lot of other, like, root causations and problems, you know, to a lot of, you know, these towns and communities that get fucked. And just because they happen to vote one way or other, really, honestly, doesn't really mean too much outside of, like, the fact that, like, you know, those type of politicians will either, like, you know, deregulate and gut a lot of that type of shit, you know, or potentially just, like, you know, maybe just keep it as status quo. But either way, it's just like it's all fucking, you know, a campaign game, you know, to just galvanize them one way or the other. I mean, when it comes to a lot of this type of shit. And, you know, it's like maybe some of those people generally believe, you know, the things that are told, and some of them just, you know, want to just kind of be like, oh, yeah, this person, you know, seems good. I mean, you know, like, I mean, because there's a lot of, like, people are, like, you know, considered, like, swing voters who literally just kind of vote wherever, you know, like, they kind of feel like is better. You know, and it's just, you know, so at the end of the day, I mean, it's like, I don't really inherently, you know, blame, like, a location, a region, or people, you know, because they voted one way or the other. You know, I just, you know, see what, like, you know, kind of really, like, what their actions are, and, like, you know, what, you know, broadly, you know, like, how they, you know, generally conduct themselves when it comes to, like, politics, I guess. You know, just because, like, because honestly, I've had coworkers, you know, in the past that, you know, have said, oh, yeah, Trump was a decent president, this and that, blah, blah, blah. But, like, frankly, when it came to, like, a lot of other different political discussions and shit that I would have, you know, this type of people, frankly, you know, a lot of the things that they would be saying would technically be, you know, for all intents and purposes, saying, oh, well, fuck Trump, basically. Or, like, you know, fuck, you know, like, you know, all these presidential, you know, administrative governments and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, it's all, like, you know, not, you know, to benefit to ourselves and shit, you know, despite whatever weird little gut, you know, hunch, you know, feeling that they will have, you know, based on, you know, X, Y, or Z. So it's just like, you know, for me, it's like, yeah, you know, I kind of feel bad that they kind of got thwarted into thinking that, you know, vote for Trump or this or that, you know, is like what they thought was a better, you know, deal, I guess, you know, or the better choice. But, you know, why not just try to persuade them to not basically do that and show them, like, hey, you know, here's kind of the root of the issues and why, you know, these, you know, type of politicians are fucked, and, you know, where, you know, like, where the core root of those type of problems are, and how to at least, you know, show them a way to start, you know, kind of, you know, having a way to deal with that. But it starts locally first, yeah, at the very minimal.
Firmly in the camp of people who are, I'm not a neoliberal, but I will say that you vote for a politician like Trump, you kind of do got it coming. But then again, it's not like Biden's been any different, so I guess you got it coming no matter which of the two major parties you vote for at the end of the fucking day.
Exactly.
I guess we all have it coming by even allowing this horrible, nightmarish world to continue like this, when I feel like, yeah, humanity, we could do better than this. That's the real tragedy here. Humanity could do better than what we've done. We just, for some reason, choose not to. Or I guess we tell ourselves the lie that it's impossible. No way. This
Can't do it.
The best we could do. I don't think it is. But I don't feel like that was a MAGA talking point.
It wasn't at all.
Weird. Oh, there's a whole thread down here, too. I told you so. CNN get...
I know it might seem possible because it's very hard to refute results if people see their lives improve on certain policies, so most likely not oppose them. Yeah. I mean, frankly, there's a lot of, like, conservative types that generally rely on Social Security and shit, and when they hear about how that stuff might get gutted and this and that, they generally are like, what? Huh? They start thinking twice, and they're like, no, I don't want that. You know, so it's like when shit kind of, like, hits home for a lot of people, they suddenly start, you know, kind of changing their tune a little bit. I remember on I think it was, like, the last Onion Nuggets on Monday that Paul and TJ were doing, Paul pulled a story about how there was this guy who was, like, you know, helping border agents and shit, like, detaining and deporting illegal migrants, when he found out that his U.S. birth certificate was forged, and he was actually, you know, born, you know, in a different country. I think it was actually in Mexico. And basically, you know, when he found that out, he had a total different perspective change of, like, oh, fuck. Like, you know, I mean, some people, you know, like me, might not even fucking realize, you know, that, you know, I was basically these people, you know, and, you know, suddenly their shit, you know, their whole, you know, perspective of the world kind of, you know, shifts at least a little bit because of that. And, you know, and really a part of that, you know, kind of tragedy is that, not everyone who has those type of ideas is, going to have something like that happen in their life for them to change their tune and shit. And sometimes, those type of things would happen in their lives, and they don't anyway. Sometimes it has to happen a bunch, and so it's just like, I mean, for some people, they're a bigger wall and thicker and all that shit in comparison to a lot of other people. Sometimes it just takes one. Sometimes, for some others, it takes, multiple times to be like, hey, get it through your fucking head. Don't you see? And I was even seeing, I think it was from More Perfect Union, there's some videos about some Trump supporters, and they were basically saying it's just like, and they were, legitimately kind of making some excuse, Trump, even though they recognized that he was partially at fault for this. And, and even there it's like, yeah, I mean, frankly, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it was, Trump's administration now or Biden's or whatever. They could come down here and actually help our shit and, actually, take charge to try to help fix things here. But no one did. It's like Trump showed up, but he never really, gave that much of a fuck. Like, a lot of them, kind of saw, some of them at least kind of legit kind of saw through his fucking facade a little bit. So it's just like they recognize, even some Trump voters recognize that, like, yeah, we are being shafted, and it's a little bit more bigger than just like a two-party thing at this point. And it just, and those type of people right there, are the ones that, especially the left needs to take advantage of and be like, hey, here's the actual, like, outlets to, actually change the lives for the better, and their progressive lefty ideas. And they can get on board on those type of things. It's not impossible. Especially when it got, like, train derailments like you see in East Palestine and shit. It's just like, yeah, I mean, when shit hits the fan like that in people's, faces, whether they're a Trump voter or not, they're going to have a way different fucking tune about how their worldview is a little bit. Considering, like, the ecological, economical fucking disaster that is over there in that region. And just like the health disaster for all these fucking people that are going to be living there. Not for the people that are going to be alive now, but for people who are going to have, like, birth defects and all sorts of other shit for the next generation, being born and raised there. So it's just like, I mean, that place is fucked. And, it's at fault to the whole broader system that we have and shit, It's not necessarily inherently, like, one side or the other that, is strictly at fault for this, because it really isn't. Like, I mean, part of this was on Trump and on Biden. Like, it was both, sides of the parties in this shit that, play a major fault for this type of bullshit.
Naps on air over Democrats ignoring suffering of Americans in East Palestine because they voted for Trump. Admits quiet part out loud. Okay. So because this guy retweeted her, I guess this dude is, like, probably some kind of conservative who's like, this fits with our narrative, kind of. So basically, any talking point that you make, no matter how true, if a right-winger latches onto it, you are now a MAGA chud from now until the end of time. Nina Turner's animal...
Fuck that. Clearly the solution is being so gatekeeping that even people on our side are at our throats. Totally.
...towards the Democratic Party is alarming. Is it? The Democratic Party sucks. So that's what's going on here. This guy, Greg, and I should have known he was a piece of shit when I fucking saw his name was Greg. Because really, there's no fucking decent human being named Greg. The only name worse than Greg is Craig, which is like the downgraded evolution of Greg. Basically, Craig.
I feel bad for all the Gregs and Craigs out there.
Evolves up into Greg, but it's like shit evolving into a turd. You know what I mean? Or a turd evolving into shit. So, this guy's some kind of weird Democratic Party loyalist. Which...
Cringe.
By the way, I can't even believe those are still a thing. Like, why? Who is just mad...
Because he's a neoliberal DNC hack.
...that Nina Turner won't toe the establishment Democrat line. Like, this dude's gotta be some kind of shill or a bot or just, like, a total dipshit, right? By the way, I'm sorry if your name is Greg or Craig, okay? I'm not sorry to you, I'm sorry for you. Pity you is what I'm saying. Change your fucking name. If you were unfortunate enough to have parents so stupid that they decided to name you Craig or Greg, just change the fucking name. It's available to you. When the judge asks why you want to change your name, just say, I hate my fucking name. Your name is Greg, for fuck's sake. I mean, literally...
Oh my God.
I used to use the word Craig to reprimand my dog Salvador when he did something bad. I'd be like, no, Sal, that's bad. That's Craig. That's Craig.
Speaking of which, when he says that, I was like, you know, where's Zukov? And he's literally curled up in a ball, like I can only see his head. He is just knocked the fuck out over there.
Cancer, guess all those cigars did not help. I mean, we're not that lucky, dude. Come on. You should know. You should know we're not lucky.
You see the rumor that Andrew Tate has lung cancer? I actually unironically hope to God that he actually does. Like, I don't even care, bro. Like, I really did hope Andrew Tate does, dude. I mean, he's gonna be in fucking Romanian prison and shit. Like, I mean, you really think he's gonna get adequate health care? Both sides are complete dog shit. I mean, I'm talking about how they're both dog shit. Yeah, both sides are complete. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, did you just pop back in here half a second?
To actually be true.
Got me out of context?
Dinner for the Ohio Democratic Party. President Clinton said everybody else's name but mine. How dare
He
you?
did you like Sylvester Stallone and Ryan Coogler.
This is the exclusive, because
Yeah.
I've never told this story
Really?
publicly. We made no demand of the president. And the symbol of President Obama is a beautiful thing, but what did that get us elected? The fix was...
So basically, this guy is like making cogent criticisms of the Democratic Party. It's a no-no.
That means you're just a far right-wing neoconservative hack.
Like,
in MAGA.
she didn't. Wait. Green Party spoiler: Jill Stein's enthusiasm. Oh wait. So
they literally think that Jill Stein was an actual spoiler. Oh my fucking god. They literally did the math on that shit back in the day. Like, even if, like, every single Jill Stein voted for some weird, ungodly reason voted for Trump, that wouldn't really make that much of a difference. Or for Hillary Clinton. Like, one way or the other wouldn't have made a difference.
Because she supported Jill Stein.
Like, oh my fucking god.
And that helped elect Donald Trump president. I hate these people who just act like you're not allowed to vote third party. You're not allowed to not vote. You're not allowed to vote third party.
You're not allowed to do anything but be a loyalist on our side or their side.
Vote Republican, of course. The only fucking action you are allowed to engage in is blind support for the Democratic fucking Party. And anything short of that is just like, you're just like tantamount to treason. You basically, like, any vote for anybody other than whoever the Democratic Party puts up is a vote for the Republican, no matter how fucking regressive they are.
What about nonpartisan elections? Because those happen on local levels. I guess this guy would literally, like, have his brain explode at that idea. Like, because that we have those for our elections and shit on a local level. And, like, unironically, I bet his brain would literally just explode, like, spontaneously on that concept. It's like, what, nonpartisan? What? And it's like his brain just, like, combusting like a fucking, like, nuclear bomb level, just explosion in his head.
I do believe there are many instances where you do have to fucking plug your nose and vote for the lesser of two evils, quote unquote. But, like, honestly, lately, it's kind of hard to even pick out a lesser of two evils. But if it comes down to it, if you got one politician that's like, kill all the trannies, and you got another one that's like, I don't think we should do that. Okay, I guess I know who I'm fucking voting for, but, like, I'm not gonna be enthusiastic about some fucking corporate shill piece of shit just because he stands or she stands on the opposite end of, like, some dumb culture war divide that really only exists to make it seem like there's a significant difference between these two fucking parties. Because the only fucking shit they really profoundly disagree on is culture war shit.
Yep.
Shit that doesn't actually affect the bottom line of the ruling class, strangely enough.
Curious.
Because you know what? A billionaire can be a billionaire whether trans people have rights or they're fucking being marched into camps. Doesn't fucking affect Jeff Bezos' money. Doesn't affect fucking Warren Buffett's money. But when it comes to, like, things that could actually, like, the policies of Bernie Sanders, even someone who's just moderately left, like Bernie Sanders, that would actually take a bite out of the fortunes of these fuckers, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, now.
Can't have that.
Wait a minute. This is communism, right? This is fucking insane.
Would you consider Paul politically? Well, this is TJ, but I guess for Paul's ego? I mean, I remember he used to actually have taken, like, on Onion Nuggets, like a political compass test, because that was, like, a tier goal they did once. And it came up basically like a libertarian socialist, essentially, kind of around where, you know, like libertarian socialist, like kind of democratic socialist leaning, you know, those type of policies, basically. You know, like, I guess, like, kind of more of the, I always confuse them, they sound so familiar. Yeah, TJ's, I guess probably on the same level politically, but, you know, probably a little different. I honestly kind of forgot what his was. I think it was, like, I think it was actually the same thing, if I remember. I'm only half paying attention. Both sides are dog shit, because neither side has helped any of the problems we have in the U.S. Yeah, I know, honestly, if anything, they also, you know, perpetuate a lot of the, you know, these problems that we continue to see, you know, that are escalating in this fucking country.
But somehow, the crazy, frothing at the mouth, anti-trans, anti-gay politician, that's not too crazy for American politics, but fucking raising taxes on the wealthy, holy shit.
Can't do that, because how would pay for that?
You're a lunatic.
Socialist, commie.
Kind of madman. Jill Stein was a...
hey, so what do you want to grab something to eat? McDonald's or Hardee's? Actually, I'm kind of in the mood for steak shake. So you hate McDonald's? That's not what I said. I know, right?
With, oh my god.
That's changed that, because I mean, when it comes to our system, it hasn't changed in a long fuck time.
These people. Oh yeah. After Trump was elected, he did this.
What do you do?
I am continuing to get rid of costly and unnecessary regulations. Much work left to do, but effect will be great. Business and jobs will grow. It says Trump rolls back train braking rule meant to keep oil tankers from exploding near communities. Right. So, yeah. You know what? Trump did do that, and you can rightly blame Trump for that.
Absolutely.
But you also have to fucking take note of the fact that it's not like Biden or the Democrats in Congress, you know, reversed that at any point and said, like, hey, let's bring that back. They never did that. And let's not act like Biden didn't fucking squash the labor movement of rail workers who were trying to get better treatment, lesser hours,
more sick time,
better compensation, better benefits. Like,
I mean, if anything, they actually kind of relied on him a little bit. They were thinking, oh, because you're the pro-working, you know, class, you know, the most pro-union president ever, Jack. You know, like, they kind of relied on him. They were thinking, hey, you would be on our side, right? No. He literally stabbed them all in the fucking back, especially when it comes to all that fucking old pro-union rhetoric and shit, when he's basically been the same like any other president. He ain't. He's the opposite.
know if them getting their demands would have contributed to something like this not happening, but it seems to me that a bunch of, like, happy, content, well-fed...
You know, honestly, it's kind of making me think, because I was, what's happened less is GOP accused him being, oh my god, man, dude, ain't that the fucking truth, bro? I mean, seriously. I wish he was, like, just half the shit that he just claimed that he was gonna do, you know, at the end of the day, but man, even, especially that. But, like, what I was about to say, though, it's, like, honestly, it's kind of making me think about something I was reading up, before, I was, streaming up, because, I don't even know how I found it. I think it was like a community post I found on YouTube, but I decided to kind of look further into it because it was talking about this thing that the U.S. Army did during the World War I, and it was called the Spruce Squadron, and I was like, huh, this is interesting, because they were basically like this battalion strictly basically used as like, kind of like the Army Corps of Engineers, basically, like, you know, for workers, you know, to, you know, assist at the lumber mills in the Pacific Northwest, you know, to kind of help with lumber mill production. And I was reading into it, and what I found out was, like, it was basically, like, I mean, kind of something similar. Like, you had a lot of different, the IWW at the time, like, back in their heyday, and also different local lumber mill unions at the time were, you know, not exactly too privy about, you know, the whole, like, war and stuff, and on top of a lot of different work conditions, so they were on strike and having negotiations with the mills at the time. And when the Spruce Squadron, or like the Spruce Battalion, was like sent out, to go kind of assess the whole situation and shit, they kind of realized that their presence was needed, basically, because they were very hostile to each other. And at least initially, like both sides, like the mill bosses and the companies and the union workers and shit, didn't like them. But funny enough, it actually gave benefits to both ends on this type of shit. Like the union workers and a lot of the unions got their benefits because wages were increased and the conditions of the workplaces in these mills actually got more stabilized and were better established and shit. Because you had like these, soldiers and shit there, so they, they're not going to be one to have, shitty conditions and also shitty wages either. So it's like it kind of gave a benefit towards the workers in that case, where the Fed Gov basically came in and, kind of interacted, with like this whole big thing that was going on when it came to like, this industry, with workers trying to get better compensation and better working conditions. And also at the same time, those same mills were able to get, their production like they needed because a lot of those same workers were also doing, or like a lot of the soldiers were also working the mills too. And also, actually, in a way, gave a lot of those union workers more days off and more time off. And better working hours, too, because of that. It actually was able to kind of, set better schedules, when it came to the workers there, because they had a shitload more of them there. So, if anything, like, it actually ended up being a benefit for everybody in that way, at least during wartime efforts in that situation, more so than not. And sure, there was probably, like, a better, there was, like, a major goal with that, because you had, like, World War I going on. But, I mean, it's like, that's, like, a time where, like, an administration, and I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure it was probably, like, a Democratic administration at the time, maybe, I don't exactly remember at the time, but, but basically, it's just, like, government comes in to, basically kind of be a mediator of, like, between unions and between the, companies and shit, and actually benefit everybody, basically, in a way. And it's just like, I mean, where in the fuck has that basically happened in the last, like, since when, basically? It's just like, honestly. I mean, that was just like something I was reading up, like, just earlier today. I never knew about it up until, then. I was just like, legitimately like, wow. Like, it was also, like I said, back when the IWW was in their heyday and shit, and, and they were basically also directly, like, negotiating not just with the companies, but, like, also with the government at times because of shit like this. And it's just like, man, back when, like, not only did the unions have balls and shit, but also, like, government was willing to actually, like, okay, we'll, work with you a little bit. Like, there was, like, actual, like, incentive about that type of shit. They couldn't just, like, be like, nah, profits matter more.
Paid employees probably do a better job than a bunch of fucking disgruntled people who are like, fuck, we're not happy at all. So, like, I feel like, while I do think it's fair to say the majority of the blame is on Trump, I don't think it's fair to let the Democrats completely off the hook on this one either.
Nope. Because they could have been a proper fucking mediator in this.
Here is Nina Turner agreeing with Killer Mike after he called civil rights leader Congressman James Clyburn stupid. Well, I don't know who James Clyburn... I mean, I kind of know who James Clyburn is. I don't know if he's stupid or not. But I know that Killer Mike is usually pretty on point on this shit, so... Yeah.
I mean...
Every time I've ever heard Killer Mike talk, I've usually agreed with what he had to say, so if a motherfucker says James Clyburn's stupid, I'm gonna fucking go along with it. Can we talk about Nina Turner being an anti-Semite?
Oh my god. Because she happens to be critical of Israel, they're going to claim she's anti-Semitic. Of course.
It's AIPAC? Yeah, okay, I hate to tell you this, but Israel is a fucked up place that has basically an apartheid state. Even Jewish friends of mine who are pro-Israel will admit that there are serious fucking social problems in Israel. And, like, I have a fucking Jewish friend that lives in New York that will pretty much fess up that Israel's an apartheid state, even though at the time she said that, she was working for a pro-Israeli charity group. So, and had been to Israel. But even that person could say to themselves, like, hey, just because I have some ties to Israel, just because I'm pro-Israel, doesn't mean I have to accept everything Israel does. And AIPAC is, you know...
I mean, honestly, for real, like, I can recognize that, you know, gay rights and stuff like that might be, you know, better in the Middle East, in Israel, in comparison to other countries and shit, but still be so, you know, very heavily critical of that country, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, it's just like, I mean, it's just the whole idea of like, oh, you're slightly critical of Israel, that means you're just inherently anti-Semitic or something. It's just such a stupid, ridiculous fucking narrative. It really undermines, you know, genuine anti-Semitism that does run amok. And it's just so fucking ridiculous, and frankly, honestly, you know, kind of gross, because, you know, of the whole undermining of genuine anti-Semitism that does, you know, like, sprout around and shit. Which honestly is, you know, frankly, you know, like, very predominant. So it's just like, I mean, you can't just be so, like, hyper, like, gung-ho about, like, oh, well, any slight criticism means that. And it's like, no, there's a difference between criticizing a nation versus thinking they literally run fucking everything, you know, because of some weird Machiavellian conspiracy. Like, it's like there's a fucking fundamental goddamn difference. Trying to use as a race. Yeah, I mean, for real, yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
A 100% pro-Israel lobby that controls shit tons of American...
I'll let this play out for a sec, but I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Politicians, including Lauren Boebert. I'm not saying that they're the only foreign country that has its interest ensnared in American interests. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is another one that has huge influence in the U.S., China for the longest time did. Obviously, that relationship's a little bit on the rocks, but for a long time, Chinese interests and American interests intersected in a lot of big ways, especially Chinese business interests and American business interests. Now you're starting to see that relationship get a little more rocky, but yeah. Even the black clergy from Ohio spoke out against Nina Turner. So wait, let's hear what's going on here. Okay, I guess let's not, because it won't play, but still. The only Israelis I've heard speak on this subject are against the apartheid in Israel. Right. I think most people who look honestly at what's going on in Israel have to admit that it's pretty fucked up. Even people who are pro-Israel have to admit that it's pretty fucked up. And people who are not willing to admit that, I think, are, I don't know, like, they're either just willfully evil and they just don't care about human rights whatsoever, or they have embraced some frame of reasoning that, you know, holds to Jewish supremacy, or there's some kind of radical Christian sect that thinks that the Jews have to be in control of Israel in order to bring about the end times, or they're just flat out sociopathic, or they're just straight up like total Islamophobic. And I say that as someone who's perfectly willing to criticize Islam ideologically, but certainly there are people whose criticisms of Islam go beyond the ideological and go to the racial. And I hate how a lot of these people, and the same thing happens. You criticize Israel, you're labeled an anti-Semite. Let's be clear here. I don't have any problem with Jewish people. I have a problem with the state of Israel. Let's be clear here. I don't have a problem with Middle Eastern or Arabic people. I have a problem with Islam. Just like I have a problem with Christianity. Just like I have a problem with any religious institution. Any sort of supernatural mumbo-jumbo dogma bullshit that thinks it can control your destiny because it's got the inside, you know, track on what God wants. I'm against all of that shit. But constantly, criticism for Israel is lumped in with racist hatred of, you know, Middle Eastern, Arabic, or, you know, other racial groups that are tethered to Islam. And that constantly criticism of Israel is likened to anti-Semitism, or hatred of Jewish people, or belief in some sort of Jewish conspiracy. And that's fucking...
like I was saying earlier.
Stupid.
It is.
Can we please stop that?
For fucking real, honestly.
And Nina Turner is not a fucking MAGA supporter, all right? I do think that maybe, I mean, I'll criticize to some extent. I think that when you look at people who vote for Trump and then Trump deregulates trains, deregulates the very regulations that are designed to prevent something like what happened in East Palestine from happening, and then it happens there, and then he shows up and they're all like, yay, Trump, woo, you're so great. Yeah, I gotta kind of say to myself, these people are kind of being fucking stupid. Because this is a guy that's probably the most principally responsible for what you're going through right now.
I mean, they frankly kind of are, but I mean, wouldn't that just be more of an argument to be like, hey, I mean, he's partly to blame for this. You know, here's the sources of that, and here's him, you know, signing those actual declarations and shit. Here's him, like, flexing it and literally flaunting it and blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, wouldn't that just, at least for me, be more of an argument to try to lighten him a little bit? Even if not every single one of them believes it, and some of them might just be like, nah. It's like, I might understand why he probably was trying to do that and this and that, but, he kind of overstepped the boundary occasionally a little bit, I guess. We should probably restate those. Like, again, they're going to make excuses occasionally, but, like, at the end of the day, isn't it at least, trying to enlighten them more about that, probably, the better end result, even if, they are still wanting to worship his weird ass.
And here you are sucking his fucking dick. I can see that point. And I don't think you have to be a neo-lib to make that point. But I also see her point, that it's like, you can't write those people off just because they're stupid. They still deserve, like, the same basic amenities and respects that any fucking other group of people in America deserve.
Exactly.
Like, just like the people of Flint deserve but don't have clean drinking water, the people of East Palestine should not be subject to horrible chemicals. And if that does happen, they should be, treated medically, and they should be evacuated and shown a cleaner, safer place to live, all on the government dime. That's something that should happen. And I don't care if they supported Trump. Like, maybe, as you take them from that horrible place and you put them up somewhere else that's cleaner and better, and you take care of their medical treatments, maybe somewhere in all of that you mention to them, hey, the reason this happened is because that big orange imbecile, all right?
No shit.
No, this is mostly his fault. Maybe just let them know. Maybe they'll have a little bit of fucking doubt the next time they fucking see one of these Republican assholes. But instead, we want to have...
And also, like, one of those Republican assholes earlier was denying federal aid and shit. Like, whatever his fucking name is, DeWine or whatever. Like, even his fucking ass is like, nah, we don't need aid. Everything's all good. Like, his ass literally, trying to brainwash people and thinking that, like, oh, yeah, this water's all clean.
Politics of absolute vindictiveness.
I don't want my taxes going to do that. My brother in Christ is going to help you. Communism! No!
It's like, no, you motherfuckers voted for Trump, so you're on your fucking own. But really, it's just an excuse, because whether you vote Democrat or Republican, you're always on your fucking own in this country if something goes wrong. Fucking...
I mean, honestly, because of that, that's why I usually advocate for a lot of, like, the idea of at least, like, community organizing, and at least, try to organize on local levels and shit, and, like, knowing your neighbors and things like that. Like, I've talked about that occasionally and shit, and that's kind of the main reason why I do, is because at the end of the day, in this fucking country, like, the system don't give a fuck about you. You're on your own in a lot of ways. So it's just like, at least, like, when it comes to knowing your community, knowing your neighbors, and, like, locally organizing and stuff, that could be over small things, like, just making, having, like, a little food drive, feeding people in the community, if you got, like, spare food or whatever the fuck, shit like that. Like, I partake in, participate in things like that myself, and it's just like, like, there's a lot of different ways that, can be done without this whole sense of just, like, isolating, like, neighborhoods and communities off. Like, because, you gotta, like, start it, with your local neighborhoods, but then obviously expand it from there. Like, because, the idea of, like, trying to, like, have, things, start, try to, like, change for the better is, like I said, it's kind of a grassroots thing. It starts at the local level, and in a lot of places, I mean, you're kind of a little SOL, I suppose, especially if you're in, like, the deep south and shit, but, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's just, like, still gotta start somewhere. And, at least, for some people out there, including Venom, I don't know if he's awake or not at this point, but, it's just, like, knowing that there's at least, like, a fresh start, somewhere else, a good opportunity to kind of, cement some of that is, because especially you're a new neighbor, basically, is, see who the new neighbors are going to be, and check people out and see what, what's going on and stuff, and, just interacting with them and shit. Even if it's just like, hey, what's up? We're just two new neighbors, down the street and blah, 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 blah. Even if it's just something small like that, because, I mean, that at least, establishes at least a little rapport, and then, you got at least a little, like, basic, like, hey, now I at least, have a little bit of knowledge of, like, hey, that's, one of my neighbors down the street. So it's like, that's all it really, starts, with, honestly. Because, I mean, like, I know a lot of various different neighbors around here and shit. Maybe not, like, totally to where I consider them, like, buddies necessarily or whatever the fuck, but I know them. I hang out with them. I see them at the store when I'm working and shit a lot. I see them, when I'm walking my dog half the time. Like, and I talk with him and shit. Actually, one of them I'll work with occasionally. Because she's, I mean, she's not directly employed with Safeway, but she, works with another company that, handles with, like, a lot of our meat shops and stuff. So she'll be, like, sometimes, doing production for us when it comes to, like, some of our meats and shit, because she works for them and stuff. And it's like, goddamn, nice. She literally lives, like, on my road, and it's like, damn, I love it. So, like, her and I have fun conversations and shit, chit-chat and stuff. Every now and then when she has a day off, she'll come back, from hanging out at the bars and be a little, a little tipsy, and it's kind of fun watching her get all a little... Honestly, it's kind of fun watching her on her days off. Kind of looks like a, like someone who likes to party a lot, and I'm not even gonna lie, I kind of want to... like, if we happen to have, like, a, day off or some shit, I want to be like, hey, let's go down to the pool or whatever. I kind of want to see, like, how, like, how, like, much of a, fun, giggly, like, party person you are. Because she has that vibe.
Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, fucking Mississippi. They're on their own, and those are fucking, mostly Democratic fucking, voting areas. So, what's the excuse for not helping those people out?
We don't have the money. How are we gonna pay for it?
Anyway, fucking ridiculous bullshit. What are you gonna do?
Bunch of bullshit. I tell you what, bunch of bullshit.
Ridiculous.
Yes. Ridiculous, I say.
That little Jurassic Park video was simple.
Sorry, I'm having to re-upload all my shit. I mean, not re-upload, but, you don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Nah. You don't matter, TJ. How about that?
We're going to take a look at this AI animation in a second. I also have the Scott Adams stuff. I'll look at that.
It's some animation, huh?
And we're all...
I'm curious for the animation.
The difference between reformist and revolution.
I want to see it. Where is it? I'm assuming it's going to be somewhere in here. I'll just skip to it. Where it doth be. Is it that? This is what I get for attempting to skip around. We'll do that. Daniel. On here. Is it gonna be in there now? Is it in here? Is it in this here? Yes, we'll see.
And goes against the ideology of this champ.
Alright, hold on. Okay, we'll go up. Oh, I think it is.
The ignorant man.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. AI is going to change everything. The rate at which the likes of writing, animation, music, and a myriad of other art forms fueled by human creativity are already becoming phased out thanks to complacent mimicry is heartbreaking to see. It's a development we must pay attention to if we hope to prevent it from decimating the careers and livelihoods of millions. But as major YouTube channels, bands, and celebrities strive to show the ignorant masses' potential, that cause is bound to lose amidst all the noise. I have several friends and colleagues who have spent their lives honing their skills as actors, artists, or writers, and now corporations will latch on to the dystopian idea of using AI to regurgitate hollow clones of their work that lack all emotion and soul that allows art to resonate with us in the first place. We are responding to a canvas filled with deceitful lies, depending on the collective works of others to conjure up something that means anything. But as society shifts towards a desire for more content, regardless of its source, I fear for the day when this becomes normalized and the average consumer never even thinks to question it. Enter the Corridor Crew, a YouTube channel boasting millions of subscribers that specializes in the art of visual effects across film, television, and animation. Many of its videos feature professional VFX artists reacting to good and bad examples of the craft, or a group of passionate producers trying to conjure up a dream project with minimal resources. The channel has garnered a following because, at least on the surface, it understands that hard work and ingenuity required to compete in such a field, likely encouraging young people to try their hand at things and perhaps one day even break into the industry. Sadly, a recent trend across its videos involves the implementation of AI as it uses popular programs and text prompts to produce pieces of work from nothing. It's gross and goes against the ideology this channel has operated on for years. You constantly provide a platform.
I mean, is this just like more AI fear-mongering shit?
Who have worked.
I mean, it honestly seems like where it's just like, which I kind of get some of the criticisms about it, like, you know, appropriating a lot of other people's art, but like, it's creating a totally new thing. And don't like artists also kind of like take influence / appropriation of like other people's art to a slight degree in their own way, you know, when creating their own art? Like, I mean, it just seems, I don't know. It feels like just because it's not done by a human being, thus it's like, no, it's bad, you know, because, like, I mean, I don't know, it just seems like kind of fear-mongering. It's pretty gatekeepy. Even good artists have a really hard time breaking into it in a financial way. I mean, and honestly, especially, like, because I'm a furry, so I understand, like, when it comes to, like, a lot of furry artists, I mean, especially good ones, they tend to be very expensive as fuck, frankly, because of that reason. Like, because it's kind of hard to make a financial living and making, you know, your daily income on shit like that. You know, even, like, you know, like, I guess for all intents and purposes, like, mid-tier artists, you know, would even, you know, like, you know, kind of, you know, price up a lot of their art just because of that. Which is understandable. You know, because it's just like, you know, it's hard to legitimately make a living. I mean, you know, the art, you know, the life, you know, style of an artist has always been one of struggle in a lot of ways. For many artists, at least.
Field for decades, only to then make videos that bastardizes their work in ways that might eventually put them out on the streets. It continues to blow my mind how ignorant some of the larger channels are, clouded by their own privilege to such an obscene degree that they fail to see exactly where this artificial road is taking us. Students in school right now studying animation or concept art, or children that have already ignited their own spark of creativity, will have their chances at success snuffed out because a computer is doing all the work for them. Not thanks to an ingenious new algorithm or world-changing development, but programs that bastardize the existing work of artists and writers to create Frankenstein facsimiles that will eventually put the original creators out of work. All right, so here's a few things I have to say about this this line of thinking.
It's kind of bullshitty in my mind.
The idea that there is like some stunning originality going on in the works generated by human beings, like, come on. So much of what we have seen is so fucking derivative at this point. Like, if we were living in some golden age of human creativity, maybe these sentiments would make sense. But, like, literally the movies that are coming out are paint by numbers. The shows on television, by and large, are paint by numbers or reality show garbage.
Yeah.
You know, everything has become so consolidated. In fact, you know, I feel like the people, especially on the left, have kind of brought a lot of this on themselves with their fucking, like, hot to trot to cancel everybody who's controversial. Because you know what? You decided that every fucking artist out there was too much of a liability because they fucking have some kind of weird politics or weird proclivities that make you uncomfortable. And so, fuck them, they're canceled, boo.
I mean, for real, like, I mean, I'm an artist myself, but, like, I'm definitely, you know, kind of quirky where legitimately, like, the more gatekeeper side of the left legitimately, like, turn me off and be like, no, like, just because, like, you know, I might, you know, be a little raunchy or, you know, might not totally align with their specific type of politics or whatever the fuck. And frankly, I just hate this kind of bullshit, honestly. Like, just the whole concept of gatekeeping in general. And I guess, in a way, I'm, I guess, kinda-ish a hypocrite, because, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, far-right and conservative ideas, I'm just like, fuck that, nope. You know, I think that's all ridiculous, but, like, I mean, that's politically antithetical to a lot of my values and ideas, so it's kind of an understanding of why I tend to kind of quote-unquote gatekeep with that type of shit, I suppose. And I think, you know, most people tend to, you know, not totally disagree with that anyway. I mean, so it's just like, I don't know, like, I mean, the idea of just, like, oh, you know, like, you know, we have to just, like, you know, be hyper, like, specific about, like, you know, what our ideas are and just be very hyper-unitarian with it. It's like, I mean, it's just so, it's a major legit turnoff. I mean, it's like, because there's plenty of people who are, like, you know, lefty as fuck and shit that, you know, because they happen to be a little edgy or a little raunchy or just don't totally align with the specific politics of, you know, like, I mean, kind of frankly, like a lot of, like, online/Twitter lefty types, you know, when it comes to this type of shit. It's just like, suddenly you're just like, you know, nope, you know, you're just gate kept out of it and there's no way of redeeming yourself, or very minimal ways of redeeming yourself unless you do, like, basically, like, you know, some guilt trip thing on yourself or something. And it's just like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's an understanding to be like, hey, I think your ideas are a little ridiculous, or a little, you know, I disagree with them, or whatever the fuck, or just I outright think they're dumb, and here's why, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having back and forths, but, like, fuck, I mean, actually have them and hash it the fuck out instead of, like, you know, being like, nah, canceled. Nope, we're gatekeeping this bullshit. It's like, it's just so fucking ridiculous. Because, I mean, even if you don't necessarily move from your original position and shit, I mean, at least you'll probably have an understanding why someone might have the particular take or position that they have on an issue. And you might have at least a better understanding about that person's perspective, and whether you know, agree with it or not at the end of the day, or like it or not. I mean, same thing with the whole art thing. It's just like, I mean, you know, outside of the whole politics shit, especially when it comes to the whole AI thing, you know, it's just like, I mean, it's, I don't know, it's just like something that, you know, shouldn't just be like, immediately jump the gun to be repulsed and get kept out. It's just like, you know, like, if anything, if you actually embrace it, then there can be a sense of regulation to be able to actually, you know, have a better means of making sure that there's a more broader sense of originality that comes from AI art and actually being able to distinguish it. Or at least having some sort of a way to be like, hey, this is AI generated type of art versus, like, human art, like having some sort of, like, you know, watermark on the corner, you know, like, of AI generated art that says, like, produced by, you know, this AI or whatever, kind of like how artists will leave their little watermark, you know, like, something like that at least, you know. I mean, I can see an understanding of how there can be at least, you know, some sort of, you know, like balance, you know, to this type of thing, I suppose. Because, I mean, I see a lot of what AI art has created so far, you know, and honestly, like, a lot of it's really fucking cool, and a lot of it can be really damn hilarious, you know. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, pretty funny, cool shit out there, like, legit, you know, and very fascinating stuff, you know, so it's just like, I mean, you know, if anything, if there is a means of, like, embracing it and actually having a better understanding about it, you know, then that means we can have a better sense of how we can control it, instead of just being utterly repulsed by it and just not doing anything besides trying to snuff it out, where, you know, I guess on the whole black market level, those type of things will still be going on, like, underground and all that shit. It doesn't mean it goes away, you know, just because you're repulsed by it, it's still going to be there. So it's just like, it's just better to kind of, you know, have a more humane, open, you know, approach and shit, instead of, you know, just being utterly, like, turned off to it at the end of the day.
AI shit comes along and you're like, what happened to human creativity? It's like, you killed it, you stupid fuck. You killed it. When you decided that no human being was fucking morally pure enough to create your content, guess what? They found a machine to do it. Because the AI doesn't have any weird beliefs. The AI doesn't have any weird sexual proclivities that you might not agree with. The AI doesn't have some political agenda you don't like. It's just a fucking cold, unfeeling fucking machine.
Yep.
And by the way, when you actually go and look...
artists should be jumping to this new way expression. Imagine if AI can pull the idea out of your head and articulate it in a way that's exactly how you meant to convey it. Dude, I honestly, that's why I want to embrace it. Because I, have, like, legitimately, like, this whole concept of this whole, like, like, kind of like this fantasy world that's... I mean, not like steampunk, but kind of like, I mean, think about like how like there's like that whole, in like the, during like the 1800s era Japan, like how there would be kind of like, this, at least technologically, like where there would be like a lot of the, like feudalistic, more medieval styles of warfare of like, swords, bows, and shit like that. But introductions of guns, become kind of a major play, kind of a world like that. But, like, just like, kind of like this whole big massive thing, where it's, a little bit of elements of like magic, goes into it, a little bit, of all sorts of different, like, regions, cultures, different empires and stuff, like, well, one big one, but all sorts of various, different inner politics and shit, all sorts of different things. And, for the perspective of, like, one character that, that is kind of going through, this whole major, cataclysmic event, at least with, a whole bigger empire that I was thinking of and shit. And it's, it's like, and honestly, it's like, to convey, something like that would, or at least, like, I mean, I already want to at least make it kind of at least like a, like a book at the very least, so I want to do that, but I also would love to see, like, a multi-part movie of, of something like that too. That would be pretty cool, or some, at least something like that. And an AI, would honestly be able to convey something like that, for someone like me that would not have the financial means or resources to do that. I mean, because, honestly, like, even if, like, I'm like, hey, take basically the whole prompt of this book and make it a movie, and I, look at specific things, on one iteration of it, I could just make it do that over and over again until certain things, kind of line up in a way to where I actually genuinely like it and it flows well. And I can create a full fucking movie from it. And it's still my original idea. It's just that the AI is conveying it in a way that I just don't have the means to do so, but did. And that's why I think, artists should be be jumping on the gun more about shit like that. I mean, it's like, because, I mean, really just for the sake that, like, there's a lot of artists who financially cannot achieve certain things that they really want to do. And an AI would generally be able to help, like, expand on a lot of things that they want to create. And, that's why at least for me, I see, an idea of embracing it. I mean, sure, it's like the whole end picture of, like, the whole AI movie, my original shit, like, to the extent of, like, what's being conveyed, I mean, I guess not, but, like, at least visually, but the whole story and everything else, the characters and all that shit, still mine. So it's still an original work. It's just that, there's other resources that were used instead of the traditional means. I mean, at the end of the day. So it's just like, for me, I see benefit, in something like that.
At the process by which these people created this, like, yeah, it involves a lot of shortcuts. But, like, when you look at the amount of work they put in,
that weird puppet,
it's pretty clear that they didn't just fucking tell a machine to go ahead and make this. Like, they needed a green screen, they needed costuming, they needed fucking art direction, they needed the fucking technology to do all this shit.
Yep. I mean, honestly, even, like, when it comes to certain things with, like, a whole movie idea, like I was talking about, like, honestly, even for someone like me, I would probably still have to do certain resources like this. I'd probably still have to at least, put some extra effort to shit like this. Like, honestly, like, there would have to, I mean, just because an AI is playing a role in creating art doesn't mean that, like, it's just doing everything magically and it just, like, ooh-wooed its way into creation. Like, I mean, that's just not how it works. And I think, honestly, a lot of this whole, like, being turned off and being repulsed to it, like, creates a barrier of not actually wanting to, like, see what it's genuinely about and looking, into it further and realizing, oh, there's honestly more complexity and there's still a lot of work to it. If you can't adapt, get left behind. Exactly.
Like the idea that they just like, oh, well, press a few buttons and voila, a fully realized animation just emerged out of nowhere. Even if they did do that, wouldn't this technology by necessity unlock the creativity of the average person? Couldn't he? If we had the technology,
yep, it would
input some basic parameters and generate any content we wanted to, how would that be anything less than fucking amazing? Because that means that you or me or anybody could create something exactly to our specifications, exactly what we want to see. The technology is not there yet, and it's going to be a long fucking time before it is, in my opinion. At least a decade or 2 or 3. But we're not there yet. At this point, there are still artists that have to go through a process to create something.
Yep.
AI is a tool that helps them do that. And if you want to use that tool, awesome. If you don't want to use that tool, awesome. If you like the AI-generated stuff, awesome. If you don't like the AI-generated stuff,
not awesome.
Awesome.
No.
You as a consumer can make whatever...
I mean, sure, I guess, whatever. I mean, to your heart's content at the end of the day.
Choice you want. You as an artist can make whatever fucking choice you want. I'm tired of this fucking end of the world narrative over this shit. You know? Last I checked, there's still artists. They're still drawing stuff. There's still animators. They're still animating stuff. They're still writers. They're still writing stuff.
Still making music and all that shit, yep.
Yeah, now there's AI that can do it too. So fucking what? If you're so easily discouraged that competition from a fucking algorithm can make you just go, well, fuck it, I guess it's pointless, then you were never all that passionate to fucking begin with, you fucking crybaby.
It's true.
Shut up!
I mean, honestly, you know, yeah. I mean, if you're like, you're so repulsed at an idea of like being able to like expand more expressionary, you know, abilities within one's art, or like an ability to be an artist and shit, I mean, it's just like, then fuck. I mean, where was your passion in the first place? Because, I mean, like, I was just, like, my whole thing I was just talking about earlier with my whole, like, concept, you know, and shit. Like, I literally have, like, a whole little, like, booklet, you know, that's meant to be kind of, like, you know, a journal draft of kind of, like, for the perspective of the main character and shit. And then I want to create, like, you know, a bigger book from there where it's, you know, kind of pontificates further from, you know, the actual, like, first-hand perspective of, like, his journey, so to speak, and shit, you know, kind of, you know, go further from there and have, like, you know, different, you know, like, you know, I mean, you kind of get the idea. Like, you kind of like how Dune would be, you know, where, you know, like, you'll be, you know, with, you know, Paul and his, you know, shit, and then every now and then you're, like, with the Harkonnens and stuff like that, you know, at least in a book format, you know, put it in that way. But at least, you know, it's kind of like the first beginning draft, you know, just kind of having it as, like, you know, for a character's perspective directly, you know, just for one. You know, so, you know, and at least in a sense of, like, he's jotting things down through a journal and shit, and which includes, like, doodling things and things that he's, you know, seen through his perspective and shit when it comes to, like, landmarks, different sites, and to kind of create the world, at least, you know, for that perspective to kind of help, you know, establish more of, like, what, you know, everything is and shit. You know, and honestly, you know, it's like the idea of an AI to be able to at least, you know, expand more further into this type of idea, you know, in this whole lore and shit, you know, at least in my mind, it's just like, holy shit, that'd be really fucking cool. Because honestly, when it comes to, like, more visual interpretations, like, I can, you know, think of, like, different prompts of, like, ideas I'm kind of thinking about when it comes to, like, you know, a specific kind of, like, culture or like, kingdom that I'm thinking about or something, or, like, a republic or whatever the fuck. Because I want to be kind of in, like, the, you know, like I said, like, in that transitionary period of, like, where industrialization is kind of starting to happen, firearms are becoming a thing, but also, like, a lot of, like, more older style, like, you know, warfare as well when it comes to, like, axes, swords, shields, etc. You know, and, like, interwove, like, a lot of different, like, you know, eras of, like, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, you know, regions, cultures, and shit like that, and just kind of, like, you know, kind of like have different ideas visually about what they can be, but at least, when it comes to like the, different specifics of what they are, I can add in with the prompts of what I'm thinking about and be like, hey, like what type of armor or like what type of like, clothing or building styles and shit, could possibly be a good fit. And then I can just like, let an AI, potentially make different concepts, and I can like look through the different styles and be like, this is kind of a cool style, and just interpret it from there. Not necessarily use like those specific pictures as like, my end result, but at least use that to kind of infer a basis of, where I can explore that broader, kind of look further, and kind of, that whole aesthetic, and shit. Like, I mean, that's, and that's another thing, honestly. It's like, sometimes you don't really have to have, like, AI art necessarily be, like, the end result of what you want to make. Maybe you can use that as a way to kind of infer and, elaborate more about, like, a specific aesthetic or, like, character designs and shit like that, thinking this is a cool basis, for a character design, let me elaborate further from this whole idea, or let me elaborate on, like, their armor, or whatever the fuck, it's just like, I mean, I see a lot of, like, potential with this type of stuff, and the idea of being turned off to it is just, I just kind of find it, really just kind of, honestly, disappointing. It's just like you don't see, like, a lot of potential, that can come from this in the future. Like, really, not even in, like, the next, like, 2-something decades, but even within this decade, I mean, it's like, shit, I really didn't think shit like this would be happening right about now, you know what I mean? Like, I thought this shit was gonna happen in, like, a decade, not now. So, I mean, honestly, it's just like, the idea of what, could come from this type of shit in the, in the very near future in this decade, let alone, like, the next couple, is exciting to me in a lot of ways. I honestly think, a lot of people probably, get turned off because, AI can, be used as a way to, like, manufacture, like, a politician being defaked into saying some crazy shit when they're not actually saying crazy shit, or, like, make a declaration or something. It's, I mean, I think that, for some people that's probably where it gets turned off at, but I think, that's why, like I said, to embrace what this is and actually, understand it further and, have more of a balance towards it to where we can at least restrict those type of things. I mean, and actually, if anything, better educate ourselves about what is AI art and what isn't, then, like, I think, we would be able to, at the end of the day, have a better, like, understanding to be able to, like, see, like, yeah, this is kind of bullshit or this isn't.
This fucking... It's soulless, okay? It's soulless. Don't watch it. Don't support it. Don't give a shit about it. Who fucking cares? Anyway. By the way, I'm writing a book. I'm writing a book right now. You know what, guys? When I saw ChatGPT could write now, did I just go like, well, I guess fuck my novel. Who cares?
The biggest enemy of artists is their own head. That'll be this crazy fun idea, but the way it gets filtered is like putting watermelon through a wood chipper. It really is, yeah.
I'm not even gonna bother writing it anymore. No! I
mean, it really is true. Like, the biggest enemy to an artist is, like, their own head, basically, and their own, like, criticisms in a lot of ways.
Writing the thing. Slowly, but surely, I'm writing the fucking thing. You sound like you're scared of AI replacing him. I'm really not. And you know what? If AI did replace me, good for it. If I'm obsolete, if the fucking AI can do the job better than me, then fuck me. Get me out of here. But you know what? At the end of the day, the AI is never really going to be able to do my job better than me because it doesn't really have a point of view. It doesn't really have any emotion backing it up. Now, you know what? If it can fake it to such a degree that you can't fucking tell the difference, then I guess the joke's on me. But at the end of the day, I'm a fucking human being. You know I'm a human being. You know that I'm fucking, whatever I am. So who cares?
And honestly, I think an AI trying to, like, mimic TJ would probably, like, short-circuit itself, honestly. Because the idea, like, because TJ's too much of, like, a spontaneous, like, crazy son of a bitch, man. Like, and I honestly think that's kind of a part of it. Like, some people are just, like, so, like, out there that I think it would just be, like, hard for an AI to, like, mimic, like, a human in its, like, true form, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
I'm writing a book too, a real book. AI can't make art. I agree that, I mean, AI in and of itself cannot make art happen. AI can't just fucking, with no input from a human being, create art. That's why...
For now.
It's important to fucking realize this thing is a goddamn tool at this point. Yeah, it can do things that human beings direct, but it's really not capable. It doesn't have anything to say. AI is not like, I got this fucking, I got this fucking super cool idea. I have to fucking create this. The AI doesn't have that going on. Not yet. Maybe someday, but not now.
It probably will soon.
So,
who knows?
Instead of all these dire doomsday predictions about the horrible stuff that's gonna happen one day.
AI Can't Make Art by Arthur Ivan. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wait a second.
Like, chill the fuck out. Realize that, like, we're not there yet. React to what's actually going on. Stop positing 1,000,001 things. Stop acting like you understand where this is all going. Because I fucking guarantee you don't.
Yeah, none of us truly do.
None of us does.
Yeah.
The fucking broader impacts of this stuff, whether they be good or bad or a mixed bag, which is the most likely, at the end of the day, no one's gonna be able to predict it. There's just too many fucking variables up in the air.
I think this is kind of how, like, you know, the current, you know, like, short-term future is right now. There's just, like, so many variables that it is kind of just up in the air.
By the way, I'm not even a real person. I'm a fucking AI construct. You never even knew. You never even knew.
Whoa, he was an AI all this time. Holy shit. Whoa.
Yeah, people are naturally afraid of change. I mean, like, look. People are still sculptors, right? I mean, like, this is like the idea that, like, paintings are going away because we can take a picture. You know what I mean? Like, oh, fuck, we can just take a picture of something now. There's no point in painting a thing anymore. Like, people still paint. It still fucking happens. It's been obsolete for fucking, I don't know, like 100 years or something. Probably a little more at this time.
I mean, not really. I mean, there's, like, I consider, like, you know, doing digital art, you know, like, you know, kind of a form painting. It's just on a digital format. I mean, you know, it's just so, I don't know, it's just like, painting is not really, like, obsolete, really. I mean, there's still a lot of, like, you know, value to, you know, painting and shit. So, I mean, I don't know, like, I kind of disagree with that a little bit. I mean, I don't really think, like, you know, doing an art style can inherently be, like, obsolete, because if that's the case, then, like, acoustic instruments like guitars and shit, right, you know, would be obsolete, but they're not. So, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. Kind of disagree with that.
No one stopped. It's like, oh, well. TJ is fucking right. Amen.
True. That's true.
I view AI like I do CGI, another tool in the box. Yeah, and look,
it is.
I get that there's gonna be a lot of fucking, like, talentless hack motherfuckers that are going to churn out low-quality AI content. But you know what? You as consumers can look at that and be like, this is low-grade fucking shit-tier bullshit, and I have no interest in it. And if you don't do that, if you fucking continue to tune into it, even knowing...
You sure he wasn't being sarcastic about pain being obsolete? Yeah, fair enough.
Then don't fucking get mad when that happens. Don't get mad when that replaces artists or whatever.
It is TJ, after all.
But I'm pretty sure that AI technology in the hands of competent, creative people is going to fucking be a boon. Because at the end of the day,
and I think it definitely would.
The important thing about animation is not the process of animation in and of itself. It's the result. And it's a medium to tell a story. Every cartoon that's worth a shit, every animation that's worth a shit, has told some kind of narrative story. It's conveyed some sort of characters in a situation doing something, reacting to something. It's had some sort of arc, some sort of emotionality to it. And being able to convey that or tell that story is what's actually important. It's not the process.
I mean, for real.
If you're gonna say it's about the process, then you should be mad at like a digital tablet, like this XP pen thing that's sitting on the table right next to me. You should be mad at this thing because that makes art too easy. You should have to draw it on a pad and paper, and if you make a mistake, you have to live with it. There's no fixing it, or if there is, but it's a long process. You shouldn't be able to just erase it digitally.
Ugh, how dare you? Doing digital erasings. Ugh, having it too easy. Pull yourself by the bootstraps, artist. Come on.
Oh, it's totally a fake. Oh no, fuck you. You paint on a canvas? The only true way to paint is to crush berries and scrawl something on the wall of your cave. It's like, what? New technology developing that can be used by artists is somehow a bad thing for artists? Did I miss something here? What?
I guess we did, apparently. Just everything needs to be gatekept. Politics needs to be gatekept. Art needs to be gatekept. All that shit needs to be gatekept, brother. We need to keep the woke. We need to keep the AI. We need to keep what artists ought to be using. Gatekeepers left here to now.
Reinforces our biases from the past.
I feel like there's a theme, going on here of like a lot of like gatekeepy, tomfoolery going on,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have its limitations. I'm not.
Why must society just be like, trying to, man the gates? It's like, hey, like maybe you should look in your fucking town that you're supposed to be man the gates for. Like, like I think shit's kind of crumbled inside. I think, it's kind of. I think, it already crumbled from within,
Bereft of problems. But what I'm saying is the reaction to it has been so histrionic and fucking over the top compared to what's actually going on. I personally don't see the distinction between something made by people or other beings. If a piece of art moves someone to tears or rage, then who cares about the origin? I kind of tend to agree. That's certainly what you could feel. I personally am interested in the origin.
I mean, yeah. I mean, at least on, some level, at least for me, I am. But, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, if, someone doesn't really care at the end of the day, who cares? I mean, whatever, they're prerogative.
Super chat you to ask for a wrench. Alright, well, he can DM me somewhere.
Oh,
and I mean,
DJ.
I can decide for myself. I mean, just because he's a mod on the Discord doesn't mean he automatically gets a wrench here. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, DJ. God love it. Here. Take a little rest with DJ. I have a feeling he's probably going to continuously still be... Oh, wow, I had literally caught up and he's still just... Did he react to anything else for the last while? Oh, he went to the whole Dilbert bullshit. And more Dimful? Oh, God. You know what, here. I'll skip the Dilbert thing because we already went over his dumb fuck ass. Let's go back to the Timful. Where's that? Where's that, TJ? Right here. Oh, God. Wait, Hershey's boycott. Something about a boycott. Oh, God. Something about a boycott. Oh, no. What's your origin for creating this story, AI? It all started when I've read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Dude, that'd actually be kind of a... Dude, I would actually be generally kind of interested in that. Not even gonna lie.
So, yeah.
I like how it's about
anyway, let's move on to another...
I like how it's like, let's have a respite from TJ. Oh, he reacted to Tim Pool. Let's look at that.
Tim Pool tonight. We're going to talk
Hershey's
about
boycott
this...
shows that cancel culture from the right is much worse than that of the left. Wait, what? Whoa, huh? What?
Hershey's
is I'm imagining Dumpool over here is just gonna be like, being like, nope, this is bullshit. This article is just, a narrative that is being propagated by the left, saying that, the cancel culture is worse from the right when the right doesn't even have cancel culture. What are you talking about?
Done some kind of campaign. Hershey's chocolate.
Oh my God.
Did some kind of pro-trans marketing campaign or something, and now we gotta hear from Tim.
Oh my God, man! I felt something scratch my head, but it's the pin. But like, oh my god. I mean, it's like I don't even really like care. I mean, it's like good for Hershey's, I guess. But like, if I'm learning for something from M&M's, like in the fact that they had like child slave investigation thing, when it came to like the chocolate harvesting and stuff that they were getting it from, like while at the same time they were doing this, I actually found them. This fucking thing with like womans or whatever, you know what I mean? Like with her, which I'm not even gonna lie, she's looking pretty thick, you know what I'm saying? I can understand why, I can understand what, the woke mob took away from us now, because she was a lot more thick and blubbergumptious, prior to that, but, they took that away from us now. I can see it, I understand it now, but whatever. But anyway, but it's just like, I mean, it's like, like if there's anything I have to learn from that bullshit, it's just like, there's probably because they're, trying to hide the fact that there's probably some fucked up shit that's doing it. And knowing Hershey's, they probably are.
Cool. So, where should I place myself on this screen? I'll be right here. Of the three people on this screen, I'll be the one in this corner. So let's see what's going on.
Transgender promotional campaign, and it's triggered calls for a boycott. A boycott for which I agree. Somewhat.
I agree!
Somewhat.
What a fence-riding little doofus, huh?
Wow, gotta love that centrist liberal dimbool, dude. Who's just like, oh yes, totally not propagating right-wing bullshit. The fence-riding centrist lamb over here. Yes.
Anyway, you would think after the left did its failed boycott of Chick-fil-A, and then the right did its failed boycott of Nike, and then the fucking, I guess people from both sides did their online boycott of Balenciaga, and then the left did their fucking failed boycott of fucking...
I guarantee he has like free Hershey bars in his fridge right now. I mean, honestly, I bet. 100.
Hogwarts Legacy, and you would think that at some point motherfuckers would catch on to the fact that within the confines of our fucking ultra-capitalistic system,
boycotts
are essentially a meaningless goddamn activity, okay?
It's virtue signaling, and honestly, that's why it's used so often, because just because you have like 1% of the entire population of your country or the globe basically boycotting your particular product doesn't mean that like 99% of it potentially will buy it, because like I mean it means nothing, like to a lot of to a lot of the broader system as it stands now, because it makes so much fucking money, like that tiny little like nick in the bud, a little bit when it comes to that boycott means fucking nothing. It's like literally like 1 penny, to their mind basically. It's like, oh, I lost a penny in my pocket, I guess. Oh well.
Because no matter how many people agree,
a penny got lost in my couch, I guess. It fell out of my pocket and it's somewhere, in my couch. The couch ate it. Oh well.
We're not gonna support that. It doesn't matter, because first of all, our politics are so polarized that a bunch of people, when they hear something is being boycotted, they will go out and buy it intentionally just to counteract the boycotters. Second of all, even if you start off boycotting something, how long does your willpower really last? How many fucking people who boycotted
a week
Chick-fil-A ended up eventually eating that chicken sandwich? I guarantee you that right now, there's a ton of people who fucking openly and vocally fucking made a big show about boycotting Hogwarts Legacy that have been playing that shit in fucking secret, okay? And I don't believe for a goddamn second that these right-wingers that are quote-unquote boycotting Hershey, yeah, you know what? Until you fucking crave a goddamn cup of chocolate milk or a Hershey Kiss or a Hershey bar, you see that, you're at the fucking Cracker Barrel, and you see the old-fashioned Hershey bar with almonds right there at the checkout, and you think to yourself, that might be
that damn
tasty,
looks good,
but I'm not gonna do it because I made that online boycott promise. Bullshit. Your ass is buying that chocolate bar. In fact, the fact that you said you weren't gonna buy that chocolate bar is probably gonna be the thing that clinches that you will buy it. Because now, on top of being a delicious piece of fucking chocolate, it's also a little bit naughty.
Ooh. That means it's taboo. That means if you're caught buying it, you might be a bad conservative. So, you know, you might as well enjoy that nice little treat. You know what I mean?
So shut the fuck
Oh, he wants some s'mores? What do you think we're going to make it out of? Nestle? Fuck that.
up. Stop with these goddamn lame-ass, spinning their fucking tires in the mud, fake boycotts of shit. You're not gonna fucking... I mean, okay. Guys, let me just fucking put this into perspective for you. Hershey's company revenue, $8.97 billion fucking dollars.
Damn. Yeah, good luck trying to boycott that.
Okay.
Good luck with that, motherfuckers. Goddamn.
Good luck.
You're gonna have to, like, I mean, how in the fuck do you even try to, like, boycott that? Like, goddamn.
Good fuckity luck, dumbass. Enjoy. Yeah, you're gonna take them down. You know what? I expect any day now, Hershey's gonna be shuttering its fucking doors, man.
They're gonna be closing up factories left and right after those boycotts, let me tell you. My God.
Yep, you guys have done it. You guys have fucking done it.
Love it. Wow.
I'll get to the super chats in a minute here. Once I'm done with this segment, I've stopped at the thing there.
So gung-ho on this one. I really don't care that much that Hershey wants to have a transgender spokesperson.
Yeah, I really don't care that much, but I realize my audience of right-wing hate mongers probably do care. So I figured I probably could get them clicking by, opening this up and fucking making some hay off of this, you know? So here's 11 minutes and 16 seconds of content about something I just don't even really give a shit about, you know? But I guess it's bad and I support the boycott and blah, 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 you know? It's all good.
Person, it's not that, it's whatever. But it is, everything aside, you gotta admit how clever it is that her/she as pronouns is very clever. Good job, Hershey's. But
I'm like, what the fuck did you expect? I mean, it literally is in the name. There's her and then she. It like those separate words combined together make Hershey. And then if you add the Y, it's Hershey. You know, it's like it's like what the I mean, wow, so clever there, Tim. Ooh, woo, you own libs of that one. Damn, it's like, oh, I just broke down your joke. Wow, you're clever. It's like, oh, well, yeah, you're exceptionally more clever about that because you broke it down. Got him.
Not really all that clever, you know. Who cares? Who fucking cares? You know what? I don't give a fuck. You know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I don't even give a fuck about this boycott, but I'm still gonna counter boycott. I'm gonna go buy Hershey's products. You know why? Not because I even care about the politics of the situation, but just because it's an excuse to eat fucking Hershey's chocolate.
Conservatives are now saying we're not going to buy their products if this is the kind of stuff they're going to support, and I completely agree with that sentiment. I don't care as much, but I agree that conservatives should be doing it if this is what they believe in. Now, the Krasensteins...
What a fucking...
Wow, what a just, like, lame, shitty-ass little take. It's like, I agree with their, sentiment, and, they have every right to do so. Yes.
Committal little pussy fucking... I believe that conservatives should stand by their principles and...
Oh my God, the frame that TJ has him on, dude. Oh my God. He just looks like... I love it. Oh my God.
I don't want to do...
What a sloshy little bitch.
Sure. What an empty fucking sentiment. Like, who the fuck needs the validation of this fucking twerp?
Apparently a lot of fucking people, because he's a pretty big popular show for some ungodly I know the ungodly fucking reasons, but it's just like for some ungodly fucking reason he has a show.
As you know, if you believe
where a lot of people are
sycophantically do what your beliefs dictate, man. Well, anyway, give me money, thanks.
Yeah.
What a fucking hero.
Oh yes, the hero the white needed. A nice little fucking centrist do nothing fence riding grifter. Yes.
On the show, their liberal pontificators say The Hershey's boycott shows that cancel culture from the right is much worse than from the left. We compare the differences between the two sides, and it's sick.
It's sick.
Yeah, it's a grift. You know, just...
Oh, like you're not? Oh my god, really? Well, that's a little bit of self-awareness, isn't there, buddy, huh? Or I guess a lack thereof. What? It's a grift, says the grifter. What? You know.
Tim Pool just called something else. Something else in grift, dude. Oh, the pot. Just fucking
called the kettle black.
I was like, you know what, Kettle? You're the blackest motherfucker I've ever seen in my fucking life, man. Oh, shit. Dude.
Oh, my God.
Tim Pool just called someone else a fucking grifter, dude. That's gotta be one of the fucking signs of the apocalypse, right? Can someone check if it's raining frogs? Holy...
Well, it was hailing all goddamn day. Is that close enough?
God damn shit.
Like it was raining fucking, like, hail and pellets and shit.
Oh, yo shit. Thanks, bud. While we're at it, Kelsey Harvey gave $15. Says, TJ, when are you gonna step in the ring and box Sam Hyde? I don't even know who Sam Hyde is, to be honest with you. I've kind of heard his name around the way. I assume it's a person. I don't know. I agree. Boycott Hershey's using child labor, too. Wait, it's not for based reasons. Sigh. America was a mistake. That's true. Like, chocolate
America was a mistake.
is literally harvested by slave labor and shit. I was going to say in this country, but, like, really it's not happening here. It's happening in other countries. But still...
Being contracted by companies here. And honestly, like, that's the reason why at least M&M's did their whole weird, like, you know, release and shit when it came to that, like, you know, we stand with women thing or whatever the fuck. Because at the same time, they're having an investigation done to them, which honestly, you know, they're just going to get the nice, punishable, you know, fine and, you know, slap on a wrist and just, like, learn their lessons so, you know, so immensely, you know, from such an investigation, you know. So it's just like, you know, they got that going on. They don't really want that to necessarily be, like, you know, limelight of what they're, you know, what people are, you know, potentially going to be looking up for them on the news, you know, anytime soon. So they release that. And of course, you know, Hershey ain't no different. Nestle ain't no different. Like a lot of these companies are not any fucking different with this shit.
Like a lot of chocolate.
I mean, honestly, that's the reason why they do a lot of this shit, because they know it could just like galvanize more money and more profit, and they can just use these as red herrings, you know, to kind of, you know, like, you know, skirt away from the actual root of the problem of them using things like, you know, like child labor and shit like that.
What the fuck happened on my microphone cover? Come back, bastard. Like a lot of cocoa beans that are used to make chocolate are, you know, picked through slave labor, oftentimes child slave labor.
Yep.
So there's an actual moral reason to boycott Hershey's if you really want one. Now, personally, I don't boycott Hershey's for either reason, because if I was going to boycott unethical things, then fucking I wouldn't have anything, all right? Neither would you. We wouldn't be here right now.
I mean, honestly, I mean, sad but true. I mean, the whole saying, at least, you know, a lot of leftists will say and shit, there isn't any ethical consumption in capitalism. I mean, it's kind of, honestly, a sad but true thing. Unless you're literally self-sustaining yourself.
You are a kettle too, TJ. Thanks, Ann Prim Paul. I'm confused by the fact that you say that, but you said it by giving me money. Anyway.
So much of politics.
I've decided I'm going to usurp the space on the screen that was once devoted to this trans woman. And now it's me. So really, who's the true bigot, huh?
Politics is just fake for the sake of outrage, and most
true
people probably
bigotry
don't
right there.
care. I have to wonder about the crap.
Wait. You're literally going to talk about fake outrage as you are indulging in fake outrage?
My brain had to wrap around that for a second. Like, oh my god, does he not know what the fuck self-awareness is? Did he just, like, did he fall so far into that grift where, like, Dimble is just, like, basically just, like, alright, self-awareness, cognitive dissonance, all that type of shit? Nah. we're just gonna basically just like be the most cognitive dissonant son of a bitch in the world. We're just not gonna have any self-awareness. What's that? That's not my vocabulary.
Okay.
Bold
move.
Your audience is actually a bunch of liberals or actually a bunch of conservatives, and their game is to say things that will offend conservatives so conservatives read because liberals actually don't care. But there is a boycott underway. Let's read the news and talk about what's going on with Hershey and why I think it is important. If you believe in something right now, if you disagree...
I believe in something. I believe...
If you believe in things...
That you are grifting...
Is he just like a beanie wearing Hillary right now? Oh my god.
Lying piece of shit, and that you don't even have a modicum of concern for this story. I think that, if Hershey's gave you $1 tomorrow, you would happily publish a piece rescinding everything you said here, and your narrative would totally change. You know what, guys? On second thought, the Hershey's boycott is stupid.
It's actually pretty,
listen to the Timcast, brought to you by Hershey's Kisses. You would fucking...
Dude, he would just like, he would probably have like a bowl of them in his podcast room, just like, all right, just snacking on them. Just like, so yeah, Hershey's pretty good, yeah. I got $1 and got, this gigantic like party bag, full of Hershey's Kisses, and we're just gonna be snacking on them. Brought to you by Hershey's, yes.
I believe you are
Gritty little bastard.
A whore. I believe that you would let me fist your asshole for the right price. I believe that I believe that your dad has gone on record saying that you're a transphobic hate monger bigot. I believe that your sister has published material against you as well. Your own family despises and reviles you and thinks you're a grifting, disgusting loser piece of scum fucky shit. I believe that there is a little demonic entity beneath that beanie that controls you.
Yep.
I believe that you have no principles. You're a sociopathic, narcissist scumfuck from the depths of hell who wouldn't care if your words literally led to the apocalypse as long as you could make money off of it. That's what I think.
With the transgender ideology and the sex change.
God, I would love for him to say that in front of fucking Dimbull's mouth. Like, right in his fucking face, dude.
That stuff. You need to boycott any and all...
And I want him to take that damn beanie off his head. I want to see that little, like, demon gremlin little creature that's, running his little brain, dude. I want to see that little cavity that will be in there that will just show that little mutant just controlling everything.
Here's the story from the New York Post.
Mm-hmm.
Boycott threatened over transgender inclusion in Hershey's Women's Day promo. Oh boy, women! Cancel culture watchdog.
Woman! Oh my god, uh-oh. You know how those libs are about those womans. Like, oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ.
Hershey's Kiss, the iconic chocolate maker, goodbye. Ha 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 ha, New York Post, always with the puns. Incensed social media critics are threatening to boycott Hershey's after the brand featured a transgender woman in an ad campaign for International Women's Day 2023.
Has there ever been an emptier threat?
I always imagine something similar to Plankton controlling SpongeBob's brain. I was always kind of thinking maybe that, like, like from, like, Men in Black, where it's, like, that little alien that's just kind of, like, inside that dude's, chest or some shit. I was kind of thinking maybe something like that, but actually in his head. But that works, too, honestly.
Three of empty threats. I mean, let's think about this for a moment. In this political climate, do you think for even 1 second that Hershey's did this blithely? They just thought, like, let's put a trans woman in our ad campaign. That would be uncontroversial. Like, you think Hershey's as a corporate entity is just completely blithely unaware that there is a huge trans issues are a political hot potato right now. They're just like, what? They are?
Really?
Oh? No. No. Hershey's knew exactly what it was doing. It knew
Same with M&M's and same with all these other companies and shit. Like, they know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to shit like this. And if anything, they kind of enable and exacerbate a lot of these fucking problems because of this shit, because they maximize their fucking profit while everyone's distracted on the shit that they, release and shit. So, I mean, all in all, like, they're kind of, the root causation of a lot of these fucking, issues and shit when it comes to either enabling a lot of this type of stuff, or like when it comes to making a profit, or when it comes to like just like pushing these different little campaigns and stuff. It's not even like them pushing like, oh yeah, we're pro woman or pro trans, whatever. It's like, it's not even that's like bad. I don't care, but like, I mean, I know what their intentions are with it, and it's not because out of the good merit of their hearts that they're genuinely, going to be pro-trans or pro-woman or whatever the fuck. They don't care. They're just there to try to, maximize their fucking buck.
Response was going to be from
and
the
get
right.
more people talking, about them, basically. Being like, oh yeah, you hear about the Hershey's ad and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh yeah, I thought that was just depraved, this and that. It's like, what? Really? What? It's just like, I mean, it's just like that, they know what they're doing. It's not in our best interest.
Exactly what the response is going to be from the libs. It knew everything that's happening right now in this discourse was foreseen the moment Hershey's, as a corporate entity, made the decision to do this. It was all foreseen. Because it was all infinitely foreseeable. Do you think Hershey's was like, oh man, is this going to hurt our bottom line? Oh, it will, but let's do it anyway because we're just so pro-trans.
Of course not.
No.
Making multiple billions of fucking dollars.
Not fucking all.
Yeah, right.
Chocolate meltdown came to light after the Pennsylvania-based candy company brought back its She Bar, known as Her in Canada, in an effort to celebrate the women changing the future. Except they decided to use a biological male. The wrapper features the faces... That was me, by the way. That wasn't in the article. The wrapper features the faces of 5 women who were selected to be part of the cacao-fueled empowerment campaign. One of the featured candy promoters is Faye Johnstone, a Canadian transgender rights activist, who celebrated her selection on Twitter. The chocolates out of the wrapper. Johnstone, 24, gushed, honored to be featured in this campaign by Hershey's Canada for International Women's Day, alongside 4 brilliant sisters...
I mean, like, wow. Like, what a thing to just be outraged over, dude. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
The funny thing about this whole thing is that, like, really, no matter who wins, trans people lose. Because it's just like, hey, trans people, do you want to be co-opted by American-style fucking capitalism? Cool. Welcome to the fucking consumer base of America. Now you can fucking buy our shitty substandard chocolate as well. And feel empowered to do so.
Yeah.
And if they... like, you just lose no matter what. There's really no good outcome here. The best...
I mean, the only people that win are just, like, I guess, culturally, a lot of the weird, like, chucklefuck chuds because they get outraged over it and shit and just galvanize their base, and the fucking, capital class and shit, like, those at the top that own Hershey's and shit that, do these little fucking campaigns. Like, they're, at least, especially to the core root at the end of the day, they're the ones who fucking win.
Sad when the best possible outcome of a situation is, all right, trans people, our country's dialogued and we've mulled it over and we've decided to invite you into the fold of our never-ending capitalist nightmare with open arms. Come on, trans people.
Congratulations.
That's right. Here you go. Buy shit, trans people. Buy shit. You either get to be a fucking social pariah that everybody hates, or you get to be yet another fucking cog in the fucking bloody machinery of American capitalism. Yeah!
And also, usually both.
Hey!
But this it.
By the way, even if you don't live in America yourself, it's still American capitalism. Yay!
Woo!
The United States of Stockholm Syndrome. I don't have anything else to say about this little dweeb.
Thank
I'm gonna shove this little bitch in a locker one day.
Please do. Please do that, TJ. I hope he actually does have lockers at his studio just so he could do that.
Funny. Anyway, here's your reward for fucking wading through the sewage with me. Let's take a look at Resident Evil 2 Playthrough Thick Edition Part 2. I want to draw your attention, by the way, to the cellulite physics they've got going on here. That's the CO Dust or whatever.
Got some fucking beats.
That's the channel name. I was kind of impressed by this butt physics they got going on in this mod.
Yeah, for real. Hey, why is it cut off?
Because I've looked at a lot of the thick playthroughs of other games, and a lot of the other games that have these like thick playthroughs, like the butts are nice, but they kind of lack the realistic sort of like fat content of a butt that big. Whereas
goddamn, actually, he's correct. No, like this booty dude kind of got that jiggle going.
You see those like subtle cellulite dimples, and the jiggle physics I feel like are very realistic.
Yeah.
You know, for the game. You know, obviously it's not 100% realism, but you know, I'm an Instagram connoisseur of large asses, and I feel like they really capture the essence of the big ass here.
Yeah, I do. I agree. I concur. There's some booty.
Let's skip a little bit ahead when she's fighting a monster. Oh yeah, that's a good view.
There we go.
I like the fire. The way the fire affects the lighting there is nice. Hold on. Yeah. Get to the moment where the monster's introduced. Yeah, there we go.
Ow. That looked like it hurt. Especially if nothing, you know, to shield you and shit.
That's what I be talking about right now. Tell you what, I ain't boycotting this.
I ain't gonna be boycotting none of this. Tell you what, brother.
Words ain't gonna cut it with this.
Oops.
The realism in the butt while her hair moves like spaghetti noodles. That's on you for even looking at the hair.
Yeah, well, I look at the hair. I wasn't even noticing that.
This thing's gotta go down.
Yeah, something's gotta go down. That's true. You make a good point.
I concur. This is at least, you know, something nice, anyway, you know, comparison to that bullshit.
Your reward for wading through the ocean of shit with.
Oh god, yeah. After that, like bimble, you know, shit going on. Oh my god, that was beautiful. That was at least, you know, something worth sticking around for that last little chunk. And it's like, I was like, all right, I'm sick of red spray. And I was like, oh, the Dimbos arrived, and I was like, oh god. And at least there was a reward. That's at least nice. Yeah, I was not expecting that, and I was like, all right, we got a little something going on there. I like that. All right, I can be down with that. I do 100% approve. But yeah, what are like fun, random, absurd? These old Satanic Panic videos are fun. Oh my god, old Satanic Panic shit. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go down.
Studio is the Dark Lord Blood, who is a 7th generation satanic worshipper.
Oh my god! Look at this edgelord, dude. Oh man, was this the 90s? Is this like pinnacle 90s shit going on right here?
Oh my god, dude. I love it. So I think this is from, what, 1994? Maybe even earlier. This
Damn, so it is the 90s. Hell yeah.
A remnant of something called the Satanic Panic. Now, if you weren't around for the 1980s and the 1990s, there's a thing called the Satanic Panic. It was like a moral outrage, basically, where tons
I grew up knowing a lot about this because of a lot of my Christian upbringing and shit. My mom kind of was, like, held on to some of this a little bit. Not strongly, but a little bit.
People, mostly evangelical nutter butters, went nuts over this idea that there were Satanists around every corner. They thought that they were doing satanic rituals on children in daycares.
Came here from DFF fandom. Hey, what's up?
Kindergartens, and all kinds of crazy stuff. There's even a dude, a therapist, who had a patient named Michelle. And he helped her extract, quote-unquote, hidden memories from her childhood. It turns out they were false memories. This is a real phenomenon that happens. People can formulate false memories and believe with complete certainty that they really did happen.
I mean, honestly, he's not wrong. This is very common within, like, a lot of weird-ass, like kind of Christian, like, church stuff where they'll, like, do these, like, you know, little, like, for like better words, just like basically straight up like rituals where they will, you know, essentially, you know, kind of like fabricate like these false memories and, you know, kind of, you know, gaslight you essentially, you know, to think of that, you know, they actually legit happen and make you, you know, broadly believe that they did that outright happening and shit. Found it while searching for ideology reps. Oh, like, you know, for some you know, like old episodes and re-uploads. Yeah, I mean, I'm sad about hot dog should be down. I'm kind of like partly holding out that maybe it will come back someday, but I really don't think so. I'm hoping that people eventually start re-uploading if they have archives out there, because god damn it, I'm starting to think I should probably at least start archiving the Poltergeist streams in the past and shit at the very least, just in case at this point.
Fabricated. This is why therapists should absolutely never, ever help somebody recover repressed memories under any circumstances, because there's a 50-50 shot they're completely fake. My mom dealt with false memories herself. Well, anyways, the Satanic Panic era started when this therapist extracted these false memories from this woman named Michelle.
Therapy to me. I feel you with that one.
Basically being subjected to satanic ritual abuse is what they called it. Satanic ritual abuse. Completely fake. This term doesn't even exist in real life. It's all
satanic ritual abuse, bro.
He ended up going on to write a book about it and marrying his patient. Not a fantastic look. So anyways, Michelle Remembers is the name of the book, and it was the start of the Satanic Panic. I forget exactly how many. I think like 17,000 or something reports over the course of 10 years of, satanic rituals and satanic practices taking place at like daycares and kindergartens and stuff like that. Literally not one was verified to be true. Obviously. There's no satanic ritual whatever taking place. It's all fabricated. But it's fascinating to look back on it in history, see what was happening at the time. And it's useful to us now because the Satanic Panic is making a comeback. I want to talk about what it looks like.
A little bit. It's basically kind of coming back in a way, kind of even a more darker, sinister type of fucking format, which makes it even more, like, kind of disturbing, at least in my mind.
Then, and what it looks like.
Because they're kind of, like, tying it into, like, this whole weird, like, globalist, like, groomer, like, LGBT cabal thing now, on top of it just being, like, crazy satanic witchcraft shit. It's like they're kind of blending shit together, and that's kind of what makes it more disturbing. At least a little bit more dark.
We're talking about, in a little while, some clips from Alex Jones and some other religious nutterbutters like Stu Peters. I've got a clip from him. And I think, I've got one from Robin Bullock, too. So we're going to talk about those people. But let's talk about what it was like during the Satanic Panic era in the 1980s and 90s. Check this clip out. I don't know exactly where or when it's from, but it's from sometime in the 90s. I think about 1994.
We're discussing Satanism and the occult this morning and some of the dangers that are lurking about. And with me in the studio is the Dark Lord Blood, who is a
Dark Lord Blood, that's his name, yes.
Generation satanic worshiper.
He is so obviously faking this, right?
He absolutely is. Is he just straight up just wearing like an Adidas jacket too?
Original troll.
Worshiper. Are all your friends Satanists?
No, I don't have any friends, but my acquaintances are, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, dude.
Wow, what? Dude, an OG edgelord of the day, man. I love it. I don't really have any friends. I only have acquaintances. Paul, I plan on moving to Vancouver, Washington this summer. North Carolina, I'm trying to get out south. Yeah, I got another buddy that's trying to get out south because he's from Alabama, and potentially I was going to go visit him down there to help him move out, and he's going to at least, be in Arizona, so a lot better than fucking Alabama, honestly. So, it's just like, yeah, like at this rate, anything to get the fuck out of the South, it's like, good shit right there.
So bad.
I'll admit, though, there are, kind of elements of, like, right-wing chuckle fucks, in Vancouver, though, so nowhere near as much, and they're not, like, as bad as it is in the South, though, I'd imagine.
To this in a sec. You know what? Let me just skip forward, and we'll hit the other part.
And this kind of knife is being sold for that reason. There's something called an
But it's also being sold for healthy reasons.
Man, what's healthy about selling a knife to this?
Vicky!
Oh my god, dude, it's so bad.
What the hell was that? He just went like, arr. He did like some weird noise and shit, and he just like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, oh my god, dude, I love this shit.
Holy shit.
I love this shit.
Painful. It's painful to watch. It's so cringy. It's literally painful. This dude is trolling the hell out of these people. God,
But it's more affordable in Portland. Yeah.
what would you do if some dude growled at you on live television? I think I'd probably do the same. I would clap at him. Or I'd be the guy growling. Most likely I'd be the growler.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad, dude. That's really, really bad. Hilarious, though. We should track this guy down and, like, give him a medal. That would be
Giving him a medal.
I wonder who this guy is. That's funny. Okay,
Dude, I love that dude.
Yeah, let's keep watching some of this lost footage.
For the purposes of this study, we will focus on the number 666 and its use in
The number of the beast.
The UPCs. UPC codes in 666. So,
oh, my Lord.
You know, this is like, I
love it.
I'm looking for a product that I don't even have a product around with a barcode. But if you look at a barcode, it's the number under it. So
Yeah.
I guess they're all freaked out that there are 666s in barcode numbers. Like, give me a break, people.
I mean, it's just like, it's basically just kind of like, you know, coincidental, like, you know, shit, where it's, and then also not just with that, but also, I mean, they expanded, you know, into things, you know, when it comes to, like, symbology, like with Monster Energy drinks, for example, where it's just like, you know, the Monster symbol is just like, you know, with that crazy lady having, like, an entire weird, like, 5th grade looking, you know, display of just like, and here's how, like, you know, Monster is actually a satanic cult, you know, company and blah, blah, blah. Like, this I mean, you know, this shit ain't, you know, like, old, sadly.
Common back then. And again, we're seeing a resurgence of it right now. It's nuts.
Most people don't realize that 80% of all toys on the market have a cultic influence, and these are the most popular.
It says here that it actually makes the wings move, so let me, look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And do you remember?
It's called batteries. Wow, you made a toy do a thing because it's a battery operated toy. Wow, congratulations.
In the book of Revelation about the flying beast with the riders on them.
This could actually be taken from Revelations.
Sure.
Oh yeah, like Vigilant Christian shit. Yeah, dude. I mean, man, it's like it's so funny how, like, no matter where you find these chuckle fucks, you know, it's like obscure or big as they are, it's like they all are just like no different at all.
Dude, this is so sad. Seriously, these people are clutching at straws, and they'll do anything they can to find evidence of some satanic worship.
It's like this battery-operated toy that has a rider on it. This is literally the same thing as the beast from Revelations.
Secret satanic
like, my God.
Practices, trying to spread Satanism through society. It's ridiculous, man.
I dealt with a boy, to abbreviate it, who wanted to kill me. The name of the demon that was inside the young man was named Azrael. I later found out that Azrael was Lucifer's personal death angel.
Where did you hear that? That's
weird. And also, I wonder why, like, you probably wanted to do that because you're probably a Christian psychopath and he, you know, was being abused by you and you're just like, nah, you know, like, previously snapped. It was like, I want to get out here, like, I mean, oh my God, like, and also just r/that happened, like, you know, because that's totally a story that really happened.
Bible, I don't remember anything about that. This is just made up. It's like they created their own theology around all of this nonsense that exists entirely outside of the Bible.
I mean, it's just like them expounding on, like, you know, what basically is the Bible and their weird-ass, like, thwarted, dumbass interpretation of it.
Not only that, but I also found out that there's the same name as a cat on the Smurfs. And
oh my God.
Oh my God. The Smurfs are satanic.
The Smurfs, evil confirmed. You know, the sad part is Jehovah's Witnesses would probably agree with this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. There's this urban legend in Jehovah's Witnesses where somebody, you know, the story changes from person to person, but anybody over the age of, say, 30 years old who was a Jehovah's Witness heard this when they were little. The idea is somebody showed up with a Smurf book. This is the version I heard. Showed up to the Kingdom Hall, their church, with a book about the Smurfs, and they were reading it during the service. And one of the Smurfs jumped off of the page and materialized in real life in front of them and started swearing, walking down the aisle and out the door because Jehovah's light was too strong for it.
Because that absolutely totally happened.
Version says they had a Smurf doll in their purse, and the doll was animated and came to life and walked out the door. I mean, there are a billion different versions of it. I have no idea how it came to be, but people genuinely believe this stuff. Dead serious. And, you know, there was a massive...
Man, dude, the fucking, like, stupidity of, like, religion never ceases to amaze me sometimes.
Culture
honestly.
battle against the Smurfs back when the Smurf story came to be in Jehovah's Witnesses culture. It's almost like they picked up on, you know, the outside world's culture war battles to some degree. We can still see that happening with Jehovah's Witnesses today, even.
It's a cat on the Smurfs. And what is his primary objective? Is to catch those Smurfs and kill them for Gargamel.
And this kind of...
Just absolutely nuts, dude. Absolutely nuts. Look, this is a continuation of their, you know, satanic toy line or whatever.
Oh my god, I think I might have seen this one before.
Snake Mountain.
Yeah, this is supposed to be like a He-Man toy, and they didn't even call it the right name.
Interesting little feature here. I'm going to.
They call it Snake Mountain.
It can actually transform your voice from your regular voice to that of an occultic hero. Is that?
Yeah, because, like, early, like, you know, voice-altering, you know, technology, you know, at the time is, like, totally satanic.
Occultic hero, huh?
An occultic hero of the satanic darkness. A.k.a. He-Man, I guess.
Advertised as? It'll turn your voice into a satanic hero or something?
Wow.
Correct. So let's get a Skeletor type of voice.
Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna turn that way.
That's why we'll never leave this planet. I mean, no shit, dude.
Down in post.
Let me turn this on here. I think I'm getting it too loud. Skeletor, the master of the universe.
And if
I'm gonna be in a very monotone voice and just be la ba ba ba. Like, I mean, oh my lord. It's so silly how they think that, like, even toys back in the day, and they still, obviously, a lot of weird Christian fucks, you know, think this shit. Like, you know, like from earlier, like, of, like, the candies and all this shit, like, you know, to some extent, like, I mean, you know, like, for some, at least, you know, it will even go further where it's, like, they do think, you know, there's, like, some broader, like, you know, globalist, like, satanic agenda to it. Like, it really is just genuinely insane.
Of course, Master of the Universe is super evil because God's supposed to be the Master of the Universe, so this is occultic. Love it. Love it to death. Yeah, FootageFest.com is apparently where this can be found. I'm not sure exactly where I found this originally. I think I found this on YouTube somewhere, but if you want access to...
His best friend / editor sent it to him to find on YouTube. As a full interview with Dark Lord Blood on their site as well. Nice.
All of my clips, every single one of them is available. TelltaleAtheist.com.
Dude, I should honestly, like, check out, you know, like, you know, that website someday and check out some of the crazy weird found footage they have. Because if they got, like, some crazy weird shit like that, then, oh my god, fuck yes. Yes, please. I want some of that. To delve in more. Oh my god, yes, there's more. There's more. Give me more.
Is deleted and over decades. Check this one out. This is 1994. It's from a TV show called Pagan Invasion. It was a 12-part...
Oh my god, yes, Pagan Invasion. Dude, that sounds like a fucking, like, album name, dude. Like, that sounds like an album for, like, you know, some thrash metal band or some shit. Dude, fuck yeah.
On VHS. You know what? I'm not going to give any more explanation. Just listen to it yourself.
They will try and infiltrate...
Dude, that image right there was, like, the album cover.
Church. They will try and set up whispering campaigns against the pastor and the elders.
Who are they, I hear you at?
Oh, I wonder what those they must be. The dissenters, the heretics, the blasphemers that might go against the church.
Are they in the room with us right now?
Ooh.
Satanists, of course, is who he's referring to.
They may even try to seduce the pastor.
For 2 years,
they try to seduce the pastor.
Yeah, what? They're gonna, like, you know, buy him a drink and, like, you know, start, like, sucking dick or something? Like, damn. Like, you know, start, yeah, what? Like, you know, these Satanists are just gonna seduce the pastor and get their fuck on? Like, goddamn, alright.
Obviously.
I mean, it's just like, you know, like, just, I mean, I guess if it gets them away from the kiddos, I suppose.
Using any sexual impropriety on the part of pastors, right?
For 2 years, I was involved in the Baptist church. I was constantly complaining about the pastor's sermons being too long.
Glenn, former...
Wow. the sermons were just too long, and thus that just made him a Satanist.
Yes, it's sad.
Being too dry.
Beloved kiddos are Satanists. Oh God, God damn it, fuck. Touche.
Discord between the people, gossiping about others.
Just complete garbage, dude. Neither of these two people.
Just basically because gossip happened, thus, Satanism was spreading amongst the church, and I became a victim of it. Like, oh my God, it's basically just like drama bait and bullshit, where it's like, oh my God, there was drama in the church, but the drama was started by these, like, satanic dissenters because, the devil took an influence on them and whatever the fuck. Oh my God. These sad, paranoid, weird little bitches, man.
Ever Satanists, by the way. They have both always been Christians. I know that for a fact because I looked into them. This guy at the beginning actually wrote a book. This guy right here, he wrote a book. And I actually purchased the book. I wanted to read it on stream, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Anyway, they're both completely lying. But here's the thing.
Go figure.
The Satanic Panic is back, unfortunately.
I mean, it really isn't, like, too much of a surprise, honestly. I don't really necessarily see, like, the modern ones. I just want to kind of, like, go, take a little throwback, if anything. Actually, I want to see this dude. This guy looks like... yeah, let me see this guy. This guy looks like a weird-ass fucking gem.
Ministry is massive. It's like a mega church, basically. Listen to what he had to say recently.
Well, I'm going to tell you something.
Here, go ahead, tell me.
I'm going to tell you something, brother.
Here comes the glory. It's coming on in. And the glory will invade the halls of Congress. And the glory is going to come in like a mist right there in the middle of it. And demon-possessed congressmen are going to manifest right there in front of everybody. You're going to see some of them react. And don't be surprised if suddenly there's a session of Congress on television and it's the same old boring sound with the gavel and all this stuff going on. And all of a sudden in the back you hear somebody say, bleh, and all because the anointing's going to...
Bleh. All of a sudden in the back you just hear a bleh. What is this? Oh my God, dude! I was kind of like getting confused of his little like energy. I'm like, all right, it's just one of those high energy, weird looking like, I'm one of those hip, crazy conspiratorial pastors, bro. And then he just goes in and I gotta see it again.
Television, and it's the same old boring sound with the gavel and all this stuff going on, and all of a sudden in the back you hear somebody say, bleh,
what the fuck? What? Just out of nowhere? I mean, I think it would be more entertaining if someone out of nowhere just went, bleh. Just, like, out of frustration, out of, like, the lameness of it all. Like, I don't know. Like, that'd be kind of cool, I guess.
Because the anointing's going to come on the floor, and it's going to draw these demons out into the public for everybody to see. Don't be surprised when that happens.
You know what? I will believe you the moment this happens. The moment we see a shred of evidence, anything, I will take anything. I'll believe it. Not saying I'm going to turn into a worshiper or anything, but I will absolutely believe it when a congressman, I don't know, turns into that woman from The Exorcist and spins around as he vomits. I think that would convince me if something like that happened. I mean,
honestly, that would be like fucking metal as fuck if, like, then frankly, if that were to happen, I imagine Marjorie Taylor Greene being the one to happen to it. She would just, like, eyes roll back and just be like, blah, and just like, at like, like just like a 20-foot just like fountain, just like 360 like an owl, like, spinning everywhere and shit. Like, I mean, like, if anything, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is the one who would very likely be this. She'll first go, and then like, and then just like go into like the fountain spree of just like, satanic, like, demonic possession, and it'll just be metal as fuck. So her now then, I mean, she hasn't reached her final form quite yet. I mean, she's, like, I don't know, about like 60% there. The longer she hangs out there, the more, progresses. Or degresses, I guess.
verify that it wasn't a trick. I'd want to verify that he didn't get some brand new virus or something. But yeah, that would convince me. Unfortunately, no one's ever seen that, ever. Since the very beginning of time, that's never happened. I'm very, very confident.
How do you know? You never were there at the beginning of time, so how would you know, bro? Checkmate, lib. Thus it happened.
Evidence at all. They have nothing. Check this one out. This is Alex Jones feeding into this garbage. Mid-February 2023, he went on this guy's show. This guy's name is Dave Scarlett. He runs some kind of a TV show or whatever. Pastor Dave Scarlett. He's a religious nutter butter, too.
So Alex Jones was able to be on TV for a little bit. Wow.
We may talk a little bit more about him. I have some videos on my channel about him. Listen to what Alex Jones had to say on his show.
I've been a Christian since I was young, born again when I was younger.
Doubt it.
Been worldly, had a lot of problems. I'm not perfect. But I gotta tell you, it happened to Mark.
I'm not perfect. Let me just tell you one, brother.
That shit happened to me.
By the way, you want to buy some of my Burn Roth?
Wow. I had a lot of problems. I'm not perfect. Okay. You know what? I'll give you this. I'm not gonna talk about his moral failings. I'll give you this one. Alex Jones, not too long ago, the contents of his cell phone were leaked thanks to his own lawyer's stupidity. And we discovered that this guy was paying a private investigator to tail his wife during the day to make sure that she didn't, come back to catch him doing something with somebody. While she was being tailed by this PI, he was back there sleeping with his mistress. Oof. And this is like a constant thing that he did all the time. Forget all the massive amounts of vodka that he drinks. Dude seems to have a serious problem. I mean, I'm getting all this from his own phone records. Yeah, I would say he's not perfect, but that's neither here nor...
This is why, because he never really made that a major prominent element of his commentary up until recently and shit. He never really did the whole Christian evangelicalism up until the last 5+ pretty much since around Trump was around, really.
I mean, it's not
so basically for the last 8 some years, give or take. I mean, he's been doing it, but I mean, for a lot of his early works and shit, I mean, not as much.
To judge him for any of this, but when he starts wading into moral superiority and all this other garbage, I feel like I have to bring it up. At least bring it up, right?
Happened to Mark Dice, it happened to me. Happened to a bunch of other people I talked to. Before you're offered a national TV show, before you're offered a major record deal, they get you in a room and they say, listen, we want you to reject Jesus Christ and pledge yourself to Lucifer.
Oh, come on. Really?
Before going on national TV, you need to pledge yourself to Lucifer. That's what they tell you, brother.
Hey, who are these ambiguous, secretive...
The satanic globalists. That's what they are, brother.
There that are pulling strings like puppet masters. Seriously, this is... does anybody believe this? Unfortunately, his listeners do.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Unfortunately, Pastor Dave Scarlett does. And this is something that he's going to go on to repeat. This is absurd. I need a little more than your word before I believe such an absolutely absurd claim.
I mean, unfortunately, most people, especially at least in this sphere of things, will just take the word, from the get-go and just go from there and be like, yep, that's right, brother.
And it was an off-record...
Yeah, see, look at him shaking his head like, yeah, that's right, brother. Yeah. You tell how it is.
Me when it happened.
Convenient. Isn't that convenient? It's never on record. It's never something people can actually record and release copies of. It's always off the record. It's always secretive.
It's just like some weird, convenient little backroom deal that happens that no one can ever just document and record, of all the times that it supposedly, could have ever happened. It's like,
ridiculous, man.
When it happened twice. Mark Dice tells the story because it wasn't an off-the-record meeting. It was with the largest reality TV show production company out there. And it happened to Mark Dice. When he told me about it, I believed it because it happened to me. It's happened to...
Okay, he keeps talking about Mark Dice. Mark Dice is another far-right extremist bomb thrower. I don't think I've ever watched anything from him before. Maybe
I haven't even heard his name before, so...
I think he was deplatformed off of a bunch of stuff for going full-blown Nazi. I don't even remember now. Anyway, keep listening.
It's happened to Eric Mueller, Mancal Mueller. It's happened to a bunch of other people I know. And you're sitting there in the meeting with people in a high-rise building around an office table, and you're like, are you kidding? They're like, no, we're very serious. And we need you to reject Christ and pledge yourself to Lucifer. And I tell viewers that story, 20 years ago, and they go, that's insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because it literally is insane. There's like nothing believable about it. You fucking manly little psycho, crazy bone broth drinking son of a bitch.
Seriously, if you believe this story, get your head examined. It's absurd. Raise your standards of evidence a little bit. Like, stop embarrassing yourself and ask for a little proof for once.
No.
I really expect that from anyone who would be the audience of these weird chuckle fucks.
Really happened.
It did not actually.
It really happened, brother. Let me just tell you. I'm just gonna, say this over and over again just to really make sure that you get it in your head that it did happen.
He's completely full of it. But that's Alex Jones for you. Always has been. Unfortunately,
unfortunately, he's not like in jail or anything. Honestly, but it's like like broadly, like these weird satanic panic, chuckle fucking motherfuckers, man. It's just like. It really is just kind of the same shit every day. When it comes to a lot of like the weird evangelical like far right extremism and stuff that does come from this country, but they always have to like make sure it evolves and changes and like blends into like some new thing. To try to like adapt to like the new agenda that like Lucifer is trying to do against the victims of Christianity and blah 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 blah. And all this other bullshit. It's just absurd. And goddamn, like, can it just, like, be the case where it's, like, like, people just recognize that they're not fucking victims of anything, when it comes to, like, this type of bullshit? It's just so fucking absurd. It's like, oh no, it's just like, it's like, they'll go off as like, these crazy Satanists, trying to take over everything. It's like, well, you're fucking crazy, Christian, fuck you. It's like, what? I'm just so victimized, how dare you? Ugh. It's like this persecution. It's like, give me a fucking break. Like, my lord. Crazy ass little chucklefuck sons of bitches. Do you play a video? Play some video games? I do indeed. I do indeed play some video games from time to time. Right here. Turn this down real quick, yeah? Here. Actually, gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but here, I'm playing a little tune. While I'm going here. What do you like? Like RPGs, FPSs, like real-time strategy games and shit like that. So all sorts of, kind of various different little games like that. Plays Roblox. Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ. Yeah, me. Totally gonna be the one, fucking playing Roblox. Yep, 100%. I'll be more likely to fucking, like, boot up Minecraft again or some shit. But here. Playing this one quick. Now I'll be right back. Aw, you little ball. Look at you. You wanna come here? I don't really trust you in here by yourself. Little ball. Yeah, come on. boo. You good boy. Hate you. Come here, Bubby. Come here, pup. Come here. Come here. Come here, boy. Come on. Oh my god, you goober. Come on. Hey, no. Get back over here. Isn't it totally a real story that happened? It's me at Discord. Oh, did it? A totally real story that happened. Oh, you little sweet little floof. You don't really need this on no more. But I'll use you for warmth. A little warm fluffy. I have a confession. I was sick of Alex Jones support this whole time. I've been threatened with tortures you can't imagine numerous times. The truth must be told. It all began 5-6 years ago when I was at a MAGA rally. Some liberals asked me if I wanted to support Hillary, which I politely declined. Later that night, 2 goons kidnapped me by knocking me out from behind. And when I woke up, Bernie Sanders spun around in a silver chair while patting a cat and told me if I didn't vote for Hillary, he would have raped Jesus. And that Obama would be the emperor of all creation. My back was against the wall, but luckily I had an ace up my sleeve. I threw vial of holy water at Bernie, burst into flames. Damn. I managed to sneak out, but I feel bad because I didn't finish the job. Now it's only a matter of time before the communist Muslim Satan white straight male genocide begins. Damn. Damn, son. See if we can go out strike close to a contract, folks. I mean, just kind of like, some elements of like, kind of like, right-wing dorks and shit. Like some of the, like when Portland has like gotten some of these, Patriot Prayer types and shit, and some like, local right-wing, groups that will come into. Occasionally, a lot of them will come from places like Vancouver and Clark County, which Vancouver sits in. Redneck people there. I mean, in some places, it's mostly just broadly Clark County, more so than just Vancouver itself. So, I mean, if you're going into Vancouver, I mean, you're probably not really going to see a lot of those types. It's not super religious, is it? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's a lot of churches here in Portland and stuff, but, I mean, they're not like, like far-right churches or anything. Probably like centrist at best. Little boo-boo. Look at so cute. He's cute little fluff. If anything, like, the more rural you get, the more, like, conservative and religious it's gonna get. But, like, if you're in, like, suburbia or in urban areas, you're probably gonna be okay. And plus, if you're, taking that, just living in Vancouver as a way to just kind of, like, visit Portland and shit, then, yeah, you'll be fine. Don't call it sure, by the way. PSU. Or is it a UFP? Or is it a Portland Community College? Watch the state. Oh, okay. So watch the state. Right on. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, if you're hanging around over in that area, then, yeah, you'll be fine. Sorry, notice he is actually kind of bulk up a little bit. Getting all his little runs, playing around with him, and socializing and stuff is actually kind of bulking him up. Get to be more of a bigger, beefy boy. Silly little thing. I'd love to check out Portland, beautiful city. It really is. Yeah, I definitely, love Portland a lot. I still do. even despite, you know, that there's, you know, its problems, but, I mean, honestly, they're not really that much different than any other major city, so, like, there are some people that literally will make it out, like, you know, fucking, like, Portland's, like, just became a total fucking shithole, and it's just, like, that is just beyond comically absurd. Tall trees. I mean, if you really want to see some tall trees, I mean, you know, checking out redwood forests that are like all out in California and stuff, those are some really tall trees. I mean, they're nothing like, you know, the Douglas firs and other pine trees that are out here and shit. Like those redwoods are just like some beefy big ones, some big boys. It'd be honestly really cool to check out the redwood forest. I haven't gotten a chance to check out those, but, you know, like, I mean, checking out a lot of different, like, mountains and the forests around here and shit. I mean, there's a lot of really cool, gigantic, big trees and a lot of really cool stuff and shit. I remember I was camping on the last time there was the eclipse. I think that was, like, what, 2018 or 2017? One of those years. But I remember, like, near a campsite I was going exploring, and there was, like, a tree that had to at least been, like, between maybe like 7 to 10 feet like circumference about, and was knocked over, you know, for quite some time. But like where it got knocked over was probably like maybe 15 up, but like the actual like, you know, trunk that fell over kind of like over time kind of like stooped and kind of like fell into the trunk itself because of like rot and shit. It actually became like a nice little sturdy little thing where you can kind of have like a little outlook and shit. And me and my friend were just kind of like hanging up like 15 feet up in the air, just kind of like chilling on the stump. It's pretty dope. I could tell like that tree probably, you know, when it was alive had to at least been like probably maybe 100-foot something tree potentially. It looked like it was a huge one. Been to Olympia National Park? No, I haven't been there. I haven't been to a lot of different like parks up in Washington, but I've been to like various different places around up in Oregon at least. Goober. I'll try to brush him, but he's too far away. Wouldn't entice him with a snack, but I don't really have one for him. I need to re-up on his treats. Here, Tillamook Forests in Oregon are cool too. Oh yeah, Tillamook Forests are really awesome. I always like, you know, whenever I've been out near Tillamook and shit, you know, driving through those. And plus, the Tillamook Cheese Factory is a really cool place to check out too, because you like sample cheeses and different ice cream and shit. It's really cool. See where all Tillamook cheese gets made. And plus, there's just like a lot of really cool like little small town, like little coastal towns on Oregon. Like there's like Coos Bay, Newport, Seaside, Lincoln City. Well, Lincoln City is actually not really small. But, you know, just like these different little coastal towns. I mean, they're all, you know, got like, you know, some pretty cool shit with it. Like, it's another, like, really tiny town that I used to go to frequently with my parents growing up, called Rockaway Beach. Because, like, way off in the distance, there's, like, these major, like, rock formations that are just kind of, like, hanging out, like, I don't know, maybe, like, less than a mile away. Probably, like, half a mile, give or take. There's, like, Cannon Beach, which has, like, a pretty big rock formation that's pretty close. And on low tides, you can, you know, walk up to it. There's huge rocks on the coast. Some parts of the coast. If you're thinking of the huge rocks, you're probably thinking of Cannon Beach. And those are the ones I was just talking about. Because on low tide, you can actually, like, walk up to those and shit. High tide, not really, but low tide, you can. Rockaway Beach, for those rocks, even on low tide, there ain't no way you're going to get to those. Unless you took, like, a boat out there, but, I mean, I don't know why you would. you go? Damn Cooper. But the view is nice, though. It really is. Coos Bay and Florence are nice. Yeah, Coos Bay is pretty chill. I passed through it a couple times. I know, like, another pretty cool little town is, it's, I know it's just, like, just north of, Tillamook. Here, actually, I'm gonna pull up the fucking map, so I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go see here. And let's see. Get me to the coast. There we go. Yeah, that's an port. That's not what I was trying to find. Where is... Okay, yeah, there's that. Yeah, Florence, Dune City. Where would be... Where'd it go? Where doth be... Oh, there you are. Oh, it's literally just called, it's actually got an interesting little name. It's, Garibaldi. Well, actually, there's, two little towns. There's, Bay City, but not even, like, a mile away, there's, Garibaldi. Or, well, about a mile away. But both of those, towns, sit right in the Tillamook Bay. But then Tillamook is just right there. Yeah, I got like all these cool little bays and shit. And this is a kind of a nice little town. I've always liked checking out Manzanita. It's a nice little quiet town and shit. And the big ass like cliffside right here. Actually, here, let me see if I can pull up, you know, some satellite so I can kind of show. Let's see, satellite view. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Cool. There we go. Boom. Swoop. There we go. Manzanita has an epic mountain hike. Yeah, like there's Cape Falcon Trailhead. It's at Oswald West State Park, which, you know, on the Oregon Coast Highway, you know, once you know, there's Manzanita right there. But, you know, basically, you know, just like a little bit up, you go on this really cool cliffside and Mount Nicolahani or something like that. Yeah, probably somewhere up in here, maybe. Manzanita also has a pretty cool beach. Yeah, Manzanita has a pretty nice little dope beach. I really like it. It's nice and long, too. Dangling Bay State Park. Then when you go down a little bit, you go to, like, Nadona Beach. Or Nadona. And there's Rockaway, right here. And also, the rocks are right there. The Twin Rocks Arch. Here's Rockaway's arches. Here, let me, oh, yeah, look at those beauties. Look at that. Here, I want that. Yeah, look at that shit. Look at that shit right now. Look at that shit right there now, I tell you what. Like, imagine, like, trying to get, like, a little boat through that or something. Like, honestly, because, I mean, it looks like there actually is, like, genuinely, like, a little bit of land in there, you know, but it's not a lot. It's just two fucking rocks with, like, sand around it. I mean, but I honestly imagine, like, you know, if, you know, like, going to those rocks, I mean, there's probably, you know, some pretty cool shit over there. Imagine stuff that people probably, like, lose, you know, like, in the ocean, probably do wash up over there. guess 4.9. Wait, hold up. Who's like the negative review? Oh wait, there's literally only like, there's just straight up only 1 4-star. Oh, I thought it was like a 1-star or something. I guess not. Everyone just literally has nothing but like, this place is awesome, which it is. Rockwood Beach is pretty dope. Oh, here. Get off it though. Yeah, let's check out some more shit. Right off the coast of this bullshit right here, I'll tell you what. It's actually kind of cool looking at the waves, you know, from like this type of level right here. It's like, whoa. Bloop, bloop. But of course, as you keep going down, get a nice big, like, another little bay area. Where Gabrieldi is. Oh yeah, this is like where I was talking about. Because up here a little bit, you can kind of see where it ends up kind of mixing into a lot of different little marshlands and shit. And the Tillamook Forest and stuff, you know, are like all, you know, right all up around there. It's all up in here too. It's all in these little areas. Of course, you know, keep on going along. You got like more rock formations going on there and stuff too and shit. A lot of cool little trails and stuff. Different little capes like Cape Mures. Then you got this just crazy ass shit right here. Cape Lookout. Where it's just straight up like a natural like burn basically. It's like popping out just out of nowhere on our coast. Just because why not? Got Pacific City going right there. It's Cohen, I think. Got 3 rocks, which I'm pretty sure this is because, well, yep, of course. There's literally 3 rocks. Actually, I've never been here, so I actually, you know, couldn't tell you much. Center for Art and Ecology. Wow, yeah, I might want to actually check that out. That sounds like dope. I might want to actually, you know, take a little pilgrimage out there now. And, you know, if all that going on right there, I'll tell you what. And this is Lincoln City right here. I love Lincoln City. I've always, you know, I've spent a lot, you know, different summers out here and shit. It's probably the biggest town on the coast, I think. I know somewhere. Oh, I think it's right here. Is that? No. There's like one. It's pretty much like the smallest river, at least in Oregon, especially. But I think it might be one of. No, that's not it. Where the fuck is it? Somewhere in here. Oh, here it is. It's this. It's just like this weird ass. Oh wait, no, that's not the. Wait, where the fuck is it? Was that it right there? Oh nope, nope, that was it. This is it right here. Okay, no, I was right. This is it. Yeah, I spent a lot of time hanging out, like in the shit. Cause this river goes right here, and it twists around. And expands into this lake, basically. Like, this, it's a lake. Like, the river itself is literally this long. It fits right here. This is about how long the river is. It's literally just simply called D River. D. And it's tiny. Well, I guess technically the river is more like right about there. Yeah, like, yeah. I guess technically if you count it like at the actual edge of where the water meets or not, but yeah, that be it. Tiny ass little river, barely like a quarter mile basically. So jump at the McDonald's and all that, yeah. Coos Bay is biggest. Oh, Coos Bay is. Trump steak ketchup. Wait, there's all sorts of different Trump fries. Trump fries and the Trump mac. The big Trump is what I like to call it. The MAGA ribs. The Trump fries is very delicious. Let me just tell you, tremendous. My God, oof. 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 Oh, here's Coos Bay. Oh, I guess it technically is. I can kind of see. Yeah. I can tell you more of an Oregon. I watched it in LOL. Both look pretty cool though. Well, it's just because I grew up here. I was born and raised in Oregon, so. I mean, it's not that I got no problem watching. I got more of an issue with fucking Idaho, dude. Fuck Idaho. Like, there are a bunch of crazy ass little chuckle fuck hillbilly son of bitches out there. Like, I mean, they're cuckoo. Like, I'm not. That's where that's where I'm drawing the line. It's like, nope, Idaho, nope. Like, I mean, cause they like, I mean, just for, I mean, I wish I could get all this other bullshit out of the way, but like, just for like reference sake, I mean. I'm sure you could maybe kind of see it. I don't know. But you got, like, you know, you got the fucking border of Oregon and, you know, goddamn. Actually, hold on. Let me, oops. Here, let me, take. Oops. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Take a quick luxury in doing this, y'all. Go to default, because that'll show the lines better, actually. There we go. Okay. Bop. Skibbity boop. And skibbity boop. There we go. So yes. So it's just like, you got Idaho here, right? You got like shit fuck Idaho. If it's like, you know, you got like, you know, the border here, right? Idaho literally, and there's also different counties in Oregon too that have literally tried to like, you know, push a proposition to make a greater Idaho. So like all this eastern Oregon right here is basically just gobbled up by Idaho right here. By Idaho. And how about instead of Idaho, it's Ida nope. Ida nope. Wait, there's a Moscow, Idaho? What the fuck going on here? What is this nonsense? Oh my lord, what is like all the way up here? Like, where's the... Is this why, like, Idaho is, like, gobbling up here? Like, wait, what? What? There's a Newport in the middle of Bumblefuck, Washington, like, Idaho border? What? Okay. Dude, what, like, all this shit right up here, like, I don't know, like, all this up here, we, instead of, like, Greater Idaho, we need to, like, gobble up Idaho. This right here needs to go. This right here, whatever this bullshit is on the top of Idaho, needs to go. Just, like, let Washington and, like, Montana gobble that up. Isn't a big KKK based in Idaho? Yes, KKK has a huge presence in northern Idaho. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like, far-right extremism based in Idaho. And also, like, a lot of them, like, you know, to come around to Portland to kind of, like, try to fuck shit up and stuff. And, of course, you know, that's always pleasant. Militia chapters in general, that is true. Idaho's, like, a major hideaway for stuff like that. Wyoming should be donated, or should, Idaho should be donated to Wyoming. Let Wyoming just, you know, like, encircle Montana. Just let Wyoming encircle Montana, that works. Man, that's all, you know, like, I always find, like, a lovely excuse to just fuck on Idaho, honestly. Got like a weird far-right Christian extremism there, a lot of weird chucklefuck far-right militias. Fucking... But the only thing that they barely got going for them is, like, yeah, the government done hella fucked up at Ruby Ridge, like, but even then, like, that's barely giving Idaho a pass. just Dakota territory with no representation. I mean, it should have fucking representation, bro. But, I mean, I don't know, just, like, combine it as, like, a mega state or something. Like, make it, like, you know, as big as, like, Alaska and Texas combined or something. I don't know. There you go. I mean, Napoleon Dynamite takes place there, so there's that. I guess they got that going for them, too. But we got the Goonies. Oregon got the Goonies. Astoria got them Goonies, bro. I mean, it's like, I love Napoleon Dynamite, but Goonies, man. We got the Goonies. Idaho can't even compare, bro. Because they the hosts. They couldn't even, like, you know, concoct, you know, anything like the Goonies. Watching as Twin Peaks. That's true. Our mom can't lie. We were nightmares sometimes. Of course. Found my dog hiding from her puppies. Aww. Aww. Poor mama. Poor mama pup. She looks exhausted. Idaho has a cool little town called Sandpoint on Lake Pondere. I just straight up was to see that and been like pinned O'Reilly. Or O'Reilly. That's, oh my, yeah. Yeah, see, like if I, like, you know, were to see that without that bullshit there, I, you know, would have butchered the shit out of that. Idaho Falls is Tweaker Central. I had displeasure of stopping there once. Oof. And I'm sure the, you know, Idaho police, you know, their first, you know, instinct is just lock them the fuck up and then just, like, once they sentence their time, release them, and, you know, of course, the reciprocal cycle continues, but so what? We get our budget. Crazy right-wing authoritarian choke folks out here, but so what? It's like the uncle that the PNW just doesn't want at the family meets, you know what I mean? Because I guess, you know, they're technically a part of, like, the PNW to an extent, but it's, like, barely for harassing out-of-state drivers. Well, yeah, because they can make a lot more of a quota, and plus they think, you know, out-of-state drivers are a bunch of, like, stoner hippies, and they want to, like, get them for weed. I've seen those fucking border stops. I know what they do over there, those fucking shitbags. All the police hang out around Idaho Falls, not inside town. So they just, like, hang out outside of it, of course. You know, frankly, I'm not too surprised. How about Alaska? I have not been to Alaska. Any prohibition state bordering illegal state will have state troopers on the lookout for trafficking. And frankly, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, but boo. They suck. Been to Alaska as a hit and miss. Nice views of usually shitty, dreary towns. Chicken and waffle flavored ice cream, anyone? Sweet buttermilk waffle flavored ice cream packed with crispy chicken and waffle flavored bits wrapped in a... What? Packed of crispy chicken waffle flavored bits wrapped in a bourbon maple syrup flavored swirl. I don't know, dude. There's like actually like chicken in the fucking thing. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. I mean, if there was no chicken in there, then yes, I would eat this, but I don't know if I want that with the chicken in there. Yeah, I don't know about that. Unless you're committed outdoorsman, you probably won't like Alaska. Chicken and waffles are banging. They are, but I don't know if, like, in an ice cream. But not with ice cream. Well, yeah, I mean, and also, like, the chicken's in the ice cream. And it's like, I mean, if it wasn't, you know, having the chicken, I think I would honestly eat that. Like, the waffles and maple syrup and some ice cream like that, I mean, without the chicken in it, oh, fuck yeah, I'd eat that. But I don't know, like, I don't know if I want, like, you know, that, you know, in it. How about chicken and waffles, but the maple syrup is more of a savory barbecue type sauce? Ooh, I might be able to, like, ooh, what about, like, a barbecue what about, like, a maple barbecue sauce? Combined a little bit. Add a little savory with the maple. A little savory and sweet. Ooh. See, see, now I feel like we're gonna think of some good shit right here now. See, that actually sounds kind of good a little bit. Chicken waffles, but like, you know, maybe like a maple barbecue or like, you know, maybe sweet and savory type of barbecue sauce or something. What about like a little like sweet and tang, you know, a little tanginess to it? I'm willing to at least try it once. I'm willing to give it a shot, you know what I mean? I mean, because I'm intrigued. I'm willing to at least, you know, see if it's good. And I feel like, you know, I might, you know, be down with that. I don't know if it'd be like a go-to all the time, but I mean, I'm open to that. I am open to this opportunity. Where'd it go? Boo-boo. Boo-boo. Dukes. Look off. Shoot off. Lazy boy. My God. I mean, he must be tuckered the hell out. Wow. What a goober. Dog is a serious little goober, dude. I'm pretty sure that dog is like at least like bisexual as fuck. Because it was like another day of hanging out at the park and stuff, and of course, like, you know, the one thing he wants to do is like he hangs out with like some of the female dogs, you know, will like chill with them for a minute, but then it's like the one other male dog he's trying to like assert dominance and shit. They basically try to like, you know, mount and hump, and it's just like, oh my God. Like he, you know, it's like Zukov, what the fuck? It's like, I could tell that you obviously are okay with female dogs and interested in that, but like, what is with you being like flaming gay as fuck? You silly pup. Hey, what's this? Costco shoppers are noticing a strange soapy taste in rotisserie chicken? What the fuck? These 3-pound birds for $5 a pop. Cost chain 40 million losses a year. While Costco loses money in these mass poultry products, it's notorious cost-effective to bring flocks to people's stores. Blah 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 blah. Abusing the chickens that end up in store shelves, but even after the chain was accused of breeding the animals to be so big they couldn't stand up straight, Costco still sold Going through Reddit threads, some customers have found that the taste of chicken, the chain's poultry centerpiece, to be off, but it's not as simple as chicken tasting extra salty. Some consumers reported that some rotisserie chickens they brought has soap-like flavor, a distinct chemical flavor to it, and users who could discover that they weren't the only shopper that thought it tasted different. They thought they were they're used to 100% the same thing happened, but things got Where's the culprit about this? On Reddit, Costco doesn't source poultry from one place. Chain reportedly gets its chickens from both its Nebraska facility and Foster Farms. And one employee claimed that while the chickens from Costco's Nebraska facility taste good, Foster Farms birds do not. The employee wrote that Foster Farms chickens are low quality and cook differently than the ones supplied by Costco. The same associate reported that if rotisserie chicken you snag from the bulk retailer to his office, probably a Foster Farm chicken. So it's literally just because Foster Farms has like some weird chemical shit that they probably put on their birds in comparison to Costco. Like, honestly, I'm not necessarily too fucking surprised. Like, we have our brand, and then we also have Open Nature, and they both cook differently, and they do taste a little differently. But honestly, I mean, at least they don't taste like fucking chemicals. Like, Jesus. Or they sell food, take home like grocery. I mean, they probably have a deli court in different, Costco's. I know ours does. Selling, like, pizzas and hot dogs and stuff like that. Costco Pizzas Ricos. Yeah, I'm more a fan of their dogs and stuff like that. That shit's pretty good. But yeah, so it sounds like, basically Foster Farms is shitty as fuck. Go figure. And Costco probably thought, hey, to cut corners a little bit, we'll just buy from them. They'll make a cut. We'll make a cut. Win-win for everybody. And customers are being like, this is odd. This is not, to our Costco quality. How dare you? And frankly, good on them, though. It's for, like, pointing that shit out, to be able to kind of, figure out, like, hey, you're kind of fucking, with people's, like, quality standards here. Especially with Foster Farm, too, because they're the main real root culprit of that. So, go figure. Where is this little boob? Where are you? You're just in a little ball over there by the door? You're just in a tiny little ball over there, bro. Why? What the hell? What is up with you? You silly boy. You silly little boy. My God, what a goober. I don't know why he's in a little ball over there. That's like the most closest spot in the garage, probably. And yeah, he's like, yeah, this is fine. What a goober. What a goober. There. Let's see what time is it. It's about a little 1 a.m. here. A little 1 a.m. on the PST. So, I think I got this little last bowl smoked up and get myself a little food in. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe play a video game or something before I snooze off into a little coma. And all that fun shit. Okay, now what the hell are you doing? That's not being curled up in a little ball by the door. Fucking damn dog. But anyway, I'll call it go for the lovely little evening. So peace out, my little younglings, and of course I'll see y'all in the next one. So